Streaming! Let's see if we can get the rest of the show on the road, as my late sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, used to say. We're going to see if we're connecting with the studio, and then we'll, check in with everyone after that. It says we have an excellent connection, so let's get the call started. And, okay, I'm going to make that infinite call now, and press that audio button. Take a deep breath. And we'll see if George Knight makes it with us tonight. From what I understand, he intends to. So Aristides has reached us as well as Troy Bellamy. Okay, then Troy Bellamy dropped. Welcome back, Troy Bellamy. I mean, first it was Brooke who did that. Then it was Troy. Yeah. At any rate, Aristides is with us, and I will turn to you, dear Aristides, to do the blurb. You ready?
I could use a couple of minutes.
Sure. Oh, we can do that. I could just shoot the shit.
Yep.
I want to thank Holly Kaditis-Kiefer for a $100 contribution. Remind me to thank her again when she appears, and we're going to just hold out to see if George Knight appears tonight. He's, so far as I know, expecting to appear, and he's expecting to be on for the rest of the night, so I have that to look forward to. At any rate, I'm definitely going to be talking about all too many issues, and there's just too much to talk about as always, but we're going to do our best. And then when George comes, we'll get back to more historically rooted topics, and we'll definitely go all over the place in a good sense. And I'm going to, in the meantime, just take a look to make certain I've got the right quote concerning, of all people, of course, Charlie Kirk to start with for a moment. And we'll go from there. We'll get back to it. I use the term it quite pointedly. We'll get back to it quite certainly. But we'll go the tangential route around the world. All of it's connected. We have a civil war going on at home, of which this is a symptom of, and we have a world war that's brewing abroad. So it's a war all the way. And we're joined by Brendan Zogit. So we're here both to give Aristides a few minutes before he's ready to say the blurb. So, dear Brendan, there was a lot that went down the past few days. Oh my god. So what stands out most to you? Oh my god.
Oh, just something not serious because it's funny. So I got an advertisement for CHUŌ chocolate.
Oh man.
They said try our new
email.
They said
email
try
or what?
No, it just showed up. It was like directed,
okay.
because we probably keep saying it.
Yes.
They think every time I say CHUŌ, it's about chocolate. So they said we have this new matcha. It's like this new matcha flavor, and they had like a little screenshot of it. And a bunch of people in the comments were like, "It looks like moldy zombie chocolate. You're disgusting." And I was like, I kind of felt bad for all the marketing that went into it. It's like, damn, they just failed. They just flopped.
Yeah.
Someone flopped, and then
right off the bat,
I checked their website. Yeah, they didn't even have a chance. But whatever you did to them, really, it was like the final blow.
Oh my god!
They can't recover.
Jesus.
They're like treading water.
Well, hopefully I have that effect with all of these assholes. But yeah, that's they certainly deserved it. Oh my god! So what does it look like?
I'll forward it to you. You want to see it? I mean, it doesn't look bad. Like if you like matcha and stuff, but the color is like weird. It's like a brown green.
Yeah, that's
like, I'm sure it tastes good, but it just looks weird. And it's got like a red center, like a cherry center or something, strawberries.
Ooh, that does that. Come on, that is creepy. That is creepy. That's like, Halloween. It
looks like Frankenstein.
Yeah, Halloween shit. Yeah, Halloween candy.
Okay, it looks like they stopped putting the image on the
directly result in all the abuse. Yes.
Yeah, this one looks better. I'll send you this one from their website. But
okay.
The one that they put online.
I wish I had seen that.
social media, it was worse.
Next time they do that, you got to download the image. You got to, download.
Well, you'll get the vibe from just looking at this, so it's no problem. But anyway, so I went to their website and I was scrolling through, and they got rid of their whole history. Oh, all the stuff that we kept railing on them about. And now they're just like this, they're just like a marketing company, basically. So whoever bought them out just streamlined. Yeah. And then I clicked on, the jobs tab where it says careers, and it says, we have no openings for the foreseeable future.
I bet. Oh, Jesus, that's
so it's like they're on their way out.
Yeah, they are. Oh my God. So here we are, Perfect Matcha. And it's just the wrapper. All I see is the wrapper, but it's kind of like...
Oh, yeah. So they must have learned quick.
Yeah.
Here, I'll try and find the other one.
Yeah, it's just the box now. So the box just shows the kind of green, yellow, red combo color, which is odd as fuck. It's just weird. Just the color alone. Strawberry filling. Perfect. Yeah. Strawberry. What?
Oh, here's one of them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at that. That's a good way to start the night with a few good laughs. After all, we're in a serious fucking situation worldwide and at home. And
yeah, I mean, you'll go into it later, I'm sure. But the Russian aggression against Poland, they're not too happy about that, obviously. They sent a whole swarm of drones out of Belarus.
Yes.
And it's not going over well. To say the least.
Yeah. By the way, for people who don't understand my glee at this, understand, how long have I been talking about this? How many years? Decades have I been warning about this? Okay. Yeah. And so is your image that you're supplying, is it in the text box or it's coming? It's in.
Let me see if I can get it to you.
Oh yeah, take your time. There's no rush. And
but it's almost like they scrubbed that right after I read it because it was bad advertising. So at least that person's got a job.
Oh yeah. Well, he doesn't have it anymore. Just like the marketer for hooking up the trans ad with the Bud Light. She lost.
Oh yeah, they aren't.
Yeah, she was a woman. She lost her job immediately. She didn't know.
You win some and you lose some.
Yeah. She didn't know her clientele. I mean, it's like that's
definitely.
Yeah, that's like she just didn't get it. These are people who like drinking piss. Basically, it's people who are into golden showers drink Bud Light, and yet they hate trans people because they're all insecure. It's but yeah. Look at Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg says, horrific to hear that Charlie Kirk was shot today in Utah. I mean, why go through the motions? Come on, Pete. Really?
Yeah, I don't know why anyone's doing it.
Yeah, why is anyone going through the motions with this? The guy said it himself. Yeah, go on. Yeah, here we are. Oh my God.
They were all prompted. They were all preloaded to say all this.
Yeah,
basically, that's the way to describe it.
Yeah, it's almost like
oh, this is gonna happen. So they were at the meeting. They were all. We're gonna do this. You gotta pretend, even though we know you don't like the guy. But it's like it's almost troll level because of all the stuff he'd said. It's it's poetic.
Yes.
It's like.
Yes, it's just too.
They designed it perfectly.
Fitting.
So
yeah. I mean, tell people about. I mean, we'll get there in a second. Aristides, you ready to do the blurb?
Yes, yes. I just sat down. Okay. I apologize. I was just.
Oh, no worries.
Walking in the door. I had to put some stuff away real quick, and I'm ready now. So I'm gonna get right into it. All right.
Sure. Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, you can. Walk along with me here. I just sat down. I opened up the computer here.
Right now, I'm looking at this Cho chocolate, and it is disgusting. It's disgusting looking. It does look bad. It's greenish brown.
Yeah, the comment was funny. They said it looks like moldy chocolate.
Yeah, it's. Oh man, with a bloody center, with gore.
Yeah.
It's a moldy chocolate with inner gore.
It looks like a Minecraft zombie.
Oh yeah, that's it. I love it. A Minecraft zombie, and this pig The pink wrapping, the individual pink wrapping. You know what it reminds me of? It's like a used tampon.
Yeah, it's just absurd. They just gotta stop. Like, fold the name. Sorry guys at show, but you guys gotta fold the name. Honestly, like we've been saying, they'd be better off calling it Black Magic Chocolate. It would get way more hits.
Thank you.
Like,
Or voodoo.
And then have
voodoo.
the CHUŌ as little. Yeah. And have the CHUŌ as little Keebler elves.
Yes.
Everyone would buy it after that.
It's true. Yeah. Well, though people wouldn't get the CHUŌ. They wouldn't get that part. You know, what are these weird looking? Yeah, they wouldn't get that. But this one dude asked me about that. We'll get into that later. So Aristides is ready. Let's.
I was trying to start.
Sorry. We couldn't resist. Okay. I'm sorry, Aristides. It's so funny. I'm sorry.
Right.
I couldn't.
That's right. You're the boss. You're the boss.
No worries.
Okay, so I sat down.
Yeah, go on.
As soon as I got to the program, hit the thumbs up upvote. Please do that right away, all the time. It's important to show your support, but also because of the algorithm. And there are those that put downvotes. They're hidden by YouTube, as is typical these days in most cases. I don't think I've actually seen a downvote count in quite some time. And they do this perhaps in an automated way or whatever, and that disturbs the algorithm, and that affects how Douglas might be found in search or suggestion, as these things work. And he needs to find new listeners and to get them crucial information and to also make money. This is his job. So please hit the thumbs up, and then make sure you are subscribed. Where the hell? All right, this is the first time my subscribe button is missing. Let me just reload the page.
I'm not surprised. They pulled all kinds of shit. We'll share what happened later.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Well, when I click on your main page, it says subscribe. So now but for me, it does not. For the first time, it does not have the button. Okay, so assuming you see nearby the button that says subscribe, please do that. And then if not, go to the main, click on his main channel and do that. It should be there. And then hit the notification bell. That puts a handy pop-up. So all you have to do is click it when the time comes. So you don't have to remind yourself or whatnot or miss anything. Okay, so in order to do these things, you need to have an account. So please sign in or make an account, however that works. Not sure what counts for an account. Google and YouTube are conjoined now, I think, right? So
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you need an account. So make sure you're signed in or make a login to do these things. Also, once you've done that, under your little account menu, you can create channels underneath your account. Each of them can also do its own upvoting. It's like its own identity, but you don't need a new login. So I just did a couple of upvotes myself. You can do similar. Also, make sure if you're listening to the replay, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the program with his crucial information. Please upvote that as well, so it doesn't get disappeared or whatnot, and to show your support. And if so inclined, please leave a comment, and that helps the algorithm recognize this content is popular also. So you can do all that. You can share the youtube.com or similar link right out of the browser bar. That will remain the same after the live becomes just a normal fixed video. So you can do that, and during the replay you can right click or something, hopefully similar on the phone, to generate a timestamp link right at the current topic or conversation to send someone. So those are ways to show your support. The most important way is, oops, I put the wrong, I accidentally put the super clutching instead of my other, because I'm copy and pasting, but anyway.
Well, we need to advertise
both
it too.
Of them. I put both of yours and his, but I usually have a thing that says please contribute, so they know that that's where to do that. Because when somebody just sees the blue hyperlink, their eyes glaze over, like, it's like right here,
Yes.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So the link is in the chat for the PayPal. You don't need to find the link though. I'll try to keep that in there. All you need to know is it's Douglas Dietrich, and he's on PayPal, and you go there and you search for him, and you can find him first and last, or by the you see he has right on the screen here, paypal.me, Douglas D. Dietrich. So if you just go on there and search Douglas D. Dietrich or first and last, you should find him. You see his cute little picture there and his getup. Make sure it looks like an Asian guy and not some other Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. And I appreciate the compliment.
And then send him everything you can afford. So,
yes, thank you. And beyond.
And yeah, right. You can probably afford more than you think. So,
yes.
You know, and yep. So please do those things. And what else do we usually say? That is the importance of if it is within your technical wheelhouse to download and re-upload the content, the programs to other platforms. Please consider doing that. As a backup, even if it's just your favorite ones, the ones you particularly like. You can have your own collection. It's like trading cards, but of episodes and that you can present to people. So please consider that. And I think that's it. What else could they do to show their support?
Oh, commentary, of course, and always watch the notifications to make certain that they are not unsubscribed, because and stuff like that. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what I can think of for now. Yes, you're beautiful. You did wonderful, and thank you so much for that. That was delightful. And Aristides, we couldn't do it without him. Of course, I've gotten questions about the latest photograph. That's actually an old photograph, and that's from 9/11, which it's very difficult to believe. It was a quarter of a century ago, literally like 24 years ago, 24 years. Isn't that scary?
I can't even believe this is the day before. This is the first time I thought of it. It's like it's that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I didn't. It's like, wow, it's 9/11 tomorrow. It's like, what I mean? It's been so long that it's just like.
Yeah. Yes, I understand. I understand, and yet our lives have been so impacted by it. But that's how this was myself on 9/11. My son Ed Beth took that photograph, of course, and I was watching the incoming reports. And yes, I am in a dress. So as per my non-binary nature, it was around that time that I was just entering care provision status for my parents, where I was their care provider, was around that time. So it was I had 10 years, 11 years ahead of me of sheer hell on earth, with no description for it. So that's 9/11 was kind of a precursor to all that. It was already getting bad, but with care provision for my parents, but it got much, much worse. So I'd say that maybe things were already bad at that time. Let me see, my mom died 2011, so wasn't that bad. So here we are. That photo has a cell phone. Did I say something else? Did I say something else other than, Did I say something else? I meant to say cell phone. Did I say what? What did I say? What did I say?
All I'm saying, it's not period correct, but we'll just leave it at that. Let's just pass.
Okay.
We'll skip.
Maybe it was a few years after. Oh my god.
Well, with your memory, who knows? It's in lots of time. It's been last year. It probably was last year.
It was nevertheless. It was on. If it wasn't on 9/11, it was on the anniversary of 9/11. Still was a while ago. It was a while back.
It was still something. Yeah, it was still something.
It was the closest we could find.
So that makes sense.
But wait a second. 2001, we had these things, didn't we? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Nothing like that. Unless you were in space. Unless you were Derek James. What was his name? Derek Jones. What was that guy's name?
I forget.
The guy with the 190 IQ.
Okay. I thought you were going to tell me, unless I was the time traveler, David Alexander, or whatever the fuck his name was. David Lewis Anderson.
Yeah, unless you, well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You were a time traveler.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So I guess, but it wasn't that long after, because it's an old photo. It is really old. It wasn't that long after. It was,
Right.
I know it was on one of the 9/11 holidays. So yeah, okay, same thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
But thank you for bringing that up.
Like
Anyhow.
I said, with your memory, it could be like another timeline.
There's that too. Anyhow, remember those? Oh fuck, who was it that I was dealing with these? There's so many people that I get so disgusted by, where they I just can't understand historical accuracy in photos. When it came to some of the shit that I've been dealing with over the years. I'm trying to remember some good examples of that, and I'll come up with them later, maybe. I really don't care enough to rack my brain too hard about it. But let me make certain to respond to your comments here, and because they are quite funny.
Who, my comments?
Yes,
Me?
your comments. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because they are quite funny about the different things that were going on. So anyhow, so help me out here. Let's get started with the obvious. Now, there was a lot of symbolism involved with what happened recently in Long Beach, California. It's a minor thing, but I'm going to put the link inside of the chat room for everybody to access. And honestly, it concerning Trump's tariffs, this is like almost supernatural. It's like a sign from the gods. I mean, how do you take it, Brendan? I'm sure
You're talking about the container ship?
Yes.
Oh,
What do you think of that?
It goes without saying. Yeah, obviously it was an omen.
Yes.
Bad omen.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and it fell on top of that. Did you read the rest of the article? It fell onto a carbon scrubbing mini ship, like a tugboat.
Holy shit! Is anybody
So
killed? Fuck!
No one was injured, but I'm sure their damage was extensive.
Yeah.
But the ship that was on it is supposed to like scrub the pollution from the exhaust.
Yeah.
Because of whatever regulations they have in the harbor.
Yeah.
But that was just like, just an omen, of course,
Yes. Yeah. Damn. We're in for some hard times, and but also being said, obviously we're entering a depression, and even the rich are complaining about it. I mean, we'll get back to Elon Musk later, but feel free to start raving and venting about it now, because God knows we got to get to it anyway. But I couldn't believe what I caught on the stupid, was it Forbes? Was it was our Business Week? But one of these economically oriented circulars, I got a notification from them, and they said, 500, basically half a thousand billionaires are too poor to make Fortune's 400. It's now it's Fortune's got the 400 list of the multi-billionaires now, right? It's Fortune's 400.
500.
They said 400. Is it 400? Let me see. I think they've lowered it to 400 now.
So people don't revolt. They found out how many there were. They get pissed. Yeah.
Here we are. It's called the Forbes 400. So it's the Forbes 400 list of wealthiest Americans, and they said 500 billionaires are too poor to make it on the Forbes 400 list. Like, this was something we should all be sad about.
Talk about over bloated. The top half bloated. Like, imagine being a billionaire and not getting on that list. That means something's gone wrong. Something's terribly wrong.
Oh, where did it all go wrong? Yes. And what I'm trying to understand is, obviously they said someone's overtaken Elon Musk as the wealthiest man in the world according to their calculations, which obviously don't include Putin.
Well, it's just the Oracle guy.
Okay, but then wouldn't Musk be the wealthiest man in the world again immediately if he takes that $1 trillion?
Yeah, but there's something fishy with that. It's like, it's not like they have that cash floating around. So I don't trust, maybe it's not a lump sum, it's going to be like over time, because there's no way they just have that floating around, especially with all the damage he did recently. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's not going to be.
Yes. Oh my God. So it's like so
it's not liquid. It's not liquid assets. It's
yeah, got it.
Just putting numbers on a page or something.
Damn, I mean, these guys. So they're all just playing with pretend money, with just invisible money. They're all just monopoly money.
Exactly.
It's
worse because it's just pixels. I mean, at least Monopoly you could burn it or something.
Yes.
For heat, for warmth.
Yes. So tell me again about now I found the quote. And this is all thanks to Brendan. I actually did not know this, but Brendan brought it to my attention that Charlie Kirk has gotten his Second Amendment wish. He was shot in Utah. His controversial statement about gun deaths, unfortunately, are worth it to keep the Second Amendment has been highlighted in light of this event. Perhaps you could tell us some of the more witty interpretations of exactly
Well, first of all, I'm not the one who said it. Those were commenters. So, just so we're...
No, but
everyone that's listening is good.
Yeah, but just so people know, what happened was that Charlie Kirk was shot in Utah, but this event comes after he made a controversial statement, and this is a direct quote, and it's quite real.
He's been saying that since 2023, similar comments.
That's right.
He's always said stuff like that, but that specific one he keeps repeating.
Yes.
And it's like, well, then that's why your words are spells, and words mean a lot. You don't just say whatever.
Thank you. And what he said was precisely, I'm quoting it exactly, it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. Well, there you go. And didn't they ask him a question about that just before they blew him away?
Yeah, apparently the person that asked the question was referring to something like that. So it's like they picked whoever they hired was good. That was a good... The government sniper was a good one. He even listened, which is rare in that kind of line of work. It's almost like they got someone, someone that was educated, an educated sniper. That's rare.
Yeah. Yes.
But of course, with all these, they always pull out random, disinfo lines. So it's like you don't know what side is true at this point, and no one may ever know the truth.
And so especially since apparently they caught someone and then they didn't. It's like they found someone and then what?
There was some dude that he was just an old bald guy.
Yeah.
And then they said, that's not him. And then now, Cash is saying, oh yeah, we have him.
Again?
Yeah, the actual guy. They said, we actually have the actual guy now. So it's hard to tell, really, honestly. And the only thing that I really want to mention from my own side is that the first person to report both the incident and the death was the Truth Social Trump account.
Of course.
So it's how is he the cutting edge of
news reporting? Yeah, right on top of it. Well, we both concluded, basically, and Aaron Tice brings up, this seems like what did he say, 9/11 sacrifice? It's further up on our stream here. Let's Yeah.
Well, that's obvious. Yeah, it's the day before.
Yeah, thank you. It's that's what he said, a pre-9/11 sacrifice. It's almost goes sans saying for those of us who are cynical enough. And after that he goes into kind of a we'll let Aaron talk about that. I really can't address what Aaron said because I find it rather it's ambivalent. It's ambivalent. So all that being said, let's put it this way: you live by the club, you die by the club. This individual, Charlie Kirk, as Brendan Zogi can also attest, has basically gone onto campuses where kids are young, they're insecure, and a lot of them are exploring their gender orientation. And he would just insult them and say they should all die, and say things like, "Oh, you're a pervert, and you just want to dress like a woman so you can go in the woman's bathroom." Well, I'll have everyone know, it's not that I thought about this when I put that photo up. Otherwise, I would have come up with that line in terms of, rather than the 9/11 one, to introduce that photo, to tell people, oh, it's because I'm associating with the non-binary out of solidarity. But basically, when I am in a dress, I will, of course, go into the woman's room simply because they're better fucking bathrooms, they're cleaner, and they're safer. Because if I went in dressed like that into a men's room, I would be begging to be raped. So it's, it's just like, so when he's attacking people over that, any sane individual would go into the woman's room if they had a choice. But he was saying that and well beyond. He was like saying all transgenders should die. He's been very violent. He's advocated genocide. He's been, and so you live by the sword, you die by the sword. This is an individual who has been advocating violence, and he died by violence. And I can't understand why people then try to put up this front of, oh, this is horrific. Oh, this is horrific. It's not horrific. It's expected. It's karmic. And it's like, he died as he lived. In every way imaginable. When you're saying, oh, a few deaths are just necessary for our goddamn love of guns. Well, there you go. At any rate, as Brendan said, words cast spells. And if you repeat something often enough, you manifest it. So, yeah, he manifested exactly what happened to him. But, such being said, we are convinced. Yeah, oh, welcome aboard, Troy. And Troy, you can add your own perspective on this. Brendan and I are convinced. Yeah. Brendan, tell about Epstein. Tell about Epstein. What happened with that?
Yeah, so I was going to say, so I think it's all an obfuscation for, maybe that's what I guessed was because he was given an order directly from the White House to not mention anything about the files, right?
Yeah, and this is not speculation. This actually happened. Tell people this actually happened. Yeah, tell
it actually happened. And so he said, he released a statement saying, going forward, I will not mention the files. And
he pretty much said Trump told me not to, right? Didn't he say Trump told me not to?
No, it was direct. It was direct. Yeah, they even said it. They said, yeah, it was directly from him, like as if it was a phone call or something.
Yeah.
Where, the master calls you and says, do not mention this, even though everyone knows.
Yeah, and so he went on record to say he would not, but both you and I are convinced Trump didn't believe him. That Trump just didn't believe him.
Or whoever's running that whole clown show was like, yeah, you know what? We'll just deal with this right away. We'll just deal with this real quick.
Got to give him credit for being efficient on that.
Yeah, it's the one thing they did efficiently. Yeah, it's the one thing they did efficiently. When it comes to stuff that's already in the public domain, it's like, come on, you guys are so cheesy.
So
Troy, cheesy.
Welcome aboard and tell us what's on your mind.
Yeah. Well, man, I hear what you're saying because it kind of came across my mind too. I find it very convenient. Charlie being a supporter of Trump, and then when the whole Epstein thing, he was one of the main ones calling for all this stuff to happen. And like you said, the clowns that's running this investigation, your boy, Crazy Eyes, what's his name? Patel, Cash Patel.
Yeah, oh, that son of a bitch. Yes.
So think about this. They caught a guy, they got a guy that they had in custody as a subject of the investigation, and just about an hour or two ago, they let him go.
Yeah. There you
Listen, I'm a conspiracy theorist to my heart, and stuff don't just happen. Nobody's that pissed at Charlie Kirk to just go around and assassinate. If somebody won from 300 yards, that's an assassination. Charlie Kirk has no sway. He does not make policy. He doesn't run anything. He doesn't control any budgets. So, that to me seems very, very fishy that our so-called bulldog, head of the Department of Justice or whatever he's doing,
FBI,
and all of a sudden this happens. Yeah, and FBI, this happens under his watch. and Pam Bondi's watch. They're all the people who are blocking and tackling for Trump.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, again, I feel sorry for the guy. I never liked the guy because he pissed me off when he said that, if he gets on a plane, it's a black pilot, he got to figure that maybe it was DEI. They just hired somebody that was totally unqualified to fly the plane, as if they were just going to the local corner and where the alcohols, the beer and wine shops were, and just pick up the first Negro they saw and ask me if he wanted to drive a plane. So he lost me. Now, as an American, he has the right to have his own opinion. He has the right to voice that opinion or whatever else. But that smarmy, privileged, white boy racist stuff, it was passe. And there were a lot of people who were sick of him about that. But I'm like you guys tonight. I would posit that this has something to do in the connection with the whole Epstein files thing. Because he was one of the largest proponents of release the files, release the files, release the files.
No.
And then all of a sudden, he was like, oh, well, I'm not going to say anything about it. Then 24 hours later, he was right back on it. So he wasn't going to let it go, and neither should he or anyone else. But I find it very convenient now that he gets killed. Kash Patel is in charge, the same person who was saying that he had the files and he knew whose names were on the files and the FBI had the files. Now all of a sudden, he can't find the files. He won't release the files. He can't find the killer of Charlie Kirk. What good is this Punjabi, for a lack of a better name?
I love it. Yeah.
I'm on one tonight. I'm on a little pissed tonight.
And good as well. You should be. We all should be with all the shit that's going down. Go on.
The thing that scares me is it's always what I call backlash. There's always nothing like this can happen to somebody without something else happening. And people go beyond, especially people who are as passionate about their privilege and their stature and their so-called heritage here in this country. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing all these people blocking and tackling and accepting racist tropes and all kinds of overt motions of racism on behalf of people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, and even, I dare to say, President Trump. So my fear is that somebody else is going to be targeted for their speech. Somebody that's involved with civil rights, Stacey Abrams, all these people got to start having a security detail. Now think about this. What was the most recent security detail that was taken away by President Trump? Kamala Harris's security detail.
That's correct. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't be surprised if something happened to Biden or Kamala Harris or somebody does something goofy, which we just need, people need to, and it's crazy how all of a sudden, everybody wants to talk about dialing back the tone. Nobody's doing the tone stuff except for the Trump people. It started with his first campaign. I don't know if y'all remember, he had the rally and he was always bragging about, 25 years ago, this guy would have been carried out on a stretcher. Get him out of here, throw him out on his head. I'll pay the bail. That's called fomenting violence.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
I just don't get it. But
well, we all get it. It's basically this individual is a fucking thug, and he's promoting other thugs. I would argue that I understand what Troy is saying about Charlie Kirk not being in any official capacity, but he was in an unofficial capacity as basically the same function as a paramilitary unit for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, of course, had told all the Proud Boys to stand by.
Stand back and stand by.
Yeah, stand back and stand by. But Charlie Kirk was active. He was an active, what the Soviets would call agitation propagandist, and so he would go and confront these students and challenge them, and he would be abusing the First Amendment, free speech, just for the sake of hate speech. Yeah. And he was a great promoter of hate speech, as you've just articulated, for anyone. I mean, basically minorities, women, people of different gender orientations or identities, you name it. This man wanted an all-white man's world. And but beyond that, he was responsible to a great degree for mobilizing, converting and indoctrinating and mobilizing a good part of the youth movement that voted for Donald Trump, which unfortunately is only growing.
Yeah.
So, that is, in other words, his power was profound, and what he had done for the enemy was profound. Nevertheless, I don't know exactly what the chronology was. I certainly know that they were all saying release the Epstein files until it involved Donald Trump. Now, the one thing that we can say is definitely Trump called him and said, shut the fuck up about, STUF, about the Epstein files. And he said, I'm not going to talk about the Epstein files anymore. I don't know if he jumped back on it. I would find it hard to believe that he would. Rather, I think he was just throwing it on.
No, he did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
He said he wasn't going to say anything else about it for 20, and then like 24 hours later, he had a podcast that he came back out on and was talking about the files and they should release it. They killed him.
No wonder they killed him. No wonder they fucking killed him.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. And I think he's gonna find, it's just like Epstein. I would not be surprised. Anybody that had, an interest in this, and Marjorie Taylor Greene might be next.
Yeah. We can only hope. Yes, honestly.
And just as a disclaimer, I do not condone or encourage violence of any kind against any person for any reason here on the Douglas Dietrich Show.
But we are talking about people who do. And both Marjorie Taylor Greene and Charlie Kirk have done that. These are people who claim this is their freedom of speech and they're acting on that right, quote unquote. And but they're promoting violence, and now they're violent. What goes around comes around. But I do believe that it's sourced directly from Donald Trump, and I think that that's the most logical stance to take on this. So hopefully our listeners understand where we're coming from. If not, I'll make it painfully clear as time goes on with tonight's narrative. What about in terms of other things going on? What do you feel about the Brendan's expressed a lot of concern about the potential for AI abuse in the murder of the Ukrainian refugee. And it's so what do you know about that case? And obviously the Republicans are exploiting it now. I was actually surprised it took them that long to get around to it, but Trump is demanding a death sentence, etc. But obviously this is serious. Irina Zarutska, I believe her name was, Irina Zarutska. And she's obviously what happened was horrific. That is horrific. As opposed to when Charlie Kirk, when I saw him get shot, all I felt was glee. But this was different. So what do you know about the case, and what is your input on that, if any?
Well, I don't. To be honest with you, I really don't know about that particular case.
Okay.
However, I would like to point out again that many shows ago, probably from a couple of years ago, actually, I stated that there were only two entities that benefit from a Donald Trump presidency, besides himself, and that is the state of Israel and Russia.
Yes.
And we're seeing those two countries exercise their privilege within that they're exercising that privilege within the during the Trump administration, and he has no control of them now. I mean, Netanyahu just attacked Qatar. He just attacked. So what would be Donald Trump's response for that? And Russia is continuing to ignore calls for ceasefire and negotiation. Mm-hmm. They're actually stepping up their war effort, which is crazy.
Yeah, they just attacked Poland.
Attacked
Poland.
Yeah,
today.
they just attacked Poland, and Poland had to close the borders between them and Belarus, in order to make sure that they don't get invaded. This is exactly what we said. This is exactly what Hillary Clinton said when she ran for president, that this was going to happen.
Yes.
And it was clear. It was obviously clear. But I don't know what anybody else is going to. But with that being said, and with this new hostage situation and the AI, I thought the Charlie Kirk thing was AI when I first saw it. It was just so, you know what I'm saying? I just thought it was a deep fake and it was an AI. But with all that being said, we are on the real precipice of a world conflict.
Yes.
Now, I don't, you see China, Russia, and India get together and do their military parading and sauntering across the world to let everybody see what kind of weapons they have. And then Russia continues this thing and Israel continues this. Where does the United States, who is our ally? Who is our ally now? As much as everybody likes to holler about Israel, Israel just put Donald Trump in the very worst position that any president has ever been put in.
Yeah.
Other than the fact, like I said, I think that Joe Biden was run out of office because Netanyahu bombed that Palestinian hospital with all them kids in it. And when Biden told him he wasn't going to give him any more weapons, then the Israel lobby, the AIPAC lobby, had to get Biden out of there. And now you have Kamala Harris. I think this is much the same way. They're going to put him in a position where he's got to choose between accepting that plan from Qatar and trying to help Qatar versus his implicit support of anything that Israel does.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thank you. That's very well said, and necessary to be saying it. It has to be said. And of course, aside from all of that, obviously I'll get deep into the geopolitics of that. I have no confidence that their discussion of Articles 4 and 5 of NATO are going to accomplish anything. I believe that all of the European states are very, very flaccid and pretty much fucking useless. And the Americans...
They're not on a war footing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. No, that's beautiful. It needs to be said. And when it comes to what Israel has done, again, I'll get into it, but it's obviously expanding the battlefield. Most of the time when they've attacked sovereign nations in the past, like Syria, Syria was in the midst of a chronic civil war and an insurgency. So the Russians would come in and supply them anti-aircraft missiles, and the Israelis would just go in and take them out with impunity. And when they would do this, obviously, the Syrians were not in a position to strike back, and none of their allies cared enough to do so because they were all very much involved with Israel. I mean, if they're getting their SAMs, their surface-to-air missile systems from the Russians, of course, are heavily invested in Israel for reasons I've articulated before. A third of the Israeli population now speaks Russian as its native language. So and Putin said it himself, that Israel, for all intents and purposes, is a satellite state of Russia. So all that being said, when Israel is expanding the conflict now to a sovereign nation that is not in a state of civil war, but rather was attempting to negotiate the peace, that is such an egregious act of international aggression that it's beyond my ability to comprehend that the world does not respond. But this will go on until Israel takes us all down the precipice. They truly... I mean, Brendan, help me out here. What are they saying in the Hebrew? I mean, pretty much in the Hebrew, they say it aloud. They're trying to, bring about the apocalypse, start a world war. We'll see if Brendan responds to that, where he's at, if he has if he's able to unmute. Go on, Troy. Yeah.
This goes right into the mantra of the Christian nationalism.
Yes.
Because it starts with it. When Trump got there, the first thing he did, he promised he was going to build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it and all this other stuff. But the first thing he actually did and promised, and that's why they let him do whatever he wants, was to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. which if anybody understands biblical allusions or anything else, then you realize that is the first step in what they call the Messiah coming again.
Yes.
Is that the temple will be rebuilt in Jerusalem. And they're actually trying to do that because they want to bomb. And this is going to be the next thing. First, it was the move of the embassy, which broke 80 years of U.S. policy. Then the next thing to do, they'll bomb the Al-Aqsa Mosque to the ground.
Yes.
And when that happens, that's exactly when it's going to get kicked off.
Yes, absolutely. Troy Bellamy is very well versed in this. Brendan would have said the same thing. He says he can't unmute or use the space bar. So they're really fucking with his technology. Hopefully he can overcome that and maybe turn the phone off, restart it, and see if that helps. But in the interim, Troy has done an admirable job of speaking for us all. And this is, of course, quite true. We are on an apocalypse agenda on the part of the paleo-reactionary right. There is an unholy alliance between Christian nationalism, the Zionist evangelicals, who are basically, for all intents and purposes, Jew worshippers. They don't worship the Christ. They worship the Jews as the master race. That's their concept of their religiosity. And so here we are. Let me see. We've got Real Tech Geek says, Secret Service missed gun in search at Trump rally. I guess the incident occurred about a year after 2 assassination attempts on Trump, including one while he was playing at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida in August. Okay, so thank you for this, Real Tech. Appreciate his input. And he's going to be saying something else, I suppose. I don't know what they're implying. I guess what they're saying is that Trump, golf gun, Secret Service, he says, this is really crazy. I guess I'll have to click on it. So it's CNBC. Looks like it's fairly trustworthy as a source. Secret Service missed gun during search at Trump's golf club while President was there in August. Okay, that's... all I can say is I only wish that somebody had used the gun then. Why didn't they use it? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Okay.
Don't have the Secret Service come knocking at your door. You know they're listening.
Oh yes, it's true. They are listening, Troy, and but we are here to try and exercise our right to free speech, and we do qualify everything we say to a great degree. Yes. All such being said, the question does bear asking. It's a logical question. If the person got away with their gun not being found, why didn't they use it? It's like if they brought it there for that purpose. So, but by the way, I don't find it all that surprising a story. The Secret Service in Trump's time has been replaced with basically actors, private security or outright actors, so that they could help him orchestrate his faked assassination attempts. Here's why the person didn't use the gun who got it through security. Is because he never intended to use it, because this way Trump can always claim, oh, it was yet another assassination attempt that somehow, just didn't pan out. It's like, all I can say is that he's making all this shit up.
God.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Trump likes to proclaim that he's sent by God.
Yes, that's right.
And they can't touch him.
Yeah. By the way, always make certain that you talk directly into your phone. And are you on speaker? Make certain to always put earbuds in if you can. And that way we don't get that effect where we only get the middle of your sentence. Otherwise, we get, just the middle of your sentence. And we can't catch the beginning or the end when you're on speakerphone. So...
is that better?
Should be, I guess. It seems a little better. But yeah, if you got earbuds, use them. And... all
right.
Yeah, excellent. Much better. Infinitely better. Okay, so also, such being said, how's your health lately? How's the weight? Are you maintaining it? Good
Great,
weight?
man. Oh yes,
Good.
very much so. I'm thankful to God. Just trying to eat better.
Yes.
Getting ready to eat me a little light salad in a little bit and head to bed.
Yes, yes, I certainly. Well, I appreciate your coming on with us before bedtime,
Yes.
and of course, you'll hear my dulcet tones while you're trying to fall asleep, and I'll.
Always.
How's school? How's the first days at school? How's the kids? Yeah.
The kids are actually doing really good. I'm surprised. Now this, I'm a big believer in our freedoms, but one thing that the state of Florida and several other states have implemented here recently is forcing the kids to not have their cell phones on or out.
Okay.
The state of Florida, your kids cannot even have their phones in their back pocket. They have to be packed off and in their backpacks. And that has had a tremendous effect on the ability for the kids to focus a little bit better and to also prevent, little things that kids don't see, but they participate in cyberbullying and
That's right.
Other things like that, inappropriate behaviors that they're developing. Some kids go in the bathroom and take pictures of the other kids going to the bathroom. Just silly stuff that you would, kids do, but it leads to the crazy stuff after that.
Yes, that's right.
But not having those cell phones, and also it prevents them from cheating. These kids, AI is so strong. I can give the kids, some serious problems. I can give them a problem, and all you gotta do is click an app called Photo Math or ask Chat GPT AI, and next thing you know, they got the answer. You're like, wait a minute, how'd you figure that out? And they can't explain it to you. That's how you know they got it off of AI.
Oh, and what do you do at that point? What can you do as a disciplinary measure, or what options do you have?
Well, for this year, we take the phone away, and the parent has to come out and get the phone. Usually, at the end of the day, we just give it to the kid if they're using their phone in class, and they go home. Now the parent has to come out, so it becomes more of an inconvenience and a deterrent. Kind of in the Trump mentality way of creating these nasty deterrents. And so now if the parent has come out there, they're going to be more inclined to not have their phone out because they don't want to have their parents come out and pick their phone up. They have to sign it out.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Good. I mean, these things need to happen in order to make kids. Obviously, I don't understand why they don't have children's phones that are simply flip button phones for calling 911 and nothing else.
Yeah.
And that's
the parents or something like that.
Yeah, and the parents, something like that. Yeah, and that should be a national law that kids should until you're 18 years of age, unless you
they
get
used to have them. They used to have them.
Okay, what happened?
The company went bankrupt. No one bought them.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Well, if we make it mandatory, the company would thrive. If anything,
I agree with you. I mean, but the thing is, these parents' priorities, these kids will come to school, they'll have on a $300 pair of Jordans, a $150 pair of jeans, a $200 Apple Watch, or however much it costs, and they'll have a $90 backpack, and have no pencils. And no calculator and no notebook. So the priorities, you understand what I'm saying? The priorities are all out of whack. And it's hard for these kids to understand that they're getting their value system from the material things, and their parents are fomenting that. So the other thing that our school did was enforce the dress code. Where, the only thing they could wear is khakis, khaki shorts, khaki jeans, and a polo shirt with the school logo on it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that way it instills pride. It takes that cost away from the parents, and you have less distraction for kids in dress code violation, other things like that. Now, again, I'm not a Ron DeSantis fan, never was. But the two or three things that he has done correctly here in the state of Florida have been education-wise. He's increased the pay of teachers. He's trying to make it easier for people to transition from professional life into education, and he's trying to do things like this with the electronics ban for the schools. The only other thing that I think that he could do, really, the real problems stem from the lack of teachers and the lack of money in programs at the elementary level and the pre-K level. That's where you have problems. I mean, literally, as a remediation teacher that I am here, I have to take kids and basically redo their third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh grade year to get them on grade level.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
have kids that are doing shapes. What's a pentagon? What is a square? Which one is a triangle? I mean, things like that. And I'm not saying that to castigate the kids, but I'm just saying these are gaps in their learning that they don't have. So how am I going to teach them the Pythagorean theorem? Well, they don't know what a triangle looks like.
Right. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. But I will say that I will give him that little bit of credit.
Okay. Yes.
But there's a lot more that he has to do. And I hope that God that we don't get Byron Donalds as our next governor in the state of Florida.
Oh, Jesus.
I vote for David Jolly all day. All Democrats, and spread the word. Please vote for David Jolly. Do not vote with Byron Donalds just because he's an articulate black man like myself. You know, I would murder him in a debate if we went to it. And I also don't kiss Trump's ass. So, you know.
Oh my God! And it's so sad. It's like this sort of thing is all the civil rights movement to produce something like that.
Yes. See, Doug, you're invited to the cookout, man. You got your temporary black card, man. You're invited to the cookout. Believe me. Yeah, because I mean, this guy literally. I don't mean to take us way off, but this guy literally sat at a meeting. Well, I think it was some people that were around smoking cigars, talking politics, and he literally said that the black family was better during the Jim Crow era. I was like, what?
Oh my God!
What? I almost lost my mind.
I'm sorry. This
Then he
is so
tried
awful.
to walk it back.
Yeah, he tried to walk it back. How? How do you backpedal with your foot in your mouth?
This is what I'm saying. How? So first of all, how do you even let that come out of your mouth?
It's unbelievable to me. This is like it's so offensive, and he's trying to please those immediately around him, and he's throwing his entire community under the bus. It's definitely it's a slap in the face to humanity, and I just is he a product of Florida? Was he born there?
He was born in New York. He's from New York.
Okay.
And here's the irony.
Yeah.
He attended first my alma mater, Florida A&M
Oh my
University,
God.
which is a
Oh my
historically black
God!
college university.
And to get that level of education, with that history behind it.
Here's what he did. He was there for a year, couldn't hack it, and transferred to Florida State across the street.
Okay.
And got his degree at Florida State.
That makes sense. There
you go.
Okay.
He could not handle that kind of culture.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense. He was so obviously there's something wrong. He's basically an Oreo. He's white on the inside. He always was.
Yeah, he's the Mantan Moreland step and fetch it of politics. They did all that butt kissing and stomping for Trump, and Trump wouldn't even make him dog catcher at the White House.
No, it's so true. Is he the one who was wearing the hard hat and he was in the vehicle kind of going around?
No, that's Tim Scott.
Okay.
That's Tim Scott. That's the other coon.
Shit.
He's standing there trying to act like. And and like I said, I think we talked about this before. If you notice, this is the indignity of everything. They go on a construction site. Trump has on a hard hat, and what's the Federal Reserve Chairman has on a hard hat. Tim Scott doesn't have on a hard hat.
Oh shit!
Why you understand what I'm saying? You mean they didn't have an extra hard hat for him, but he's on the construction site? He was only there for the photo op with Trump and to hand Trump the paperwork, so he could make a fool out of themselves.
Oh my God.
And Tim Scott is
Ah.
over the committee in Congress. He's over the committee on the Senate that oversees the buildings and other things like that. And he got it totally wrong. And he gave it to Trump. Trump, I guarantee you won't see him at nothing else Trump does.
That's true. That's
I
true.
guarantee you that.
Oh, it's horrific. It's like I can only. My negative fantasy is that they're producing these guys as zombies in Haiti or something, and they rent them out to the Republicans for show. That's what happens. It's like literally these are like voodoo zombies that the Republicans rent. Rent a coon, and they run them at certain political levels. But no, it's horrible, and it destroys everything for all of us. Now, what do you think of? I know we've gone over this topic before, but when it came to the argument that some people had that the black economy, that there were local black economies, like what used to be called a Black Wall Street. This was, of course, in the city that was bombed. It was actually America's first bombing campaign was against its own citizens, black citizens. This is, of course, something that many people will not remember because it's not talked about in history books. But when it comes to what was essentially what I would call like almost states within microstatelets. They were basically black microstatelets that seemed to be doing quite well before, Americans started bombing them, or the KKK went in or inspired mobs to rush in and demolish these communities.
Right.
Would it have been better if we imagine an alternate historical timeline where segregation was maintained for the black community? Some people make that argument. What is your own opinion on that? Because it seems almost as if that outside of major cities, that might become a necessity just to avoid the kind of right now. It shocks me how many blacks and browns are voting Republican. It shocks me that this is happening at all, let alone in the numbers that it has been happening. We can only hope that changes. But yeah, it's obviously there are people who are just not getting the message that despite their skin color, they somehow think that they can earn an honorary whiteness. And if that's not working, should we be considering a kind of segregation in a voluntary sense for more rural communities at least?
I think prior to the Civil War, prior to the Civil Rights Movement, there was no other alternative for African American communities. Their best and brightest were all ministers or people that had gone to school. They had their own doctors, because obviously you couldn't go anywhere else. You had your own transit systems, taxis, you had your own nightclubs, and that's not only a microeconomy, but it's also the hub of culture, the hub of arts and entertainment.
By the way, somebody sent me
political ideas.
Somebody sent me an email. I just have to answer them right away. The 1921 Tulsa massacre is because they were asking what I'm talking about. I've never heard what you're talking about. It was called the destruction of Black Wall Street was basically the Tulsa race massacre, and it lasted for 2 days.
The Tulsa race massacre.
It was a 48-hour white supremacist terrorist massacre that took place in the Greenwood district in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So please continue. I'm so sorry. I had to just, it's just such a glaring blind spot. Yeah, go on.
It is. Yeah. Even most erudite people. There's a video of Tom Hanks. If you go out there and look at it, Tom Hanks, who he was so appalled. He learned about this maybe about 10 years ago. He had no idea. He's like, he was so appalled. He's like, why the hell did I not learn this in high school? No. Why was I not apprised of the Tulsa race massacre and what happened? And that's why he became a Republican. And this is again where they start talking about anti-wokeness, because now people who like him, who are in Hollywood, they're doing good things. They're doing movies with African Americans. They're doing other material, and then they wake up and realize, wait a minute, there's a story about this that's real, and I didn't know about this ever. These are the kinds of things that are truths. They're not meant to be a way to beat down or castigate, all white people. But if you don't remember your history, you're doomed to repeat it. That's the old adage. And that's exactly what's happening here. We're being asked to forget about all the things that people went through. The race massacres, not only Tulsa, you had Wilmington, North Carolina, where there was an entire city where the entire administration of the city was African American, legally voting. This is in the, I want to say, the 30s. They actually had an entire city council that was African American, mayors, everything. And there were some people who took offense to that, and they killed and murdered all of those administrators, took it over, and reinstalled a new city government that involved only white folks.
Of course.
You understand? So and nobody talks about those things because they don't hear about that. It's just like, me listening to your show, Doug. I remember you talked about the smoke jumpers, the 555s.
Yes.
Many other things. Not that you are saying it as a Black history or making this woke. Like, these are just facts of American history.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? And people didn't. That's what made me so much more interested in everything that you're saying, because I was like, man, you really, you have the you were there with the documents. I don't know if you got a chance to see documents regarding the Wilmington massacre or the Tulsa race massacre or what happened in Ocoee, Florida, or in Rosewood, Florida, places like that.
Tulsa I did, but not the other incidents. There might have been one or two of them that ring a bell, but definitely Tulsa, because it was a form of strategic bombing within our. That's why the military had those documents.
They actually tried. They actually dropped. Those were the first aerial bombs that were dropped. That was practice.
Yes.
That was practice for World War II.
That's right. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, that was the first time the United States military ever conducted a bombing raid. That was it was just, and it was on its own citizens. Of course they were
on its own citizens.
Yeah, of course they were all black, but African Americans. But they and of course the start of it all was. A young black African American male, to my embarrassment, I'd have to look it up, but he tripped and fell against a white woman in an elevator. That was the incident that was supposedly what started it all. And then, of course, but most of the blacks who were in Tulsa were World War I veterans, and they repulsed the original attack by the Klan. That's why they sent in the bombs. The bombers do. It was just horrific. I mean, there's no words for this. Just the horror. And
if you listen, if the current administration has its way, this would never be brought up again. You listen to the PragerU, they would have something else to say about this or spin it another way, which is so ridiculous. I mean, again, this is not about creating animosity or guilt or things like that, because none of those people had anything to do with it. But you yet and still benefit. That area was not only bombed; those African Americans not only lost their businesses, their homes, they had also lost their livelihoods and their life savings, and that stuff was redistributed to other people. You understand?
Yeah. Well, definitely a bunch of whites came in to steal everything. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
But that happens everywhere. I just came from my father's people are from an area just outside of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's a small town called Little River. Mm-hmm. My great-great-grandfather had 100 acres of land. He was told that his land was no good and that he needed to get rid of it because it would be overrun with coquina shells and that the salt water would destroy the land and he couldn't farm his crops there. He was a tobacco farmer, other things like that. He had 100 acres.
Wow.
And it was sold from up under him for pennies on the dollar. Oh. And now there are golf courses all over the place.
Oh, that's
you understand what I'm saying?
Painful.
These are the kinds of things, these are the kinds of charlatan type of tricks that if justice was real, if there was real justice, if you really wanted to do something, then you would share in the profits of those things. You would, okay, we can't do anything. You can't say, well, here, take it back. Nobody's going to do that. But it should not be that you could benefit from that type of criminality. Yes. I remember my wife's family is from a small town in North Florida, and I remember her 95-year-old grandmother. I just thought I'd sit down. I used to like to sit down and talk with older people. So I asked her, I said, Grandma, have you ever seen anyone get attacked by the Klan or anyone get hung? And she literally started shaking in her boots, like, wow, we don't talk about these things. You understand? This is in 1995.
Yes.
She is 90-some years old, and just the mention of the Klan or something like that through fear, and that's the intent of the Klan. Yeah. That is the exact intent, was to put that fear in you. As soon as you hear our name, you better not even say nothing.
Yes.
And so so again, pre-civil rights, African Americans had those kind of things, and now these African Americans that are going to be Republican, they wanted to be adjacent to whites. They don't want to be, they want to separate themselves and stand out, which is fine. Everybody wants to be excellent in everything that they do, but they don't want to be seen as the other. They want to be accepted in the neighborhoods. They want to live a certain way so that it's not offensive to other people. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, that they'll never be accepted in that manner. They will never receive the fullness of their lives. But that's fine if they're happy with it. And I'm not saying that all people are like that. I just know that the majority of people will bandy together to protect what they feel is their heritage. You hear a lot of that talking about their heritage and this, that, and the other. No one's attacked. You got to remember that. When you take down these monuments and they want to change the names of these bases were named after traitors to the United States.
Yes.
these monuments that they have in these neighborhoods were not put up until the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement. They were there to let you know that we don't forget, and if you get too far and uppity, we'll freaking burn your city down again. We'll burn your neighborhood like they did in Philadelphia. Remember? I don't know if you remember that. Group over in Philadelphia.
Yes. Move Rush. It was called Rush Move. What was the name?
Rush.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very similar to the Black Panthers.
Yes.
Educating the kids in the neighborhood, feeding people.
I actually saw military documents on that, because that involved a military-styled strike that used basically the police called in basically a napalm type of strike like was used in Vietnam, and so they treated them as a Viet Cong insurgency in the United States.
Yes.
So they were declared unofficially an insurgency, and obviously I couldn't see too much on it because the military documents were also conflated with responsibility to the FBI and other agencies that had the rest of the documents. But I saw some of the documents. Other documents had been basically confiscated by the FBI and other what you'd call domestic intelligence agencies that were involved with that. But they cooperated with the local police in wiping out a community of not only men but women and children as an enemy population in the United States. So please continue. Yes, continue with what that's the whole, people don't understand this, just how race war has been. It's not something of the past. It's so recent that is to be this is why we have to use terms like intergenerational trauma. Just remember that the phenomenon is real and that the health issues are inherited. I mean, I could go more into the biology of that later, but one of the primary reasons is certainly a major factor in Black health problems is intergenerational trauma. Literally, you're born with bad health because of the stress that your parents had before you were even born. It's not just that all blacks are just addicted to McDonald's and just fucking, wiping themselves out with too much grape soda or some shit. So I just want people to understand that this is very real. And
why did you have to say grape soda? You got it right.
Yeah,
I told you were invited to the cookout, man.
Yes,
you were invited to the cookout.
It's the purple.
There are two sodas that are the bane of black existence, and that is grape soda and red soda. They don't even call it the strawberry; it's red.
And red vine chew. The red vine chew.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. And obviously I'm as a black man navigating this world, I'm talking from a black perspective. I don't want people to think that this is always but even with the things that are going on today, we talk about Charlie Kirk, all that stuff may have a tinge of race. It may have a tinge of some of all of that in it, which is sad, that we're at this point. But the truth is the truth. That's all that's being asked to hear, is to tell the truth. And that's what you do. You give us the real documents. You give us the real access to things that's going on with the government. And, you can either believe it or not. But if you saw the document, I can't argue with you.
Thank you. Well, I do want to bring your attention to photographs that have been shared by T. Tank Berry in the text box. Do you have the ability to access the text box? It's of the triple nickels, the 555, the unit that served on the domestic home front of the United States of America, which was under bombardment by Imperial Japan, which the Americans claim never happened. So this is the horror of our World War II history. You had, this was a unit in order to keep what they were doing secret, because the black community and the white community were so alienated and separate from each other. They knew that if they made all black units with black officers handle this crisis, that they would even if they tried to talk, what whites would even listen? So the end result was they were able to keep the fact that America was under bombardment from the Japanese a secret. So they sent in blacks to fight them with black officers, and that way this would all be hidden within that subculture. Again, they misspelled or used a very old English spelling for the names rather than triple nickels the way we spell it today. They spelled it with an old English spelling that in the days before the internet would guarantee you would never find it, because it would essentially be considered misfiled. If any information of them wound up in civilian hands and somehow was filed in a civilian library, and people looked up by the new spelling, they wouldn't find it. So most people thought this never existed. They thought it was simply a rumor. But it was quite real, and there were several factors involved here that also need to be considered, as I said. The trained units, of course, were the preeminent firefighters, but they were fortunate in the sense that they got genuine parachutes, because Asia had been conquered by Japan. America had no access to silk, very little silk. And as a result, because silk was so rare, they saved all the silk for the white paratroopers, and for many of the shall we say, punishment battalions, and this would include white conscientious objectors. White conscientious objectors would often be given a chance to redeem themselves by becoming smoke jumpers. They would get real parachutes. The special unit, the triple nickels, would get real parachutes, but there were many black conscientious objectors who didn't want to fight the Japanese, and they were essentially forced to go into this firefighting to basically try and contain the fires, but it was basically a death sentence. They were sent in with very small parachutes that snapped in such a manner, because it's too small, it wouldn't have the kind of leverage, or shall we say give, that a real parachute would have, and it would break almost every bone in their body. So you can imagine the horror of being thrown out of a plane, your parachute breaks many of your bones, and you just watch helpless as you are, basically dropped into a burning forest. And many of these black people died. This is America's version of the gas ovens. Black conscientious objectors thrown into infernos, and their bodies, or rather their bones, are still out there in the forest, or rather more likely disintegrated by time and just the ravages of nature. It's very seldom really bones are preserved. But we've got a good photograph here, just provided by our man, Mr. T. Tank Berry, of a white officer inspecting one of the black guys getting ready to smoke jump to parachute, and this, of course, was not one of their officers. He's almost like somebody inspecting the equipment, probably a quality control expert. So when it came to all of this, it was all quite real. And again, it's hidden history. And why a movie has not been made about them is beyond me. In fact, we all know the reason. And I don't know if you're aware of this, Troy. What's his name? Tom Hanks was going to be honored at West Point. And overnight, they canceled. Yeah. Tell us about that. What you know about this?
Yeah, well, I heard about that they withdrew his commendation.
Yes. And then Trump shit and pissed all over him. Then Trump taunted him. Did you know about that? Then Trump, had to just get in there and get his kicks in and say, yeah, you woke son of a bitch. Ha, ha, ha. Dude, you can look that up. It's just, reprehensible behavior.
Right.
Yeah. So go on. I mean, tell us what you do know.
I mean, that's all. I did hear about that. I'm not acutely familiar or aware of the full circumstances, but I gotta look into that. But I mean, it just reeks of petty political, just petty humanity. I mean, my God.
It's not even humanity. It's subhuman. But come on.
Yeah. Honestly, it is.
And
honestly, it is.
Yeah, and so also your opinions, if you will, on anything else that's coming up that comes to your attention. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world and domestically. What in particular stands out to you in terms of?
I've been getting these feeds and these videos in my feed on YouTube about congressional meetings concerning UFOs, and I know that's right up your alley. So I wanted to know what you thought about the release of certain videos. They kind of drip drab those videos that show those satellite images and other things like that. And then there's this talk, Neil deGrasse Tyson, other people talking about this asteroid or whatever that's supposed to be like really a planet or something, some kind of goofy name it has now. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, it's oh God, I have to think of it. Something Atlas. Aristides, help us out here.
Yeah, AI Atlas.
AI Atlas, something like that. It's something similar to that. Yes. Something so stupid.
So I wanted to hear what you had to say about that, man, because again, that's it. And I heard you the other night talking about, I was about Peter. Like you didn't want to name the book. You didn't want to name the book "The Roswell Deception."
That's right.
Is that what it was?
That's correct. And this, by the way, 9/11 is a horrible anniversary. It's a 1-year anniversary of Peter trademarking, copyrighting the book at the Library of Congress, so he can claim he owns it all. And then claiming to that he's not going to publish the book. This was the other book he was going to publish. The other book that he claimed he was going to publish, and wasted all our time with for half a decade. So it was the beginning of a lot. Yeah, go on. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it was the beginning of a lot of his behavior. How would I say it? He was always the enemy. He had always said he was the enemy, and of course it was my fault completely for working with him. He was so boring. I doubt you ever caught it when he said that, because most people would just tune out and just veg out whenever he was speaking. But he always said things like that, and there was so much that I attributed to his previous strokes and just trying to just get the book done, and but then. Of course, it just wasn't meant to happen. But here's what I can tell you, my own opinion, if you will. And again, I just say that I shouldn't even use that term. Of course, what I always go into is not opinion, it is fact. And one of the things I need to remind people of is that we may all be entitled to our own opinions, but we are not entitled to our own facts. And so this is a point that Troy Bellamy has brought up, was that I've always been very conscientious about facts. So when it comes to a fact, the fact to remember is that your own government does not believe in alien life as it's portrayed in media. It does not believe that there's life out there. There's an understanding that there are relic populations, meaning sapiencies, sapient, and sapient means self-aware. All life is sentient, just so people know, meaning it's responsive to stimuli. All life is responsive to stimuli and its needs, like hunger, etc. But not all life is necessarily defined as sapient, which means self-aware to the point of complex understanding of one's mortality, for instance. But the United States government is aware of sapient populations such as dolphins and whales, which are essentially should have as many rights as human beings. In other words, it should be considered murder to kill them. But such having been qualified, there are other populations of sapient beings that evolved on Earth before man. But and not all on Earth itself, but within our solar system, because our solar system has a habitability zone in which other planets have been, Mars and Venus, and the planet Telluri's, also known as Theia for short, has been, for instance, those worlds have been in the habitability zone and evolved sapient life in the past, but whatever's left has retreated underground or is feral at this point. In other words, devolved. But what the American government, in knowing that, is also aware that with the advent of the Third Reich and its exile into the caverns that are beneath the surface of the Earth, but it's not a hollow Earth, there's just very large caverns that they relocated into. We are still legally at war with them, and the government is simply dealing with a way to maintain the alien myth and just tell people, hey, there's aliens out there, because the government needs that cover-up. It's expeditious to them. That's what the whole book went into. That was titled, or I should say mistitled, The Roswell Deception, a title I never wanted. And so that being said, however, understand this much: the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich in exile made some advances that were based on, in particular, the isolation of the physics of black holes by Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar. And Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar, which you need a PhD just to remember his name, was this Asian Indian dude who basically calculated the existence of black holes. His discovery would have led to major advances in science, except he was at that point historically still a subject of the British Empire, being born in India. And the man who ran physics or rather astronomy in England, a man named Sir Arthur Eddington, basically said, ignore that yellow nigger. You know, I've got my big toe, which, for those of you who don't know, is a real thing. Physicists are obsessed with their big toes, which is a acronym, TOE, for theory of everything. So Sir Arthur Eddington had his own big toe, his big theory of everything that he was pushing. Of course, it was all shit, and and they ignored Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar, but the Nazis didn't. They considered what he had developed to be Aryan science, because they believed themselves descended ultimately from the Indo-Aryans, the Aryans of India. And they took his science seriously, and it gave them a 500-year head start in physics. This enabled them to produce craft that are essentially many of which are the UFOs we see today. Not all, but many of them. The others that we see are, generally speaking, biological in nature. These are creatures that are amoeboid and they live in vacuum. A good example of one that fell to earth would be called the Crawfordsville Monster, which anybody can look up. And the Crawfordsville Monster would be an example of one of these kinds of creatures dying and literally falling to earth. The other kind of UFO would be plasmoid in nature, kind of like ball lightning. But as far as we can ascertain, almost sapient in that it's self-directing, or at least sentient. It's sentient, if not sapient. And so it's almost like an intelligent or semi-intelligent form of energy, plasmatic in nature. So it's, aside from exceptions to the rule like that, most of the mechanical UFOs that we see are generally explicable as belonging to the Third Reich, which is why many of them have a rod-shaped pattern, which is based on the standard German design of the Andromeda Garret, which is the kind that you see as AI Atlas. I know that's the wrong name. It's something else Atlas, but something stupid. Or Womea is the other name that you've heard. Womea was the original Andromeda Garret-shaped object, meaning rod-shaped object that came into our solar system. That they said, oh, this is from out of our solar system. It's from, and it may be alien. It may be alien. And of course, that's just, yeah. But all such being said, do me a favor. I want to put you on my mailing list so I can just send you some of the essays I write on this stuff. So do me a favor, and here's my email address. I'm going to give it to you right here. And just send me an email just saying hi, and that way I have your email, and that way I can put you on the mailing list to send you some information on this stuff. Okay, so here, let me enter it here. Cool. And everybody knows my email address. It's on every bathroom wall. So here we are, douglasdwayne@gmail.com. And yeah, let me write that in there for you, gmail.com. But
that's awesome.
Okay, thank you so much. But what we saw, I do want people to know, one of the things that we did see in terms of the government's latest meeting about UAPs, as they call them now, WAPs, unidentified aeronomalous phenomena. Yeah, it rhymes with Japs. It's so stupid. It's like it's simply they realized that ufology, or the term UFO, was so cliched, so hackneyed by now, they had to come up with something else just to sound more respectable. But what shocked me was they did show footage of one of these objects under attack by the U.S. military, which was the standing order, because we are still legally at war with the Third Reich, is to shoot them down. The standing order for forever has been shoot them down, and they try their best to shoot them down. By the way, this is proof that they're not aliens as you imagine them to be from other parts of the galaxy, because why would our government be so fucking stupid as to try and engage in combat an advanced alien race? Do you understand what I'm saying? The only thing they would do that with is an enemy they had already been engaging with, and that's why.
Right.
Yes. So that's there we have that, and it kind of like underplays their hand, but they're kind of involved in a catch-22. They want everyone to continue hating the Third Reich, and they program them to program every child to shoot them on sight through video games. And yet, yet at the same time, they don't want people to know the threat exists, and they hide it behind this alien phenomenon until they're good and ready to, or are forced to say what it really is. So, because, why? Because they still have to claim they won World War II. That's part of the whole bullshit their facade. Their bullshit facade is we won World War II. And you'll notice something here. The Americans, the Russians, and the British, they're so married to this we won World War II concept. And yet you look at Russia, its whole propaganda prestige is based on World War II. And it's like, look at how they're fighting in Ukraine. I mean, it's been 2 years and they're stuck in quicksand. They're in a quagmire that they can only win through propaganda. Obviously, they're not the master race of warriors that they were portrayed to be in World War II. And how can people still keep buying this bullshit? America's lost every war it's fought since World War II. Korea, Vietnam. It's only winning in chicken shit places that can't fight back, like Nicaragua and Panama and shit. It's like, you can't call these wars; they're massacres. So, but when it comes to a determined nation state that's mobilized, their asses get kicked every time. It's a fucking joke. And yet they portray themselves as somehow military professionals. It boggles the mind.
It's definitely a misnomer.
Yes.
I mean, they lost world respect when they couldn't beat the Afghans. They couldn't beat. That's why they just dropped their weapons in Afghanistan. That's when we supported Osama bin Laden.
Yes.
And everything. And speaking of which, that leads me into 9/11.
Yes, please.
Like I said, I'm from the area where George Bush was on the day of 9/11. I remember it like it was yesterday.
And don't be afraid to relate the story. It never gets old. You can feel free to relate it again. You were there when he sped by on two wheels. What was he pulling, like a donut? He was doing a donut.
They I'm telling you, they just the corner where he came off the beach, they built a roundabout there now because there were so many cars that would come around the corner so fast. But I remember that morning, I could see the police kind of staging the road and blocking off the little roads that lead to the main highway. So I was like, oh, okay, that's right. I forgot George Bush was in town. So I went outside and they were building. It's a Ritz-Carlton there now. That's where Dick Vitale goes, and they have this big cancer research fundraiser there. A really nice Ritz hotel. But at that point, it was not built. They were doing construction on it. And right next to it is a famous house. The Ringling brothers, John Ringling, his family had a big house right across there, and they were actually putting it on stilts so they could move it to another grounds. I went outside and I had just started kind of getting into conspiracy theory because I had watched JFK so much. Every time JFK comes on, I try to learn more about what happened because I just never believed that it was just some lone nut, and this, that, and the other.
Right. Well, by the way, though, even though all of that is true and it obviously was a conspiracy, I have nothing but contempt for Oliver Stone, who produced the JFK film. But go on. Yeah.
Well, that's a whole nother show. We got to look at that.
Yes.
But, so I go outside and I see the first part of the motorcade come and they were going pretty fast. I was like, oh, this is kind of, it seemed like it was kind of unusual because people were waving and you would think he would just parade by and kind of wave. And then the next thing came by, and about 3 or 4 more cars came by, and then the Beast came by, and it was on 2 wheels. Like, I was like, whoa, let me get back in the building because this might be the triangulated crossfire point. If you look at if you look at the buildings where he came in between, that would be the perfect triangular crossfire area, and I was standing right on the corner. I was like, nah, let me go back inside. So after he passed by, the primitive email system we had, I sent the thing in to one of my friends who lived in New York that I used to work with. He moved to New York. And I was like, hey, I just saw the president. And they responded right back. Well, you better tell him to hurry up and get back to D.C. because the World Trade Center just got bombed. I was like, what? So I told my boss, we turned on the TV, and we watched it for the whole day. And immediately they shut down the stock market, so I was a stockbroker then, so they shut down the market. We just sat there for like 3 or 4 hours and just watched it. What got me immediately was they came up with these dossiers on these guys like 20 minutes after the whole thing happened. I was like, well, damn, if they had the dossier 20 minutes after, that means they had all this information 3 years before.
Yes.
And I was like, wait a minute, this is not starting not to make any sense to me. And then the second building got hit. And then building 7 got burned down. I was like, this is just crazy. Now, the irony of it all was that nobody was moving in the city. And, all the 7-Elevens, all the gas stations that normally are run by my Arab folks, I went to go get some gas and some food for lunch after, we got let go to, go home, and nobody was there. Hey, where's Mario? We called Mario. Oh, he's not here. He called in. I was like, what? Oh, I get it. I understand why.
But by the way,
we didn't
Brent,
see them.
if Brendan's on with us, you notice how the Arabs always try to pass themselves off as Italian? It's always the same shit. Yeah, Mario.
They always got a crazy name. Mario.
Mario.
Yeah, that's classic. That's classic.
Yeah, they changed their name, and so we didn't see them for about 2 or 3 weeks. They literally went into hiding for about 2 or 3 weeks. But the other thing was, I remember the Air Force One stayed on the Sarasota Airport tarmac for like 6 hours. It didn't move. It was on the tarmac. There were jets coming from Tampa that were protecting him and protecting the airport and the airspace, and they waited till all airplanes and everything was out of the sky. Now, the first thing that I heard they did was flew the Bin Laden family out of the country.
Yes, the first thing
only
that
2 planes moving.
Yes,
It was
go
the
on.
Bin Laden plane and Air Force One.
Yes.
Those were only 2 planes that were moving.
Yes.
And I just remember that day
It's
so
damning.
vividly, man.
Just damning. I mean, he grounded every plane in the United States, including military aircraft. But the only thing George Bush Jr. could think of, with these towers coming down, the nation's under attack, and the only thing he could think of, foremost on his mind, is, what can I do to help the Bin Ladens?
Well, they're partners. They're business partners, They're business partners. Just about every, man. And it just, the more you think about it, the more you start hearing about certain things. And I never thought that, that 9/11 was just a random act of, because again, think about it. If the people from the Middle East were that upset with us, the Muslims and everything were that upset, they haven't committed another attack in 25 years. What the hell are they waiting on?
Yes.
What was the point? What was the point of doing that anyway? Again, that's false flag. That's classic false flag. That's classic false flag.
Though, in all fairness, the reality is there were several attempts at the shoe bomber and the underwear bomber. But what makes this all so maddening and actually adds only to what everyone should feel is a sense of outrage is that those individuals were never caught by the TSA. The TSA has never apprehended a single terrorist. All of those individuals were taken down by passengers on the plane.
Well, I remember.
They
didn't have TSA then. They didn't see, and that was the precursor to the facial recognition technology.
No, that was all after TSA. That was all after TSA because it was all post 9/11. It was all after 9/11.
Oh, you talking about the underwear bomb and the shoe bomb?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's what
I was thinking. I thought you were referring to the actual plane bombers.
No, not the guys who were on the the guys who were flying the planes
United flight.
Right. And there's just so much that I could go on about that is just so damning. But when it comes to
a lot of it.
were you not struck by the buildings, the way they fell? Did you not think controlled demolition the first thing when you saw it?
Of course, especially Building 7. Building 7 didn't even get hit by a plane.
Yes.
You get the whole Larry Silverstein thing, his windfall from the insurance.
Yes.
Which is crazy. Here's the other thing two other things that people don't realize about 9/11, especially today, 9/10. One of the most important days was 9/10, because two things. You had somebody put into the stock market a bunch of options trades, puts on United Airlines.
Yes.
And they made a windfall of money in the stock market because the very next day, their stock went completely down.
Yes.
So they made I'm talking about millions of dollars in options trades.
It's so inhuman. It's so criminal.
And again,
I'm a stockbroker, so I know these things. Now, here's the other thing. The other one was Donald Rumsfeld on 9/10 announced the budget, or what the budget was for the military during that year, and they basically an accounting of it. We spent this much on these planes and these types of helicopters, and we spent this much on that and the other, and we can't account for $2.3 trillion in the budget. Thank you very much. And he walked off. $2.3 trillion unaccounted for in the military spending. Trillion, not billion, not, you understand? $2.3 trillion. It's on video. It's on video. If Obama or Biden or even Trump's dumb behind did something like that, where he announced that they could not find where's Doge then? All you gotta do is audit the military budget. All this other stuff that they claim that they audited and they wanted to make sure the efficiency, those things again have a racial tinge. There are 12,000 African Americans who were in federal government jobs that lost their jobs in DC and Virginia. 12,000 people.
Yes. And don't forget, of course, that when it comes to the Pentagon, I'm sure you can relate, and if not, Aristides, Brendan, help me out here. All of those accountants were in the fifth side of the Pentagon, which is the only side that got hit.
That's right.
That plane crashed directly into it.
Yes. Right.
Oh, and that's where they were doing the auditing to try and find where those trillions of dollars went.
There you go. Also, it is, and you might know because you, like you said, you're a military document historian. The word was that the Enron papers were in Building 7.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I believe that's what I heard.
The whole Enron investigation was in Building 7.
Yes.
That was huge financial scandal, huge corporate scandal. We haven't heard a word about Enron since that day.
Yes.
We're talking about thousands of people who lost their investments, their stock options, they lost their pensions, they lost everything. And we have not heard a word about Enron since that day. One of the largest scandals in corporate America ever.
Yes. No, it's horrific that it was such a crime, and it was part of like what I considered to be the last bank heist. Then, of course, now we've got this crypto shit where they're gonna steal. Boy. Yeah, they're going to steal money that doesn't even exist. Well, tell us a bit about that. You used to work in stock. Yes, tell us a bit about this.
And that's the crazy thing about it. When just, I'm an old school stockbroker. Put your money in, put it in over time, and it'll, get a return, and you'll have X amount of dollars. Everybody else is taking these risks now. And crypto was something that a friend of mine told me about, and I thought it was something that you only got if you played Dungeons and Dragons or something. Like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what he did. He literally would sit up at night, off for days at a time and just play D&D or some other version of it, some fantasy game, and then he would get this Bitcoin. He was telling me about it. You gotta get this Bitcoin. He was buying stuff, shoes and clothes. I was like, how the hell are you? What is this Bitcoin? Oh, you just turn it in. It turns into real money, and you can buy this, that, and the other online. I was like, this was
what year was this?
Ago. This was 2003. And I was like, man, you're crazy. I'm not buying. I'm not getting involved.
Of course
with that
not.
Shit.
Of course not.
And man, if I'd have bought like $100 of it, man, I'd probably be a millionaire. Multi-millionaire. But I wasn't a Dungeons and Dragons guy. I had no idea how to get. I thought, like I said, I thought it came from playing games like that or playing video games. And at that point, I'm 40-something years old. I'm not even thinking about video games anymore, where I used to play them when I was in college and stuff. But so I missed the boat on that.
Well, you didn't.
Obviously, the crypto.
Yeah. You didn't. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
obviously the
like
crypto.
Said, the crypto.
Yeah.
It is a money laundering scheme.
Yes,
it's money laundering 101.
Thank you.
Anyone that's ever been involved in the investment world
knows that that this is suspect
Yes.
so bad.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, go on.
Trump
Continue.
is making money
Yeah.
hand over fist. How do you let this man go from saying, I don't, he just totally opposed to Bitcoin, and now he's got a meme coin. It's not even Bitcoin. It's a meme coin in his own name, and he's making billions and billions and billions of dollars. He basically bought himself out of debt using our government.
Yes, exploiting his position in government to exploit the tax-paying electorate.
And it's the hypocrisy of it all. I have people that, friends of mine, that we discuss politics, and they always hit you with, what about Hunter Biden's laptop? What about Hunter Biden's job? Okay, he made $500,000 in salary. Who cares? He was on the board of some company, Burisma or whatever it was. Who cares? The Trumps are making billions. This guy's making chicken scratch compared to them. I mean, Ivanka Trump got a $2 billion contract from the Chinese, the people that Trump so-called hates. And then Jared Kushner goes in and gets $2 billion from the Saudis, the same people that killed Khashoggi.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait a minute, this is crazy.
Yes.
But that whole Qatar thing, now that Qatar has given him $500 million, in a plane, and they get attacked by Israel, it is going to be very interesting to see how he handles this.
Oh, I don't think he'll handle it well.
And this Charlie Kirk thing might be, like you said, Kirk thing might be a total distraction from everything that is getting ready to come down the pipe.
Yes, thank you.
Definitely. Yeah. Speaking of that, I was just on some thread. I was just reading
comments of something totally unrelated. And of course, with these internet trolls, they're probably bots, but basically someone commented about him in something totally unrelated. It was like a historical post. But he's quoting Ayn Rand. He said, "Empathy is dangerous."
Oh, man. This is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk quoting Ayn Rand.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's a Randian.
Yeah, he's a Randian. Well, oh God, did you see the what? Oh, go on, Troy. But all of you.
No, I was laughing.
Yeah,
I was just laughing.
All of you, take a look at what I just entered into the text box. There's the. I think this is. I'm sorry. This is so funny. Basically, an eyewitness at Utah Valley University described how when Charlie Kirk was shot, all the students stood up and cheered. Yeah.
No. Because they were all there to debate him. That's why.
Yeah,
and then some pundit was saying, they couldn't defeat him in an argument, so they shot him. I was just like, oh God.
The right wing is already making him their holy martyr. They're already saying this is the Rubicon being crossed. Yes. Yeah, it's
like, how long can you stand for that? It was obvious that it was a Trump job.
Yes, thank you.
And I guess we're in danger for saying that, but it's so obvious. It's like, why would they even waste their time?
Thank you. Thank you. It's
like anyone with like algebra math can do that. Think about it. 1
+ 1 = 2. It's like Trump said, don't talk about Epstein.
Yeah, arithmetic. You don't even have to go to algebra.
That's right. Troy told us he started talking about Epstein again anyway, and then Trump said, kill the son of a bitch.
Right. Well, I think the most damning thing is that all the news agencies were quoting Truth Social as if he was the first one to say it.
Yeah,
so that's
true.
obvious.
He was.
It's obvious.
He was. So he implicates himself.
They kept saying according to Trump on Truth Social. So it's like, dude is ahead of the. He's so ahead of the curve. Yeah, he put himself in that position.
He practically pulled the trigger. Yeah. But I like how they described it. The students all started celebrating. There wasn't a tear in the house that was shed. Not a wet eye.
Yeah, I hate to be like this, but all the people they were interviewing about it, they weren't crying.
Yeah.
They were just like, oh, I thought it was a movie, but I don't care.
Yeah.
They had to cut that last part out.
I'm gonna need white people to understand how to react in a situation of traumatic situation like that.
Right,
When
they're always
Trump
just
got
standing
shot.
there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember when Trump got shot? They were all standing there like as if somebody like dropped a shoe or something. They're like, "What's going on?" Hey,
Yeah,
and then when
because
Charlie
they
Kirk
think
got
it's a
shot, they're all
movie. They
standing
think
there.
it's a movie.
Do you
Their
know
lives are
what
so
kind of
cush.
bedlam? Do you know what kind of bedlam would have erupted if you shoot in a crowd of black people? You're talking about world class sprint.
Yes. Yes.
You
That's
talking
right.
about some running. Hey boy, you talking about knocking over stuff, hiding. Oh
Yes.
my God.
Automatic
about
combat
real-
reflex response. Automatic combat reflex response. The blacks would have it.
That's what they call it.
Yes, yes, that's what I call it. Yeah.
It's just listen. We've been on this earth a long time. We just have what you call survival instincts.
Yes.
In the words of Donald Trump, we call it survival instincts. You got to be a smart person,
But by the way,
You know
help me out here, Troy. Troy, did we have cell phones at the time of 9/11?
No.
Did cell phones exist?
Or did we? Yeah, we did. We did, but they were not anything. They were flip phones and things like that. That was the highest technology. You could text just a little bit, but not much.
That's right. No, that's right. They were buttons, right? They were buttons, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was. I think Facebook hadn't even come out yet. I think there was no Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, and obviously like I said, the email system was very internal. Like only people that email like that were companies. Like I could email people from my job at other locations on an internal email system, and that's how I found out about 9/11. I mean, with the planes hitting the building. So, it was just crazy, man. But that's a different time.
Yes.
And I tell my students the story of where I was and what happened. And the lady who was teaching the class that day that George Bush was there, very good teacher, personal friend of mine. I've known her for years. She's doing very well still here in Florida. Her name is Deborah Johnson. Very good teacher, excellent teacher, highly decorated. She was very serious about that, and she turned a lot of those kids' lives around with her teaching and things like that. So shout out to her.
Yes, by all means, and as well. What is the gender gap in terms of mathematics among the students that you teach? Is there a discernible gender gap in how one sex performs math as opposed to the other? Because it's a big deal in many places.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even where I'm at.
Okay.
We have a lot of very high functioning young ladies who understand spatial relationship. They understand process. They're also just very good students. There's a lot of people who have an inherent understanding of math, and there are a lot of students who just understand, let me take good notes and practice. And they do that. You can be good either way. And we have a lot of students who do that very well. I have been doing that. We have an excellent group of teachers that at the school I'm at have taken the school from a D to a high C, on the verge of a B, and working really hard with kids. Again, when you have to spend half of a quarter or half of a year getting a kid who's doing math on the second, third, fourth grade level to try and get them on grade level. See, because now they don't, in the state of Florida, they don't, or at least in our county, they don't judge you based on the growth of the students. Like I could test a kid and he might test at third grade level in the beginning of the year and then test at fifth grade level. And that's a tremendous jump. That's a 2-year jump in their growth. You know what I'm saying? But they don't do that anymore. They have to test on their grade level now in order for it to count, or the school gets dinged. So it's a lot. It's a lot different.
Okay. So that sounds good. It all sounds like things are on a good arc, at least.
Yeah, but it's about 50-50 gender-wise in terms of girls and boys' mathematic abilities.
That's rare. You're very well. You must be doing a very good job, because that tends to be rare. Yeah, boys are usually all fucked up. By the way, welcome Holly Kiefer aboard with us. Now I forget a lot of things. Yeah, have you two met? Have you two met? I forget.
Yeah.
On shows for sure.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Troy's always inspirational.
Yes.
That's right.
So, dear Holly, welcome aboard, and please give us an update as to what stands out to you about what's going on in the world, and of course, a little update on yourself if you feel comfortable sharing anything.
Well, I was listening off and on since the UAP bit, which was weird as hell. And I don't have much more than anybody has said about the Kirk business, except my fear is that it will help the right more than it'll help the rest of us.
Of course. Well, because
he was just so annoying.
Yeah. Well, that was
anywhere you go.
Yeah, that was the intent, though, was to make him a martyr. He was obviously
right.
Yeah. So
more valuable dead than alive, but not to me.
Yeah,
which is disappointing. There's no victory for me here. Only more punishment. I fear blowback from it.
There will be. I mean, the right wingers are already making this their rallying cry. Basically,
oh God!
Yeah, they call it the.
Haven't even begun.
Yeah, they say we're in a war.
Deep bloody red Utah too.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't New York or San Francisco.
Yeah, of all places. Utah. But you know why? Because he felt so comfortable there, he let his guard down. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
them securities were out smoking in the alley.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and yet in Utah, you heard what we said. All the kids started cheering as soon as he went down. Yeah. Celebrating. Yeah. That's how bad
he proved himself wrong.
Yes. Did you catch what we said earlier about his whole quote about we need deaths to maintain our Second Amendment?
Yeah. He's got a few of them, and he was a profound and pernicious influence on the hopped up, hormone mad 18 and 19-year-old white guys of the whole college world.
Yes, that's right.
Coast to coast.
That's what I was pointing out to Troy, because Troy was saying he didn't run anything, yet he
got shit done, though.
Yes.
Turning point. Those motherfuckers.
He was able to animate the khaki pants boys and the tiki torch boys.
He sure could.
Yes.
But again, those guys, they were already going to be. The only thing the only thing it did was gave them a little more agency and license to speak how they felt about racial issues, things that they don't understand and they have no perspective on, but that's just how they feel because they feel beset upon by the culture in the United States and what's going on. Like it's like all of a sudden it seemed like it was not cool to be white. It's like, come on, man.
Oh, yeah. He gave them a poisonous. They weren't. He organized it into something to belong to with that Dinesh D'Souza and what was that Yano guy, Douglas?
Oh God, just
Yako Yano.
Joe Rogan,
what was his name?
Rogan and all that guys.
Yeah, all the idiots.
Oh, but who was that guy? The name starts with a Y.
Ah, fuck! I can't.
Yano, that guy.
I try my best to forget. I forget. I bleach these people.
Completely poisonous.
Yes, I really have bleached these people. They're all the scumbags. They all should get shot just the way Charlie Kirk did. I'll say it. Jesus Christ!
It couldn't happen to a more fitting guy.
Yeah.
And then the gunman slips away.
Yeah, he slipped away.
Slips away.
Did you see what happened in Congress today, though? And when they had a moment of silence and prayer for him?
already.
happened?
No.
What happened?
No, they had, so apparently they had, Speaker Johnson gets up and goes, hey, let's take a moment of silent prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. And after he does that, gavels in the session so he can go, discuss business. And Lauren Boebert stands up and goes, why the hell didn't we say an openly public prayer, for Charlie Kirk? And she starts a big kerfuffle. And Johnson's like, the order in the house. And it's a whole video of that.
Yeah.
So she was arguing that they should have said a public prayer, not a silent prayer.
Right.
But again, they didn't say
15 seconds of fame.
For that. Well, she didn't argue for that when the kids got killed in the Catholic Church the other day and all the other events.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden she wants to have a public announced prayer for Charlie Kirk. It's like, man, the hypocrisy in it's just so deep.
The joke I heard is Marjorie Taylor Greene's next on the block because she's been making trouble.
I said, did we say that earlier, Doug? I think we mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I believe
she's
so,
been making trouble.
Yes.
She won't let the Epstein thing go, even though they're focusing on the wrong aspect.
Yeah. Oh, Brendan, tell them about the cookies. Oh my fucking God! If Brendan can talk, that'd be great. That's he's got the link.
What cookies?
Oh Jesus, he'll get to it. Hopefully, if he can come off mute. They've been crushing his technology tonight.
Oh, Doug wanted to try some baking, so he made the Epstein cookies.
Epstein cookies?
Yeah, there was some hand scribbled note or something in one of those files where they were like,
in the birthday book or something.
Yeah,
sure.
And they said, here's my personal recipe for cookies. It was like Epstein's personal recipe, and some lady literally made it.
And it looks like shit. Tell them it looks.
Oh yeah, they were like these horrendous looking. Like they weren't chocolate. They were like some dirt colored cookies. It was bizarre.
They look like smeared fecal
turds.
matter. They look like turds.
Wow.
They look like turds. And she's saying how good
Did
it
they
was.
have drugs in them?
Tell her what the
Like,
lady
they were
said.
just
Dash
confectionaries. But the lady that wrote it was saying, "What's so special about these cookies? A dash of adrenochrome, a sprinkle of sprinkle of torture. It was just something.
Yeah.
Girl Scout tears. Girl Scout tears. Yes, that's.
So at their feast, that's what they serve: cookies that look like shit.
Yeah.
I think it was just some kind of code. It was some kind of code that they were talking to each other with, or they were on so much drugs they were just saying nonsense. It was like, that's the last thing he saw before the acid hit or whatever.
Right.
He's like, I know about cookies, man.
These delicious cookies.
Yeah. So it was just, and of course Doug would find that.
That was sent to me.
Oh, okay.
Doug, you gotta try this.
Right.
Epstein cookies. No, they're disgusting.
Like this shit.
Yeah.
Basically, the person who sent it to me is telling me to eat shit. That's basically what it is, because that's what it fucking looks like. The Coca-Cola. Tell them about how Coca-Cola has to change its ads in Germany.
What? Put a warning label on it?
Oh no, they're trying to disassociate from American companies, so they'll say, made in Germany, and then they'll show the lady making it, even though it's Coca-Cola. Just because it's such a. Right now, anything American is just getting shot out of the water. No one's buying.
Wow.
Oh, talk about Denmark. Denmark and the Teslas. That's.
Yeah, it was either Denmark or the Netherlands, but one of these Euro countries, they had this contract to buy something like 100,000 Teslas. It was some insane number. It was like in the tens of thousands. And it was worth a contract worth multi-millions. And because of Musk, they didn't like what Musk was doing, so they returned all of them. Somehow they got out of the contract.
Returned them. Wow.
Yeah, and now there's a whole bunch of parking lots with, unsellable Teslas in Denmark or wherever. So it's just, and instead they're gonna go buy German electric cars in other European countries like Skoda, which is like Czech. So
I'll
yeah.
bet a German Coke is delicious. Even
Yeah.
better than a Mexican one.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, but we can't get them here.
You
That's the
haven't
problem.
had Coke until.
Yeah, but you can't get it here.
What I
No.
can't understand is why they jumped this 71-year-old man after Charlie Kirk gets shot. Why jump the 7? Is that because
what
he's the only one they
hell?
catch?
Was he on the rooftop?
I'm
300
thinking,
yards away?
I'm thinking all the fat ass security munching on donuts.
Yeah.
He was the only fucker they could catch.
I guess.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Poor
Why would they
janitor.
pick him out of a line? You know, it's just strange.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, what the hell?
So here's the last words Charlie Kirk was saying, because the student challenged him, because he's saying, Charlie Kirk was saying, fucking trannies gotta die, his usual crap. They just want to get
Wait,
to...
who does? Oh, trans. Yeah,
Yeah,
trans.
of course. And then so someone said, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Because, you know, it's only been one. And, you know, but he says, too many. And then he said, do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? And then, of course, he doesn't know that number. So he says, counting or not counting gang violence. And that's when...
and that's when he got...
Yeah, that's when he got...
Wow. Dang.
That's what I'm saying. It's like whoever they set up, that guy's getting a bonus tonight. You know?
Dang.
Like he did like the full thing. You know, he waited for the perfect moment. Everything. It's like
He was
that
a
dude-
little low in aim.
Yeah,
It went out of...
I've heard different tacticians come out and say if it was a rooftop shot, it was supposed to strike his chest, but it like lifted, you know, went up.
Not his
because
head.
of the
So it either
angle.
went up or down from a
But
headshot.
either way, either he's... I mean, that's just like I said, it was poetic to hit the throat, Chocolate,
Yes.
you know, where he's talking.
No shit.
Yes.
So it's
Could
like,
he be that good? My God.
some snipers
that
can
shooter.
be, but some people are claiming it was just incidental. Like if they're on a roof, then the shot lifted, you know, because of velocity and all that.
Right.
So he was aiming for
Wind,
the chest
all.
if that was the case. But
Yeah.
Doug, you're better to speak on this.
I am and I'm not, because honestly, sniping is an art all
Well, you're
unto
not a
itself.
sniper, but I'm
But in all fairness, of course, if I had gone into professional soldiery in a conventional sense, a sniper is what I would have preferred to have been, rather than a conventional soldier like an infantryman. But such being said,
but either way, that guy's getting a bonus.
Yes.
He did the job,
Yes.
and he did it in this like poetic timing.
Yeah.
But that dude gets to retire in Costa Rica.
That's
the shot of his career.
One
Wow.
hopes. One hopes. I mean, because
If it was a hit job.
yeah, well, we know it was. I mean, obviously, it was Trump gave the order as soon as the fucker started talking about Epstein again. It was Troy who exposed that fact. I didn't even know about
Well, but
that.
then why would they choose Utah? It was just that was easier.
It's like I said, Utah. He felt right at home. He didn't think anyone was going to kill him in Utah, and so it makes perfect sense.
Apparently, the next one was in not Berkeley, but maybe Bakersfield. It was somewhere down south in California.
Thank God.
Red County.
Oh,
Red County.
God.
Yeah.
So that was his next show.
Yeah, he probably would have felt
whatever you call
comfortable.
that.
He would have felt, you know, his next clown act, but in terms of the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, who was both a sniper and a pedophile, not that I learned anything about the pedophilia, mind you, other than what I had already learned while growing up surrounded by such creeps.
Was he an actual sniper? Because a lot of these fakers will just say, I was a sniper.
No, he was a real one. No, he was real.
He was an actual sniper.
Yeah, he was the real thing. His name was Lionel Allen Curtis. 3 first names, like any pedophile. And he was a U.S. Army Ranger Black Beret. For those of you who don't know, that used to mean something. It was, in other words, the Green Berets were not supposed to get involved in combat per their original mission statement. They were only supposed to train friendly populations behind enemy lines and then be able to defend themselves if somehow they were trapped, surrounded, or got into combat. That wasn't their original purpose as a unit. But the units that were supposed to get in combat were the Black Berets. And those were U.S. Army Rangers as opposed to U.S. Army Special Forces. So these weren't people designed... They weren't the Peace Corps with guns. They were meant to engage in basically assassination behind the lines. And so he actually would go behind the lines and kill enemy leaders. He really did that.
Black ops.
Yeah, true black ops. It was true black ops. And but you notice they never really glorified these people in film. They glorified instead the Green Berets, and which was bizarre. And it all had to do, I'm certain, with Michael Aquino's influence, because he was a Green Beret. And so he pulled the big psyop, and Hollywood, went with them and made them the, got it to the point where everybody thought everybody in Vietnam, half of them were special forces, which of course is absurd. But such being said, Lionel Allen Curtis was both that and, of course, a flaming pedophile. But what I had learned from him about sniping, he gave examples like this, like, say somebody walks out with a hostage, like was the general thing that would happen. Say if you retired and went into police work, which all too many military people do. For those of you
that's the truth.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, police units, like special units for major cities, do have fucking snipers. And I know because I was literally the target of a number of them. And this was when I was right outside my home, right by Swenson's Ice Cream, top of Russian Hill, on the corner of Hyde and Union, in my own combat uniform, which I wore on my armed security duties in high-risk areas like the Oakland projects. And so I'm legally wearing my firearm, my ballistic vest, and so when I'm out there waiting for a bus, I find myself surrounded by police and who warn me that there are snipers on the rooftop waiting to take me out. And so I got out of that situation quite handily because, of course, I have a security license, and they were all made into idiots. So I got on my fucking
And you
bus.
jumped on a streetcar.
Yeah. Well,
I can picture it hanging off the back.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to have done that. No,
Very San Francisco.
Yeah, I'd love to have done that. I used to ride some of them. Yeah, the cable cars. I used to ride the cable cars,
Right.
But you dress like that, no less.
But it would make a great shot.
Yeah, would have made a great scene. But anyhow,
that's what I'm picturing.
Yeah, so I have had snipers pointing guns at my head who were with SFPD, but guaranteed the majority of them would have been ex-military. And so when it came to Curtis, one of the things he pointed out was that if he had decided to go that route and wound up working in a major city, one of the common, shall we say, situations, one of the common scenarios that they're confronted with is people with hostages. And he'd say one thing that's a favorite is a guy will come out of a bank or a building, whatever, and he'll just basically take a child and he'll hold the child over his chest. And, the child sideways over his chest, like hold it up with both hands and the child be over his chest. Well, that way he can carry his guns. He can have literally
draped.
Yeah. Have the child draped over his chest while still
human body armor.
Yeah, human body armor. What they call meat shield. It's called a meat shield. And and so then he can have the gun still pointing so he can fire with the child in front of him. And Curtis was telling me with the progress that has been made in plastic surgery, he would just fire and take the guy out anyway. He said that's not a problem. There's no challenge there. He said the meat shield is meaningless because his head is still exposed in order for him to see and hear. So you just fire at the head, and he said there's guaranteed the guy's probably going to fire reflexively and take out the kid's like fingers, arms, or some other part of the kid's body, but almost so rarely would he be able to kill the kid because of the positioning of his firearm would be such that he wouldn't be able to do that. And beyond that, there's going to be fragments oftentimes where the bullets will fragment bone on the hostage taker and other things that'll go into the kid's face or his eyes and shit. But he says, so what? The plastic surgeons can fix that like it was nothing. So he was describing how that would be handled. So believe me, snipers can really pinpoint where they want to hit. So when a sniper really wants to take somebody out in a specific manner, yes, they can do that. It's incredible, really. And so this person who was aiming may well have been aiming at the throat, which again is it's not impossible. It could be an accident. He could have just like, because there's always the chance that the person moves. And it could be that simply he was aiming at the chest, and then Doofus, while he's gesticulating, moved in such a manner that his throat was exposed, and that's what got caught. But either way, it worked out perfectly. Yeah, so it's... Yeah.
And it was a one-shot deal.
Yeah, it was. One shot, one kill. Yeah.
A one-off.
Yeah.
Talk about efficient.
So
no guards, no spectators, nothing.
Yeah, so it's almost certainly a sniper, though I was surprised it wasn't a handgun, because it had that look to it. And, a lot of professional assassins will use a handgun, because unless you're a sniper, you're either a sniper or any other option that a professional assassin would have would generally be just to use a firearm, a handgun, because you want to make certain you're up close, up front and personal, and that you cannot miss. That would be the most. It's those two choices are the most efficient, generally speaking. Yeah. But in this case, I thought it was a handgun by the way the shooting looked. But then, and they probably the security must have assumed the same, because that's why they jumped on that poor old man.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, it doesn't make sense in its own way.
Yeah, why is an old guy hanging on a college crowd?
Yeah. By the way, what was he doing? What do we know about that?
That's exactly what makes.
Was he homeless?
What makes it so fishy?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what makes it so fishy. Why would you jump on the old man?
Yeah.
He has no way. He doesn't have the weapon on him. He's not gonna run. I mean, again, this is what makes it a false flag. This is what makes it a cover up. Because now the distraction is let this guy get other. They will never find this guy. Now it's different. Like the two politicians that got killed.
Guaranteed he's white
in Minnesota.
We know that.
Oh, come on!
They ain't gonna find the white guy in Utah.
Come on now.
Or Arab or anything.
Again, let me make this disclaimer again. The thoughts and opinions are not those of Troy Bellamy and do not reflect anything that I have said. Despite the fact that it's pretty obvious that this ain't no brother.
No.
Thank you, Holly, for pointing that.
No hiding that.
Opinion out. That's your opinion.
I hope I didn't say anything bad there.
No.
Not at all.
No.
Okay.
It's
No,
like
I don't mean anything bad.
Disclaimer.
Let's.
It was never in question in my mind, but the joke is Utah and hiding.
Yeah, but Mormonism is definitely a white supremacist religion. So that's it's why the fucker felt so comfortable there, and why he didn't think that would happen there. But then he should have, after what Troy said. The fact that the guy, after getting a direct call from Trump, right, Brendan? It was a direct call from Trump. Trump said, "Don't talk about EP anymore."
Well, the news article said it was a call from the White House. It didn't specify whether it was metaphorical, a call, or an actual phone call.
Trump. But
Trump
either
is
way,
an
old gangster. He's not gonna make that call himself.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Bondi batting her eyelashes.
But it came from his office. Is that another way?
Yeah. But it was a direct order from his executive commander in chief through whatever delivery mechanism, and for him to he had to be insane to go. He was so full of himself, which is another way of saying he's full of shit, when he got on that talk show, like Troy said, and then just the next day and just starts going in on EP again. That's he should have expected to die. He should have been expecting it. He must have been suicidal. Either that or completely so insane, so ignorant, he had no idea.
The hubris.
What he yes.
Yeah, I go that way. The hubris is that great.
But this is again, this is the privilege
because he did so much for him.
Yeah.
He thought, oh, he'll never.
It's their only flaw. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only
But
way
this
in.
is the privilege and the leeway that we have given Donald Trump. You know, you got people say Donald Trump can kill a man on Main Street, and I'll still support him.
Yes.
They don't care that he killed.
He said that himself.
Yeah, he said that himself. He said
he
I
said it
could,
himself.
he said I could kill a man on Main Street and they'd all still vote
and this
for me.
shows you.
Yeah.
Any person that has any sense, you will never hear an intelligent person make those kinds of braggadocious assertions of their power or their authority or whatever their privilege is. No, if you got the privilege, you don't have to say anything about your privilege. Just exercise it. But this fool is telling us exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah. Yes.
This is crazy.
Well, it's
this is shame.
So presumably these people thought, oh, he wouldn't do that to me or something.
yeah.
Right.
No. Oh, hell no.
It's
They're so puffed up. Yeah.
He
probably was angling for a cabinet job.
I think
He probably would have put him.
Or had a Social Security or something if he would have just shut up.
But that's how much hubris he has, because he could have easily been in public office or doing something in the Trump administration. He's making as much money, if not more money, and just as popular doing his own thing. And he didn't want to be beholden, although he supports Trump because Trump is the icon of white privilege. I don't even think he really supported Trump. I think he supported the idea that a white person should be in charge and they should be able to do whatever the hell they want to, especially the people that they feel are not American.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? That don't have the heritage to be considered truly American. You know, as J.D. Vance said in his last speech.
Yeah, that's there we have that, and he's another work of art. Of course, what about Trump's health? Wait, what do you know about Trump's health, Troy?
Oh my God, man! You know they had it out that he was about to die, but the chronic venous insufficiency is looking bad. Those cankles are swollen.
Mm.
Yeah.
And he's got the bad hand issue. And, you know, listen to the way he talks. He's never been an intelligent person, but listen to him go from one subject to another and meander his way around certain words. And, you know, he always tops off everything he says with people are saying, many people are saying. Who are these people you're talking about? Are these the imaginary friends of yours? Or the people that are swimming around in your demented, Parkinson's brain? I mean, what's going on?
Oh, I love it.
Hey, you know, I mean, come on, man.
Oh, how many of you? I'm sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, how many of you heard about the mysterious blue pill in his mouth at the U.S. Open? He was at the U.S. Open. He had this mysterious. Please look that up. Everybody, look that up. See what you can find.
Well, he ain't getting none from Melania, so that's right.
Yeah, blues for Viagra.
The blue chew, the Viagra, it ain't gonna help him none, because he ain't getting none from her.
No, Wade, she is scary.
She's put in.
I'd like to
in
pity her,
time.
but I just can't. Those eyes. I am telling you, there's Satan up in there.
Eastern European
Up in
ice
that
queen.
head.
Yes.
Wow. Dairy Queen, man.
Oh.
Mm.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
She's frosty as heck.
Yes. No,
She's
My
not even
God.
Trump's type.
They're sure keeping the
She's
kid
really not even
under
Trump's
wraps.
type.
Yes. There's.
Well, yeah, he's gonna come out like Damon the Omen and Damon the Omen and
Totally.
run for president in 2032. He'll be running for president or something.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I fear it.
Yes.
It was supposed to be
Do you-
Bush's
let me
forever.
ask you, do y'all think that Ivanka will run for president?
No, of course not.
No,
It's
no, she's got
All right.
no need.
Yeah, she doesn't have the she's not like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that she.
They're talking about one of the sons, which is horrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
That
I
ain't
mean,
gonna happen.
Deeply.
yeah. If it does happen, it's we'll just see. We'll just have to wait and see. But I don't think the nation's going to last that long.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Seriously, it's,
More
You gotta
on
have more
Boston,
faith in
more
that,
on
Douglas.
Chicago.
No, well, I mean, my faith is in that we're going to have a very massive dislocation, and that we're all going to have to rebuild it. That's what my faith is in. I don't want that. I mean, look, my life is okay. I'd hate to see it, you know, just discombobulated by the need to rebuild from the ground up. But unfortunately, realistically, that's almost certainly what's going to happen.
Well, nobody's gonna have a job and nobody's gonna have a place to live.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
So
look,
what the fuck?
yeah, there's a million jobs missing. I mean, you've been it's like it's
Even though they're not gonna count them anymore.
yeah.
And Trump is
I
up
thought
there
we were
spewing.
in the golden age of America.
Yeah.
Come on, you guys can't be afraid of that. Come on.
Well, as I've always said, Troy, what's going to happen is we're going to have the experience that China did in World War II. During World War II, China was experiencing both a civil war and a world war. And that's what we're going to be. Yeah, that's what.
God,
yeah.
you're not kidding.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to be
That's right.
experiencing. China was both a belligerent in World War II and a major front. So that's what's going to happen to us. We're going to be both a belligerent and a major front.
That's horrifying.
Yes, it's horrifying, and it's but
the stock market will soar as it is as of today. Soaring in the clouds.
It
so
is,
happy.
Yeah, right now. Yes, that's going to stop soon. It's this is like it's riding on air, which is what always happens before the big crash.
Yeah.
So, but we're gonna have that crash. I mean, Brendan, tell them about the mail. Tell them about the post office. It's nobody's sending anything, right? It's like because the tariffs and everything else. It's let's see if Brendan can get back on. They're really fucking with his technology. But because of the tariffs, nobody's sending things anymore, and is that him? Is he able to get back on? Let's see. Oh, Veronica Bartolini Codebreaker has joined us. Fall Guy, Mormon CIA BS LOL. She's on our side. Blue Pill perhaps for his clone. Thank you, Veronica. Appreciate that. And she says Amazon drones will deliver our mail. Here she's being sarcastic. Yeah.
That's how they're already doing, I think, in a lot of countries.
Oh, yes. Oh, Troy, did you see the horrible Amazon remake of War of the Worlds? Did you see that with who's that?
Yeah, with Ice Cube.
Yeah, with Ice Cube.
No, it's Ice Cube.
Yeah, it was Ice Cube. That's it. It was Ice Cube.
I meant to, but I didn't.
I honestly watched about 5 minutes of it, and it's funny because there are a lot of comedians who are castigating Ice Cube because they say he can only, he's like a method actor. He can only do one thing. He has no range. He just acts like he's in an NWA video. I have insurgents coming in from the right. We got to get down. It's like he has no range. It's like, and he's like just sitting in his basement. This is crazy. I didn't like War of the Worlds from the first one. What was that? Tom Cruise? I forgot who was in it.
Yeah, Tom Cruise. That piece of shit. Yeah.
I didn't even like the first one. So I know this one, it was like low budget. This was Team War of the World. This one could have been on Tubi. They should have released this movie on Tubi.
Well, it was one long Amazon commercial. So it was funny as fuck. But they were saying, yeah, basically that Amazon will be there for you through the end of the world is what they were claiming. Yeah.
So they were getting deliveries.
Yeah, we're making
Amazon saved them.
Yeah, that's what it is. Amazon saves the world in that war of the worlds.
Unboxing. Woohoo!
Yeah, it was. It was. But it was. At least all I can say is that there's certain elements of it that were interesting, but the premise was so bizarre, so absurd. They're trying to modernize it, and so the aliens are eating data. I mean, like, really? It's, how does something evolve to live off data? I guess at that point they're supposed to be machines, but still, it was just very odd. And but it was. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I forgot it was Ice Cube. It was it just goes to show. All I could see. That's right. It's all I could see was that he was just sitting down throughout the entire. It's just screen time. It was all screen time, just on his face. And I didn't even really catch the name. It was just, but it was bad. Nevertheless, the idea of data eating machines was interesting, but it can't carry a film. It can't carry a film, and it was other elements of it I could go into, but there's almost no point. It's just morbid entertainment. But such being said, so Holly. Also, what comes to your mind about...
you guys touched on 9/11.
Yes, please. Share some of your own experience.
I just had 2 short comments. Recall, there was a bomb that went off in the basement and was blamed on a sheikh, but it certainly didn't affect the structure of the building.
Right.
Remember all that?
Yeah, the original blind sheikh. Yes, he was. I'd have to look up his name. Obviously, it was Muhammad something, but yes, it was.
So in 25 years,
he died like a dog. Remember Donald Trump had the press conference. He killed Sheikh Abu Babakar. He died like a beautiful dog.
Yeah.
You notice how he tried to qualify that? He said he died like a dog. Then he said it was a beautiful dog. I was like, come on, man.
Oh.
So it's I guess that was his way of not actually offending the Arabs who would have felt.
Because he can't do that.
Just, instead of calling him a regular dog, just call him a beautiful dog.
Yeah.
That was Trump? Or was that Bush?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was Trump.
It was Trump, yes. That's like...
Mystery New York.
That is so Trumpian. That's so Trumpian. He's so fucked up.
So Trumpian. And I always thought it's just hilarious to recall how the Empire State Building was hit by an aeroplane. Yeah. And it sure didn't fall down.
No, it was hit by a military bomber, as a matter of fact.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, but that's because it's made of stone, as opposed to... the entire thing having to deal with the way that the Twin Towers was structured. I could go into that at great depth. As a matter of fact, when I was trying to go into not even that aspect, that only would have confused him even more. But you remember John B. Wells? Do you remember the few times I was interviewed by John B. Wells? I mean, Holly was listening for a long time.
Wow, yeah, I probably was there for it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, but...
that's way back.
Yes.
That's the way back.
Yeah, but it was still after 9/11, and John B. Wells was having a difficult time following what I was saying about 9/11, because, of course, he would. And what he couldn't understand was what I was saying about Om Shinrikyo, which was the Japanese cult...
Yes.
That had purchased Scalar weapons from the after the collapse of the Soviet Union. What happened was a lot of people in Russia were running around looking for things to believe in. Many of them joined the Om Shinrikyo cult, which turned out to have a very large Russian contingent, a very large Russian population as part of its belief.
Got it.
Yeah, belief core. It's its base.
Yeah.
And so through those connections, they purchased for pennies on the ruble these Scalar weapons that the KGB and the Russian military were no longer going to use. And they deployed them to cause the earthquake in Osaka, Kobe, which, for those of you who don't know, the head of the Aum Shinrikyo cult, Shoko Asahara, predicted. He said Japan will be attacked by an earthquake, and it followed up with an earthquake attack on Japan using Scalar weapons, Osaka, Kobe. Now, we know that these weapons were tested in Australia, where earthquakes were generated. We know they were artificially generated because Australia, it's impossible to have earthquakes. Australia's tectonic and its geophysical composition is such that earthquakes are literally physically impossible. So the fact that
bedrock.
Yes, thank you. But what happened was that when I'm bringing up the fact that Colin Powell, who was the head of the State Department at the time of 9/11, the first action he took was to freeze all of the financial assets of Aum Shinrikyo, the cult, because when the Twin Towers went down, he thought that was a Scalar weapon attack. So knowing what he knew about Aum Shinrikyo and Osaka, Kobe, he said the first thing we got to do is freeze all of Aum Shinrikyo's assets. So, John B. Wells thought that that I was trying to say the Japanese conducted the attack, or that the Japanese Aum Shinrikyo cult conducted the 9/11 attack, which was not what I was saying at all. I was saying that Colin Powell had logical reason to assume that. But that having been said, when it comes to the architect of 9/11, quite literally, his name was Minoru Yamasaki. And what happened was during World War II, when all the Japanese were being locked up in concentration camps.
The architect of the buildings.
Thank you.
Not the attack. You
Right.
said 9/11.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Well,
That's right.
But by that I mean the literal architect of the buildings. Yes. As thank you, Brendan, for that qualification.
And as the National Records Office.
That's right. The National Records
Without
Office
the smoke detectors.
Yes, at St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah. So basically, what happened was during World War II, while the Japanese were stuck in concentration camps, Minoru Yamasaki and his entire family were allowed to run around as free as cockroaches. And the deal they made with the government was that he would build buildings for them that would self-destruct. That were made to be basically destroyed. And he...
In a nice, neat pattern.
Yeah. Of course, one of the first things that he practiced on was basically housing projects. Urban housing projects. So when it comes to the housing project sites, it was St. Louis's PATRIÖTDy. It was PRUITT-IGOE, PATRIÖTDy housing project in 1953. This was an enormous project on a comparatively small site, and basically it was a strictly segregated public housing project. The exodus of white people from American cities had already begun, aided in great part by President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. So this was meant to be for nothing but blacks. And anyhow, it was demolished on national television, and if you watch it go down, all you can think of are the Twin Towers. But when it comes from that, then there was the St. Louis National Record Center building, which he built to house all of the military records. And it was built without fire sprinkler systems, without fire exits. All of the local fire departments protested, saying that it was a tinder house. But the U.S. government said it's federal property. You have no say here. And so he basically built it to burn down. He built it like a grain silo. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon of a grain silo fire? So,
Yeah.
yes.
Flour.
Yes, he built it to burn like that. And so he built it so that the conductor systems, or, the ventilation shafts, would cake with dust. He built it in such a manner that they would cake with dust, which would serve the purpose that the flour does within a grain silo, the grain dust. So when a grain silo burns, the grain dust is what makes the very air burn. And that's what...
You can do that with Camorra, too.
Thank you.
Camorra is highly and beautifully flammable.
Yeah. And the Pruitt-Ego housing project, that descended into irreparable chaos and dysfunction. I mean, by 1972, less than 20 years after its opening, the buildings were demolished by implosion. The only thing I was surprised by was that they didn't keep the blacks inside when they did it. Well,
they didn't give them any place else to go. Guarantee you that. Probably were some old ladies in there with no choice.
There you go. And Yamasaki's 1955 design for the Military Personnel Record Center in St. Louis, that suffered that catastrophic fire in 1973, just the year after they took down his housing projects, destroying thousands of government records because of no sprinklers, no firewalls. So he built buildings for the U.S. government that the U.S. government wanted to fall down. That's what they kept him free for throughout World War II. And the deal was, from now on, you build buildings for us that collapse. And then, of course, he designed the Twin Towers. So just think about that. And at this point, we're talking deep state. This is deep state.
Wasn't it along Mohammedan principles for the layout?
He basically, shall we say, Minoru Yamasaki, he did his best design of the Saudi Arabian airport. His airport is on Saudi Arabia's billion-dollar bill. In Saudi Arabia, they have billion-dollar bills. So, and on their billion-dollar bill is the airport designed by Minoru Yamasaki. And while he was designing that for them, he said, I'll use Muslim architecture and design a temple to money in the United States. So the Twin Towers were designed to be the closest architectural manifestation of a fucking United States dollar sign that you could get to in a architectural edifice. But he based their reflection of the sun on mosques. So it was a mosque design, like a mosque to Mammon. A mosque to Mammon is what he called it, a mosque to money, the god of money.
God.
And that's why Osama bin Laden said those buildings have to go down, because he found that to be a direct offense to Islam. And so you've got all this interactivity between all of these individuals, and the more you go down the rabbit hole, the worse it fucking gets.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like, I mean, the buildings were designed, the Twin Towers, with only half the steel of normal skyscrapers, yet they soared higher than anything before them. You've got...
The Empire State was an elegant building.
What,
the towers were always ridiculous.
Yeah.
So out of proportion, and they were sinking.
Yeah, but the Empire State Building is built of the same material as the pyramids. So that's why...
That's great elegance.
Yeah, no plane could take it down. But it's... you got
the towers were always ridiculous. A lot of people were ashamed of them.
Well,
they were so out of proportion.
Do you know why? It involved, to build them involved the destruction of an entire neighborhood called Radio Row.
You know it.
Where 30,000 workers lost their livelihoods for an untested experiment.
Right. And their housing and everything.
Yeah, so
lost it all.
And you know who was behind it at the time? The Rockefeller family. They wielded unlimited political power to force the future into existence. They turned Lower Manhattan into a massive laboratory for revolutionary tube-in-tube construction. He built it like bamboo, tube-in-tube construction. It was built all hollow, like bamboo, except bamboo grown impossibly tall. That's a construction
Impossibly.
that every structural engineer said was suicide. Yeah. And so
it looked like it. I remember before.
Yeah, so you've got this harrowing reality of a building with steel thinner than your smartphone. Windows that held the structure up. Windows! The structure was held up by its glass.
Oh.
Floors that swayed 12 feet in the wind.
You could feel it.
Yeah.
I went up there once.
So engineering orthodoxy crumbled before political willpower. That was America's greatest architectural gamble. It cost $900 million at the time. It's something no one would ever attempt today. And that's why no one has ever dared to build another Twin Tower. It's why they didn't rebuild the Twin Towers after they went down. But they were designed to fall. That's the whole point, is that, in other words, the United States government had hired him to build every building to self-destruct that he was involved with, and or to destroy its inhabitants psychologically.
When the time came for their pleasure.
Yes,
at their pleasure.
That's right. When they wanted to destroy all of the military records, it was so they didn't have to pay out any of the benefits from the Vietnam War. It was only...
And didn't the government pay?
Oh, they bleach you out, honey.
I mean...
Say it again.
Didn't the government pay for the cleanup of the Trade Center? They didn't have to. Silverstein, right?
Of course Silverstein did. No, the government did. Yeah, of course the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they get their building and then they knock it down when it's, obsolete, and boom.
Yeah.
We pay going into it and coming out.
Yeah. And so there you go. I mean, any thoughts, Troy? I mean, how much of this were you aware of? Let's see if he's still with us.
He was down there with Bush and the baby goat. That's a good story, Troy. All the nefarious goings around in quiet little Sarasota.
Troy's head is buried in the icebox right now. His wife's asleep, so she can't stop him.
No, he's got duties.
Yeah, he sure does. Yeah,
that
salad.
Back.
He was talking about that little salad earlier. He's turned that salad into. Yeah, he's turned that into like something else by now. I think it's.
I love unhealthy salads.
Yeah. He threw in a lot of chicken and bacon.
You know it. Cheese on top.
Yeah, cheese. Yeah.
Creamy dressing.
How about Brendan? Is he still with us? Jesus. It's like. Well, let me give kisses to Veronica, and I should have said hello earlier too. By the way, I credited you earlier for your 100 United States dollar contribution.
Oh, good, it came.
Yes, of course. Okay, so thank you. God bless you.
Good.
And yes, and everybody follow Holly's example. I mean, Holly can barely afford to breathe oxygen, and she's contributing $100. So none of you have any
but
excuse.
when you chop it up and how many shows a month you do, it comes out to nothing, man.
Thank you, honey.
It comes out to nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, what? 8, divided by 8 or 10, please.
Yeah, thank you.
You can't get nothing for that.
It's true. So I do need.
You can't get an ice cream cone that many times.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, don't get me started. That's what they're waving in front of Elon
Don't even
Musk.
think about what you spend on Starbucks, folks.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
If you do.
Oh, Brendan, you got to come on now. Tell these people about your mom and her history with Starbucks, which she finally, I think, quit the Starbucks habit, or at least toned it down. But Starbucks was killing his mother.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it was.
Are you talking about the diabetes juice?
Oh, tell her.
Straight to Israel too, right?
Yeah.
Don't they send all their extras straight to Israel?
That's why I stopped drinking it years ago, but no one understood the nuance back in the day when I said, look, I don't support them. I'm boycotting.
Haagen-Dazs too.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Like, they're so good. I'm like, no, they're not so good.
We boycotted Haagen-Dazs in the fucking 80s over Israel.
Oh.
The situation was so heinous and disgusting.
Those people are scammers. They're almost as bad as Ben and Jerry.
Oh, man.
They're all just disguised as wanting to help the world, and then it turns out they're all a bunch of turds.
Were Ben and Jerry a bunch of Zionists, or what was their trip?
Of course.
There you go.
Guess where they're from? Guess where they're from?
Oh, man.
Take a guess. Vermont.
Damn. That's just too funny. Hope Amy's listening on
Yeah, I don't know their whole story. I just know that they were always talking about, give peace a chance and all that stuff. That's why I fell for it back in the day.
Oh my God.
And then it turns out that they were just making money. None of it actually went
I'm
anywhere.
surprised you fell for that shit. I mean, come on, you're Mr. Cynical.
I was young.
Okay. Still, I mean, it's not like you ever had a childhood.
Yeah, but I started out as a hippie.
There you go. Yes. So you were hoping.
To me, that just appealed. That was just appealing because it seemed nice.
Yeah.
The idealism of it was nice, and then you find out the reality.
I saw right through. But then again, I was older, but I saw right through them the moment they.
Yeah. So by the time you're 30, you're like, fuck them all.
Oh God.
A crazy headline from a while back.
Yeah.
Beyond Meat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Holly. Say that last thing again. Beyond what?
Freaky headline. This is an old one, but I actually think this happened. The COO of the company Beyond Meat, that was the first to the market with all the imitation tastes like meat vegetable products.
Yeah.
Huge. They got in big. The COO, in the parking lot of a football game in Arkansas, got into a fight with somebody and bit off his nose.
Thank you.
That's ironic.
That. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, that's.
Think about it a minute. It's
you don't
funny.
want to eat animals, but
got it. Got it. And what were you saying, Brendan? You said something that got all stepped over there. What were you saying about? I think we were about Starbucks or Ben and Jerry. I think we were talking about Ben and Jerry, and I was saying
oh yeah, no, I'm just saying. I just was saying I don't know how Zion they were, but I'm pretty sure they were Jewish.
Oh, that's right, and that's when I asked.
And they started to say things like we support this, and they went all what nowadays would be called woke.
Yeah,
they went super woke, and the rest is history.
Well, then they sold out, right?
Yeah. That was my qualm with them, which I'm going to qualify, is that they stopped doing stuff natural.
Yeah.
They just sold out, and now it's all artificial.
Yeah.
Junk, like corporate.
So they got bought by Kraft or something.
Yeah.
Unilever.
Still their company?
Unilever,
the one that's basically Mordor. They own everything.
Big in plastics.
Yeah, they own everything. Biochemical, food, just like 90% of North American products, like Canada included, they're all owned by these guys.
Oh yeah.
But by the way,
that container ship
go on, honey.
Incident was interesting.
Yes, tell us about what your own impression of that, Holly.
Just right in the harbor there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the biggest threats on the open seas.
Yeah.
If you're in a smaller boat, because the containers float just under the waves.
Jesus.
So you have no idea. You could be out beyond reach of anything and smack into one of those at any time.
God damn.
Because they lose them at sea all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
So it's one of the greatest sea hazards there are.
Yeah.
Hitting a container.
Horrible.
Of God knows what.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's thank you for that.
And it just makes you wonder when you go down to the Oakland docks and they're piled like 8 stories high down there. What's in those things?
Oh, just all kinds of shit. It's
every kind of thing, and maybe people. You don't know.
Yeah, so
90% of goods come through the container ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long Beach, I've seen other major harbors, but I never saw anything like Long Beach.
But by the way, for our listeners who think Holly has lost it, I just want people to know that illegal immigrants are often transported in containers. The greatest nightmare that can happen, and this has happened, is that these people are in a container that spills. And if you imagine being in a container and you have no concept of what's happened, you get spilled into the sea, and you die like that because you're like literally the water starts coming into the container and you drown. Horribly. It's just
so.
Yeah, go on.
What's it going to take to fish all those containers out of that port?
Any ideas?
They got to get them out of there.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, they have one of those things called barges. It's not that difficult.
Special ships crane
It's
them
just
out.
if it sinks, then
When they're full of water?
Yeah. If it sinks, then all the stuff's ruined and you have to
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's a mess.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a big
that's a
mess,
mess.
No. Well, that's what insurance is for. That's
Yeah.
Unless of course it's
They get
illegal
paid.
immigrants. Unless of course it's illegal immigrants that are in the box.
Well, who will know, you know? They'll get paid.
Yeah.
But the insurance company might squeak. They don't want to pay either. So, God, what a mess.
Yeah. Yeah. But by the way, anyone want to take a guessing game as to where Troy is? Because, when I started saying, Troy, come on, say something, and then he wouldn't respond, I told Holly.
Is he on the call still? Maybe he's just...
Yeah, he's on the call. What he's either asleep.
We know what he's doing.
Or his head's buried in the fridge is what he's
I'm listening. I
I
missed that part where you asked me to
He uses your show as a shield.
He's
when
faithful.
his wife falls asleep. Right, Troy? I don't blame you. I do the same thing. I go be...
Yeah, once your wife falls asleep, you raid the fridge, right? Tell us the truth. He said
Exactly.
Oh, that's horrible. He said that with a half-sleepy voice like he's eating in his sleep. Holy shit, like he's sleep eating. Okay, that's delightful. I'm having too much fun with that. Well, thank you, Troy, for letting us know you're still
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm getting ready to go to bed, man. I enjoyed tonight, and I had to come on tonight. We couldn't miss out on this discussion. I'm sure we'll have some more discussions later.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly. Stay
Thank
safe
you,
and be
Troy.
well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Right.
when you
Yeah,
wake
have a
up,
good
do
night.
send me that email, so I'll send you put you on the mailing list.
Yes.
Thank you.
Will do.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so that was Troy Bellamy, and now we just 5 of us, and with that we can how do I say it? I guess I can start raving. Really, just pull all the plugs out and just kind of rave till George Knight shows up. And then George said
That's fine with me.
Yeah, he says he's going to try and show up and that he's going to try and make this a 12-hour show. So, okay, we got that. In the interim, honestly, I was just so glad to be able to vent and cathart with Brendan earlier today about a number of things. We're trying to tackle some responsibilities. We'll keep that private. Just for the sake of keeping everything safe and secure as possible. But obviously, one of the things that they've been doing. Did you get your internet back, Brendan? They took your internet out. Did you get that back?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
Oh, Jesus. I feel so bad. That's
Yeah, but we don't need to bring it up. It's all right.
Yeah, okay.
It should be fine. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's but I do want people to know you're definitely you're dealing with the siege all the time, and how about at work? Anything? Are you in a safe spot where you can vent or cathart a little bit about work, or I
mean, not really, but it doesn't affect me. And it's like nothing they don't already know.
Yeah, true, and well, definitely.
No, everything's been smooth because I'm super ultra warded, dealing with wards and different protective techniques. So.
Excellent.
There's only so much,
they can do.
Normies can do.
That's true.
So, and there's other factors protecting me. So it's just, as long as I worked properly, there's nothing anyone could say, which has always been the case.
Yes. So what had happened was I went over with Brendan my calendar, and I was telling him about while we were trying to discuss this month. I was going over the holidays of this month, so I always go towards last year's preceding month, meaning like if it's September this year, I go to last year's month of September on the calendar and just cross-reference the holidays to put onto this year's calendar. And while I was doing that, I realized that it was September 11th, that day of mass sacrifice, that Peter Moon decided he was going to steal the copyright on the book. And he went to the Library of Congress and copyrighted the Vox Arca, which was the stupid title he gave the book, which of course is...
Yeah, I can't believe after all that work, that was the title he settled on. It was just awful.
It's because you know, of course, you know the reason. He thought by doing that, he could claim he had a copyright on the item, the actual
name,
physical...
the actual name.
Yeah, the name. But not only that...
The concept of it.
It's not just the concept. He was ignorant enough to feel that if I died, which he was expecting to happen through my surgery, Aaron Tice will testify that when he spoke to Peter Moon spoke with highest confidence that he was convinced I was going to die in surgery or die shortly thereafter.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, not to mention afterwards when we were all on with them and you went to like drain your blood blockage nose.
Yes.
He was like, it'd be a shame if Doug died.
Yeah.
And he was like so happy about it.
Yeah, that piece of shit. And he, but he was expecting to be able to then say, Douglas has this item called the Vox Arca, but it belongs to me. And that he could therefore have it stolen, just have somebody come in and take it while they were emptying my place out.
That's it makes a hilarious implication, like you have it in a case with like the name written on it.
Yes.
Like it's like it's a museum piece.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, like it's on display. Like as you said.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's how he
like if someone walked into your house, they would be like, there it is, and it's all glowing.
Yeah, thank you. Like they'd be able to fucking know where to look and actually fucking find it. That's this is how. But then again, he was dealing with people who told him they could probably detect it.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that was scary. Yeah. So Heather Holman has joined us. So, dear Heather, how are you? Say hi to everyone.
Hi, everybody. How are you? I hope everything is good with everybody.
All the better for your showing up among us and gracing us with your presence, honey. And
thank you. I just got home. I had a pretty rough day, a couple of days actually.
Oh, tell us about it.
Well, as far as submitting, I told you I was going to submit an application or something to name us to try to find my missing daughter.
Yes.
They said that I needed to have a police report filed initially before they would do anything to go through their database or whatever.
Okay.
And so I was on the phone with the police twice, and they can't get past how much time has gone by. It's like they won't even take it seriously. They're like, well, I don't know if it's been that long.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Okay.
So, I mean, maybe I should just go with a well check before missing persons and see where that goes.
Where would you dispatch the well-being check to?
The address I find online, that's changed 3 times since the last time I talked to her, but it's a good place to start, I guess. They're not going to take me seriously.
Okay. I mean, I can't argue with that.
Yeah. So I've just been struggling because, maybe there was just a part of me that didn't, worst case scenario, that I didn't want to know. But maybe everything's okay. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And since I become more mentally stable, I thought that was what my problem was before, and it was probably for the best. You know how I felt, that I was a bad mom, whatever. I deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
But then now I'm a little more clear, and a little more stable. I can't take it anymore,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's times when these things really hit us. Well,
I'm just afraid of the worst case scenario, and then how am I going to melt down then,
Well, honey, what about, how does Vin feel about all this?
He said he'd go with me, but I need to do something about it because it's driving me crazy and it's affecting my life in the worst way, affecting his life in the worst way.
Okay. It's affecting his life because you're fixated on it?
Because I have nightmares. I have nightmares all the time. I'm just have crying out of nowhere when I get, all these dreadful feelings of like, what if?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
I only hope that it's just a well check and that'll say, they'll say, Heather, she's alive, she's fine. And that'll be fine with me. But I don't have that,
right. So it won't hurt to try, I suppose. So yeah, that sounds like a place to start, and at least you have that on record, and maybe thereafter, the police can file a report, and then you can maybe find some more. But obviously, keep us updated. But what do you feel brought this on? Is this
just so much time has gone by, and since I've been like on my medication, I've gotten mental help, and I seem a little more clear. Things become a little more clear, and I'm not so, beating up myself and things like thinking it's my fault and that it's just in my mind,
And by getting some help, you mean counseling?
Help, like, yeah, I've been seeing a doctor, I've been medicated, things like that. I've been taking my medication. It
Right.
seems like, being with Vinny has given me all the space that I've needed to grow in whatever parts,
Yeah.
personal development and things like that. I'm not struggling, eating whatever I can find, for that day.
Believe me.
I have a refrigerator, and like I'm not
Yeah.
homeless and things like that anymore.
Yeah, Vinny's a godsend. I'm just so happy that you found some counseling. How did you manage this? Did you find insurance or something? How did this?
No, I have state insurance, and I've always been reluctant to go through the state. So I went through a different location, these behavioral health whatever, and they encouraged me to get an SMI application and to be literally insane because they didn't know how to help me. So they pushed me into that, and then it's like after that the tarots took over, and it's just been a mess. But I've been going to my appointments. I'm doing what I need to do but I voluntarily went for help. I didn't get court ordered.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, either way.
Most people get court ordered to go to that place.
Okay, but I'm just so glad that you've gone and that you're. I mean, believe me, I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you because I want you to know.
I just thought that once I got my shit together and was, not financially unstable, if I was a little more mentally stable, I thought things would all work itself out and, things would turn back around, but it's not turning around.
Well, it is, but your very stabilization brings to light what has long been simply, shall we say, compartmentalized.
Avoided.
Yeah, compartmentalized, or I don't know if avoided is necessarily the right word. It was sublimated. So,
That's a good word.
Yeah, and when you, of course, have been very honest about this, and I want you to know how proud I am of you for that, because it does help to destigmatize mental illness. Of course, this is something.
And I was thinking last night that maybe that's what I need to do, is because I'm in a position now where maybe I could help people like that, or bring to light like people that are targeted individuals and people who are suffering from that kind of, whether it's a delusion or not. Maybe I could help them, overpower it and use it to their advantage.
Well, there's always a potential for that, and that's very commendable. It's something that I think is something to seriously consider.
So if anybody has any suggestions of any kind of feedback at all about how I would go about doing that, because, I'm not a professional, I'm not an experienced, licensed person. I'm not with any outfit, I'm just a person.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like, let's put it this way. Earlier tonight, I don't know if you were listening, but I was talking to Troy Bellamy about, he was asking about the UFOs, how the government had recently been talking about UFOs. And so he wanted my take on it, and I went, at a fairly surface level. I just covered aspects of that phenomenon. And
on Roswell.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it came back to that, but that's, I've grown to hate that very term, but yeah,
Right.
that's,
No, I hear what you're saying, and the whole targeted thing is just blown itself way out of proportion, and people are delusional. They're creating problems for themselves when it's not even, it's something they've got in their head, and it's, I understand from the highest level of being targeted. I am the target, I'm not even targeted anymore, but
Oh, well, I want you to know that always remember that I never dismiss the concept of you're being targeted, but you seem to have come to a state or a space. You've entered a space of where you feel that it's not necessary it's not necessary to identify as a targeted individual.
Well, yeah, and I managed to continue on different timelines, which is something that doesn't happen.
Well, which brings us back to the physics. Like I said, I was talking with Troy Bellamy about the UFO phenomenon, the government talking about it, and I brought up the Third Reich in exile and Subramanian Chandrasekhar, the Asian Indian scientist who had developed the calculated proof, the evidence for black holes, and how this was, of course, ignored by Britain because Britain's leading astronomer, Sir Arthur Eddington, had what's called a big TOE, a big TOE, or a big theory of everything, which is a big thing in physics. The Holy Grail is a theory of everything, where a single equation describes the entire universe. But honestly, really, this would be what I'd call an opinion. It's not a fact, but from my honest opinion, I would take the stance there simply isn't one. There isn't a single equation that can describe the entire universe.
No.
I find it bizarre that this is such a thing, this big toe thing that physicists obsess on, but I guess that's the closest thing in physics to becoming or equating yourself with God. But all of that being said, as I argue that there's no big toe or big theory of everything, I would try, thanks to you, Heather, because you've managed to add a charismatic personality, a sympathetic personality, to a state of mental health vulnerability. I would like to try and articulate the stance, or at least express my own what I'd prefer to think, that mental illness, well, of course, people are affected biochemically, and that's the whole approach of psychiatry, or they're affected traumatically, which is the entire approach of psychology. Mental illness as a whole may have little to do with genetic flaws or traumatic events. Rather, maybe...
Yeah, or the whole timeline thing. I mean, there are people who are immortal, and they're the ones that run everything, That's what I think.
Well, certainly if someone had the gift of immortality, they would have an opportunity to certainly amass power. That's if they wanted such. But somebody with the gift of immortality may have matured to the point where that's not necessarily something they want.
Like a curse of immortality.
No, well, immortality could be either a gift or a curse, but the susceptibility to mental illness may have rather been, well, an evolutionary factor. It may have helped humans adapt over the millennia. That would be the best way to approach sharing with other people the fact that they're processing so differently is something that is really their way of helping humanity. And
well, I don't know, what it seems to me is like all the people that just basically a decade ago that you collected who claimed to be of some kind of, what's the word?
Targeting.
It's tip of my tongue, some rogue or, some government operation, like behind the scenes, shadow life,
deep state or cabal.
It's a lot of mental people, and then what's happened to them all? Like half of them are gone. And then other ones have still proven, I mean, what appears to me to have mental problems.
Yeah. We were stuck with. I'm a flypaper for demons. Yes. But what I'm trying to say is that we saw the really worst of the worst when it came to mental illness. They weren't just mentally ill; they were just downright assholes. But for people out there who may be mentally ill, who are innately good people and don't mean any harm to others, try to explain to them that there may be advantages to anxiety. Low moods might have meaning.
No, that's not the advantage. I think, excuse me, but the advantage, it's not an advantage. It's more like a method of operation. You know, the whole thing is blown out of proportion. Nothing has been done to help the mental illness problem. It's just blown itself out of everything.
Well, maybe
there's more mentally ill people than non-mentally ill people.
Well, yeah, that's. I wouldn't say it's blown out of proportion, because nearly 1 in 5 Americans currently suffers from a mental illness. Roughly half of us. Has it
always been that way? Has it always been 1 in 5, or has that changed?
Well, I can tell you this: roughly half of us will be diagnosed with some mental illness at some point in our lives. So
right. Nobody's finding a solution. They're not helping. It's just people are becoming more homeless.
There's that. But I would say that, well, I mean, if we were to go to Arizona, how close are you to Arizona State University?
About 15 or 20 minutes away.
Well, see if you can contact the professor of life sciences named Randolph Ness. Nessie, Nesse, Nessie, like the lake monster almost, except that I think has an I in it. So Nessie, Nesse. So Randolph Nesse, he attributes high rates of psychiatric disorders to natural selection operating on our genes without paying heed to our emotional well-being, and that the selective processes, they took place thousands of years before the unique stresses of modern urban existence, leading to a mismatch between our current environment and the one for which we were adapted. So he wrote a book, and the book's titled Good Reasons for Bad Feelings, and it's subtitled Insights from the Frontier of Evolutionary Psychiatry, wherein he recruits the framework of evolutionary medicine to make a case for why psychiatric disorders persist despite their debilitating consequences. That some conditions like depression and anxiety might have developed from normal, advantageous emotions, which is why I used that word earlier. It was in that context, whereas others, such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, result from genetic mutations that may have been beneficial in less extreme manifestations of a trait. So
I think just the medical approach hasn't done anything to help. It just makes things harder for people. And me now being the spokesperson, I'm not a professional, I'm not a doctor, I'm not trying to cure anybody, but I'm just trying to be maybe the bridge between the misunderstanding, where they're misunderstood to begin with. They're not given a chance. They're just the doctors. They would just analyze what they say and label them and medicate them, never solving the problem, which could be solved with the right approach.
Okay. That's, yeah,
it
wow.
could be solved, or at least make it better, for them to be less ostracized in the communities, to be, understood as people too.
Uh-huh. Well, obviously, I mean, that's yes. I mean, that would be a good thing. I mean, for decent people. I mean, not assholes like Jambo the Reese Monkey or any of the other crazies we were dealing with. But yeah, with you, yes, or people like you.
Well, and everybody. There's people like me, and they're just everyone's on the bandwagon. I made a comment on Terry Joyce. She used to be on Revolution Radio.
Right.
She still does videos and stuff about her mission or whatever, her rabbit hole. And I just made a comment, and somebody came back with me. They're like, you don't want to get involved with her. You might become targeted. I'm like, oh, is that how it is now? Just like, she's never done anything to anyone that I know of to offend anyone or cause a problem.
Well, it just just to put that in some perspective, this is all to your credit, because it goes to show that you're a decent human being who assumes well of others. But Terry Joyce is basically the handler for Stephen D. Kelly.
Right, but she's not a undercover, officer or something like that. She's not the targeted. I think they're barking up the wrong tree. I mean, they're close, but they're not looking at the right direction. And I don't want to name names, but I don't think that she's dangerous or harmful to anybody.
Well, just to put this in perspective so that people see where I'm coming from, Stephen D. Kelly has made a career of expressing. Doesn't mean it's true, but I don't really care either way. But he claims that he is a product of a mind control program. So with that having been stated from the outset, people who are products of mind control programs generally need a handler. And in his case, Terry Joyce has been the handler. So it's that would mean that in a very real sense, she is an agent. So there you go with that. I mean, for what that's worth.
Yeah, but does she work for the deep state? I mean, does she work for the government?
I don't know exactly what department.
I don't think so.
Yeah, granted, it doesn't seem to make much sense, because she doesn't seem to have much influence over anything. But these relationships are
whatever
often,
it is, they don't like Doug.
Yeah, let's put it that way. Yeah.
Well, that's because Doug will call somebody out for things that are true.
Thank you. Yeah, but
I don't know. At the time that I heard it, I don't think that you guys were even in an argument. They were pissed because Doug was on the opposite channel taking all their viewers.
Yes.
So that's all I saw. And they were like, don't go to his channel. Don't go to his channel.
Yes.
Whatever you do not click over to Studio A.
Yes.
And then they went on this whole diatribe. He's advocating white genocide. And then they brought up your boots. And he wears these boots with the silver laces. And I was like, who are these people?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's what I
Doug
saw.
is different, but he's not dangerous.
Oh.
Well, only to the people that love him.
Good insight.
If I don't love him.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh.
Seriously,
Yeah,
I just walk
side,
away.
I'll always be on your side.
If a ninja jumped out of the tree when we were on the Presidio, I just walk away. I don't have time for this shit. And they'd be like, do you know this man? I'd be like, who? Why would I hang out with a vampire? It's crazy. These people are insane. Yeah.
Delightful. So Heather, honey, let's just put it this way. It's kind of like when you did mention Terry Joyce, it becomes like a rabbit hole, because then I can't resist talking about that whole scenario. So I'll do my best to resist it, because it really doesn't do anybody a service. It is, however, morbidly entertaining.
Terry, I just had to bring it up.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I remember about these people.
Heather did, but I'm glad you brought up that context. I'm glad you brought up the context. Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. So that having been ascertained, I'll just put it this way. It's the issue, Heather, is that you're a person who obviously has a background that is, for whatever reason, you're still attracted to kind of seeking these people out, whether it's myself or Terry Joyce. You kind of are still in the crowd, so to speak. I, of course,
it's because it's the authenticity of it all.
Well, it's something I guess you can relate to. But such having been said, I think that you want to help people, and that's commendable. And believe me, I can only encourage that. And how did you know when I brought up this Professor Nessie's name, you brought up his book title. Now, I, of course...
Well, you said his book title, and I was just putting it in the conversation so I could go back and find it later.
Okay, so that's why you did it. I thought you already knew. You did it so quickly. You did it so quickly. It was as if you entered that ahead of my saying it, almost. But that's, I didn't look at it in time. That's all. I just didn't look at it in time. So, honey, that's incredible. And but just having been said, he might have some ideas for how you could participate in kind of like helping others. I mean, that's just one idea that comes out for me. Hey, Holly!
A voice for people that can't find the words,
Yeah. And Holly, surely you must have something to say in all this. Let's see if she's still with us on the call.
I have been listening closely, Heather.
Yes, please, by all means, participate.
Thank you.
And I feel your pain. Mm-hmm. Now, let me throw this in there.
Yeah.
Do you have a general idea geographically of where your daughter might be?
No. I mean,
Okay.
I have what the internet has told me, which hasn't made any sense compared to what people have told me. Like her dad told me, you're just overreacting. She lives in Mesa. She's living her best life. And so, I just wanted to go with that. And now that I have a little more clarity. And then the police won't even take me. They're astonished. They're like, 10 years? Like, you haven't done anything in 10 years? And it makes me look suspicious.
Yeah. Well, now, I think you're right about this wellness check business and should maybe be pursued. Mm-hmm. But what I'm wondering is there such a person that's good at tracking people down for a very reasonable fee compared to the burden you're carrying over this?
Yeah.
Might there be such a person that could maybe even do it from their home computer?
I mean, if I could get a hold of anybody that's talked to her recently or seen her, I mean, I've been waiting.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about a professional tracker.
Oh, like a private investigator?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was going to be our next step. If they come back, they're like, she's not at this address. We don't know where she is. Then I was going to take the steps, and Benny said that he would,
That's fair.
Take care of it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I would take a look at that, but it'll have to be a very careful approach.
Well, we have a friend in California who's just got registered or licensed to be a private investigator, so she probably does have more resources.
No shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she could maybe do it from her desk.
Probably. If she has LexisNexis or whatever they use nowadays.
Wow.
And then if you wanted to wander down there and arrange to run into her in the coffee shop,
Yeah, well, the last time I talked to her, she told me, I said, if I can't find you, I'm going to call the police because she was blocking me. And she said, well, I'm going to call the police on you for stalking me. And so I just not want to overstep my boundaries or the boundaries.
Now, how long ago was that, though?
That was 10 years ago.
Right.
This is the chick
so maybe it's time to stalk her once again.
This is the chick who became a private detective?
Yeah, she works at like a camping spot or something in California. She's a friend of the family.
Okay. I'm sorry, Holly. Continue. Right. Okay.
Not at all. No, I just wanted to throw that into this and see, because, like you say, the government ain't like running to your help.
Yeah.
And that may continue. And whether you want to draw them further into the situation is a fair question.
Well, I just don't want her to be another one of the thousands that they get a month of missing people and just be a poster. I know they're not going to do anything to find her,
And if they did find her, would they do something bad to her? You know what I mean?
Well, if they did find her, I think I'd have more luck finding her on the Name Us website, because just 10 years doesn't go by and someone just vanishes.
No, that's true.
One would
and
hope.
I'm finally in a place where I feel like I'm supported and I'm kind of mentally stable as much as I could be.
So maybe give this chick a call.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
$500 well spent, but I'll see what the well check.
Yeah, if you can get in for 5, that's doable.
Yeah.
Not 5,000, 500.
Yeah.
If you think she's a reasonable human being and has the talents necessary and the access, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You put that check in the mail.
Is that Vin's voice in the back?
Taking the steps, and it's just like, this is all what I've been avoiding, hoping that it would all turn itself around.
Of course. But I think it's perfectly, fine for you because you're in torment over this.
It's a really
torment.
Like everything else is fine.
It's middle of the night, tossing and turning torment. So I think that taking a step on the road is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, thank you, Holly.
It's a hard road.
Yeah, and the price is not a problem. I mean, price isn't the option. It's like anything I can do to figure something out. But, my worst nightmare is not finding anything out.
No, it's worth 3 digits, At least it's 3 digits, not 4 or 5.
Well, even then, I mean, if I could get an answer or potentially the right answer,
Yeah. That's my recommend here.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your sharing.
Yeah, it's not easy.
No. But I think there'll be a way that opens.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything else is situated, but that's the only thing that is yet to be
And
fixed.
now, when you meet again, you're not a crazy lunatic.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
I'm homeless and hungry and stuff, so.
Right. So you'll
That's
have to really sit on your retroactive emotions, but just be cool.
Yeah.
Give her a hug.
I hope so. I mean, I don't even need to see her if I just knew, I'd leave it alone.
That's right. That's right. But there's nothing wrong with letting her know that you still care. That you always cared, even though you were the world's worst mother. I was too. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody's known nothing. And it was only her other grandparents that recently contacted me. They're like, listen, Heather, don't you think you should do something? No, and then that's what made me kind of wake up.
Good
God! Got any fucking resources?
Well, they think that I'm the only one that's in a position to do it.
All right. I mean, even though they're bitchy, that might be a good inroad for you to let them know
Dad and I don't
that this haunts you.
Yeah, it haunts me.
This haunts you on a bone marrow basis, so.
I mean, I don't even know if I'd be okay, but I'm going to try.
It will make you feel better to take this next step. One way or another, girl. One way or another, I promise.
Well, I appreciate you, and I appreciate Douglas and Brendan and everybody.
Yes. That's right. Me too.
Yeah. I don't know without you guys.
Out now. Thank you all for tonight. Marvelous night. And I'm going to go over to YouTube and maybe come back if I can.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Well, we love you dearly. Have a blessed night. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Just you and I. Go on, Heather.
I said thank you.
Oh, thank you. And yes, so it looks like you've got a plan of attack. You've got an itinerary. And there you go. That's the start. And,
I mean, I could wake up tomorrow and not be okay. You never know.
That's okay if you're not okay. It's okay to not be okay. It's just remind yourself of that.
Yeah, everything could change in an instant.
Yes. Yeah. In the meantime, keep talking while I drink some water, hydrate myself so I can start, my usual monologue.
Okay, is Brendan gone?
Yes. Yes, I hope he's okay. I mean, oh my God, it's like, it's 9:43 p.m. in California. So maybe he's on his way home. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what time he gets off work at his shift, but it's odd hours. He's got odd hours, and
Well, thank you again, and I'll be listening.
oh, honey, anytime. By all means, you're always welcome. And thank you for being you, and thank you for what Vin and yourself do. And we love you both. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
And with that, everyone should be giving a donation to Douglas Dietrich for Fight the Good Cause.
Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's delightful. Bless you, darling. Okay, so... all right, for everyone who's listening, we'll try and start with geopolitics. It's a nice, comfortable place for myself to start. We can talk about Russia's shot across the bow. There's several lessons Europe and the United States should take away from Russia's unprecedented decision to send drones into Poland as part of another Kremlin attack on Ukraine. One is that nobody should ever again dismiss the idea that Russia, struggling so mightily in Ukraine, would ever take on a North Atlantic Treaty Organization member. It just did. According to Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski, 19 drones entered Polish airspace, enough to make it clear it was deliberate and for Poland to invoke NATO's Article 4, calling on allies to consult when a member is under threat. European leaders told the Associated Press they believe the incursion was an intentional expansion of Russia's war on Ukraine rather than being any mistake. The European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas told the press in their own words, Russia's war is escalating, not ending. What Putin wants to do is to test us. What happened in Poland is a game changer. Now, Champion says the overnight incursion over one of NATO's best armed member states also shows the corrosive effect of Europe's military incapacity and America's lack of political will. The combination has allowed Russia to seize the initiative in Ukraine this year. This drone maneuver was just a warning shot. Amid the latest Russian drone incursion, Poland's Prime Minister Tusk says there were, well, I think he said that there were 19 violations of Polish aerospace overnight, and most likely that 4 drones shot down, and he warned that the prospect of military conflict is closer than at any time since the Second World War. So Russia just attacked NATO. Again. Trump's fanboy diplomacy is leaving our allies exposed. Putin's latest warmongering only highlights Trump's limp diplomacy. One can only pray that Trump will draw the right conclusion, that coddling Putin leads only to disaster. So, effectively, because it's not yet midnight here on the West Coast, essentially today the Polish government shot down multiple Russian drones operating in its sovereign aerospace, marking an escalation in warmongering by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and highlighting President Donald Trump's ongoing failure to contain Russian aggression. To reiterate, last night, for those of you on the East Coast, Russia invaded NATO. Any other description is but an obfuscation. At least 19 Russian drones, some launched from Belarus, White Russia, Moscow's close ally, or rather puppet state, flew into Poland. NATO scrambled jets and activated aero defenses. Dutch F-35s and Polish F-16s shot down at least 3 of these uncrewed aerocraft. The Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said that military conflict is closer than at any time since the Second World War. Warsaw then invoked NATO's Article 4, which can be used when the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of a member state is threatened. The alliance will now enter into collective consultations to devise a response. This is one step shy of activating Article 5, NATO's Mutual Defense Clause. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said that his nation's military had recorded 19 incursions overnight and shot down 4 of the drones, many of which Tusk says were launched from Belarus, a Russian ally led by an authoritarian government, effectively a puppet statelet. Tusk called the action a large-scale provocation and observed that a line has been crossed. Again, I will emphasize this for the 3rd time tonight, Tusk telling the Polish parliament, this situation brings us the closest we have been to open conflict since World War II. Okay, we are joined by
Douglas.
George Knight. Welcome aboard, dear George.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Wonderful to be here with you tonight. Thank you.
Yes, so by all means, catch us up on whatever elements of your personal life you feel comfortable sharing. How's your own situation report, your own status update, please?
Yes, I'm all well, thank you, Douglas, for asking. And it's now approaching 6 a.m. in the morning, so it's incredibly early. I've just woken up in the last half an hour. I've got myself some caffeinated drinks and some breakfast as well. So I'm ready to commence with the show with you, Douglas. I think I've only got a good hour, possibly a little bit longer. I do apologize. In the next coming weeks, we'll have a bit longer. I think we could do like a good half the show together in the next preceding weeks. So yeah, this evening it's going to be a short one, but thank you so much for having me on, and and put my name in the title as well. I've noticed. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes. Well, we're always honored to have you with us, and I certainly want to bring some things to your attention.
Absolutely.
Yeah, since George Knight has brought up the Unterland in our past conversation, and the UAPs, the government,
the hearing,
where they actually show the attack. Yes, please tell us your thoughts on all this. By all means.
There's so much that's gone on within our last encounter on the last show, Douglas, because also, Article 4 was initiated yesterday by Poland. The Polish president initiated Article 4 of the NATO Charter, or their Security Council, in the equivalence to calling for the just a conference to speak of what to do next regarding the aggression from the Russian side.
Right, and by the way, to join us, Brendan Zoget has rejoined us. So, Brendan,
hello, Brendan.
Please bring up your own thoughts on this to help us all along. Anything you want to say about that, by all means, because you brought that to my attention, Brendan, about Article 4 first. So, yeah. And,
no worries. So it was just alarming that all this happens at the same time, in the middle of the eclipse corridor, plus it's close to the equinox and 9/11. So there's a ritual time, and they're activating a lot of their, what
ritualized.
they want to do.
Yeah. Go on.
Yes, with the dates. So, yes, thank you, Brendan. Yes.
But George is, please carry on. You're doing it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so, that's what happened within, I was actually in pretty much in watching that live when it happened yesterday morning. It was very early in the morning, and because of the time zone difference, I could review that live. I was checking in to see what the latest update was. And they concluded with our British intelligence. They concluded that yes, they were basically, because Russia denied it initially, like they do with everything, and they tracked and pinpoint exactly where they the excursion was deployed and where they were. The actual routes that they were commencing, and they violated they breached the borders and violated the national security air zones over Poland and NATO borders. So yeah, it was a violation and it was an act of war, and that's what they concluded. And it was just, I was just looking in on real time of how it was one of our I think it was one of the British and one of the defense secretary of Britain was announcing that we have pinpointed it was definitely Russia that was they sent like 19 drones or something. It was something along the lines of, it was like a complete deployment of armed forces. That was a staggering number, where it's not something that was done like by accident. It was completely deliberate. And but that's what I was just ascertaining that in real time, that it was definitely a violation against any treaty. They were compromising national security, and it was an act of war and an act of aggression. So that's why I got the headline came through saying that the Polish president has enacted or initiated the Article 4 of the NATO Charter, the equivalent of their Security Council, what you call it, their conditions, what's been written in the equivalent of like a charter. They called for Article 4 to be commenced. So they're going to have a conference. They're going to discuss what goes on next. When it comes down to Article 5, when Article 5 is initiated, that is when it comes down to conflict. That's when, mobilization will be commencing. So, that's what I gathered yesterday, Douglas, in real time. I was reviewing that because I was waiting for a declaration of, not like an unofficial declaration of war to be announced on Russia. But we've had British troops that have been killed. And a lot of our equipment and technology has been destroyed. Recently. So Keir Starmer has recognised that and publicly announced. I read what he wrote as well yesterday. He published an article yesterday as well, a statement saying what's going to happen next. And basically, all the European nations are mobilising now, preparing for war. It's happening.
Which they should have done a long time ago.
Which is what they should have done a long time ago. Yes, thank you, Douglas.
But this is
absolutely.
But this is simultaneous to Israel expanding its war and attacking a sovereign nation that was conducting their oh God, help me out here, lads. The diplomatic, shall we say, meetings that they were having with Hamas were being held through Qatar, a neutral third party, and they attacked it.
Yes, in Qatar. Yes.
The end of neutrality. It's
simultaneous. It was all
orchestrated.
It was all simultaneous. So it was all orchestrated by each of these.
Israel and Russia were working together to expand their battlefront.
Yes, exactly. It was all simultaneous. I mean, when Russia invaded Ukraine in the early parts of February 2022, then Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping.
Yes, it's so early.
No worries. Just say the Chinese communist dictator or the Chi-Com dictator. Yeah, just
Jinping. Yes. Yeah, sorry, let me just practice it. Yeah, but Douglas. Yeah, they were supposed to simultaneously invade Taiwan, but they never done so.
That's right.
Yes. And he pulled back. Oh. And so with this, you have Israel that's attacking Qatar, and then you have Russia now attacking Poland and NATO sovereign nations.
So this was orchestrated. They managed to orchestrate this as opposed to their failure to do so with Xi Jinping. And but of course, just so everybody understands, that's because Putin is very much the puppet of Xi Jinping, not the other way around.
Yes.
And he went over there to Xi Jinping's China to basically seal that puppet status. and was there for a fairly long time, very unusual, and of course was there simultaneous to not only the dictator of North Korea, but also the dictator of Slovakia, who's trying to, this dictator in Slovakia was voted in, on this populist, this Russian populist platform. Yes, so
exactly. You got Donald Trump meeting Vladimir Putin in Alaska, and then you've got him talking. He's going to meet up with Kim Jong-un. This is all cooperative. This is all collaboration.
Yes,
and people need to realize that. And thankfully, I saw in the comment section yesterday, they were saying that it's going to be, and people were like basically regurgitating what we've been saying, a two-frontier war. That's going to commence, and it's going to be the axis will be America, Russia, North Korea, China, Israel versus the West.
Thank
versus
God.
The
Thank God. So it's like
Germany,
they're all listening to me, yet they're not.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, it's just they're catching up. It's just they're playing catch up now. They're playing ball, and they're just trying to catch up with everything. Also, you've had so much that's happened recently, and then you had Donald Trump yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw what he announced. Do you see about the Ukrainian girl that got killed?
Yes.
On that train?
Yes.
And then he's now calling for, and I did see as well, Douglas, I saw what he was trying to do with the Department of Defense, trying to rename it to
the Department of War. All of this.
And it's not that was on the headlines, but it's not official because Congress has to they're the only ones with the power to actually change it. Right. And of course they would know better. Well, you can't, you idiots, in other words to Donald Trump, because we lost the war. Yes. And so that was one of the conditions of peace that we settled with the Japanese. So that you cannot revoke. He cannot change that. It's going to be, it's the Department of Defense. Yeah.
Right. But just to provide an alternative potential, if he's packed the Supreme Court and the government, obviously the Republicans are losing power in Congress because of their, Democrats are being voted into various low seats in America. Yes, so exactly. it's the Republican sway over Congress is obviously not absolute. But such being said, if they somehow manage to, because the Republicans will try and do anything Trump tells them to do, but if they were able to manage to enforce that and change the name back to the Department of War, basically it simply cements or concretizes the status of the Sino-Slavic Zion American axis against Japan and Germany and Britain as the allies in the new war. So it would simply cement that and it just
cements them in their stance and where they stand. Yes, exactly, Douglas. No, thank you. That's all it would do. I believe, Douglas, with this stabbing that happened on the because that is because Trump has used that as that was the Democrats' fault.
Yeah,
it was a Democrat. It was a Democratic judge in a Democratic state who released this convicted criminal again and again, and he was pardoned without any jurisdiction whatsoever. Yeah. And so this guy killed this Ukrainian woman. It was and apparently, according to what he admitted, she was targeted by this man. So this guy was stalking her.
Yes.
And so so people think this is just a surprise attack. No, it was all orchestrated.
Thank you.
This man stalked her.
Yes.
And it's Trump is using that. It was the Democrats' fault.
Yeah.
And people were just uproared because of all the bystanders.
Yes.
Everyone's sitting around them. That's all they're mad about. They're not mad about the guy who killed this Ukrainian woman.
No.
They're mad at the people that are standing beside her. And we've gone over that with Lee Rigby in the past.
Yes.
A former British veteran, a former British soldier.
That's right.
He was beheaded back. When was that? 2013, I believe, if I can remember correctly.
Oh God, I'd have to look it up.
Years ago.
It was about so long
12,
ago.
13 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the bystanders. This man was being hacked. He had his head decapitated by this. Again, it was a man who was black in front of a whole crowd, and they stood there and nobody did nothing.
That's right. It was disgusting. That talk about. It's like. It was appalling It was surrealistic. It was surrealistic. Did they? The worst thing is, I don't think they presumed that a movie was taking place, or do you feel that many of them thought this can't be real and this is a movie being filmed?
That's what we concluded with our analysis, Douglas.
Yeah.
That's exactly how we concluded it. But with like the incident that happened yesterday, she was a Ukrainian woman. She was white, and she was Ukrainian, and we've pointed out in the past, Douglas, that Vladimir Putin recognizes them as Nazis, which is what they are.
Yes.
And so,
in the best possible sense. In the best possible sense. Yes. The historical sense.
And,
yes. Go on.
Yeah, you have a, she was basically commuting, and she was surrounded by people of black ethnicity.
Yes.
And one of the men who admitted to his sister that he was stalking her. Yeah. This was an orchestrated attack. He was targeting her. She was a victim of. She was a target. Yeah. And so he killed her, and he goes, I just done that black, excuse me, I've just done that white girl. Yeah. He said to another bystander on the train. He goes, oh, you're bleeding out. Well, you're losing a lot of blood. He goes, that's not my blood, that's her blood. The white girl I've just done. Yeah.
And you notice the care was for him, not for her.
Yeah,
the care of the bystanders were all for him. Yes.
Yeah, that exactly. And again, this is now fueling that racial hatred. Yeah. This is now fueling people to now, like, just before we're approaching that, like I said, that Tommy Robinson is now doing a massive march in London, and he's now tweeted about this. He's taking it to town. Yeah. And this is going to fuel that for this weekend when he does his marches. And you have Donald Trump, and, who's praising Tommy Robinson, along with Elon Musk, who has now lost his seat as the top richest man in America.
Yeah. Yes. Thank God.
Only in America you'll notice me saying. He's not the richest man in the world.
Sorry. That's right. That's right. Thank you. It's Vladimir Putin is the richest man in the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Admitted by Elon Musk. Yes.
Yes. Yes. And so by all means continue. I mean, obviously you're just so people know, of course, we are aware of her name, and I'm going to enter her name here just so that Irina Zarutska.
Irina, yes, that's it, Douglas. And I never bothered to try to, but I can. Yeah, her name is, like they said. People were saying that her name's going to be imprinted in people's minds for a very, very long time, and that's all I can.
Well, most people will not remember the name because most people just can't pronounce the Slavic language very well.
No, of course not.
But such being said, I do hope her name is remembered, and it deserves to be remembered. And yes, there it is. I put the name inside of the text box there for us. But I'll try and. Dig up, let me see if I can open the files here, and I'll dig up a photograph of her that really puts this into some perspective. So, okay, so I'll open the file here and find out if it's it's probably in this file. Okay, so let me look that up. Right now, my thing is taking forever, so don't pay attention to me. My computer is slow, really slow. Okay, so I did find it, and so I've got these two things that I will see if I can upload them, and they make a point that I wish I could show our listeners. So upload from this device and go into, there we are, this, and then look up, I'm going to just scroll down till I get to it. In the meantime, also, what have you heard about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Or do you even know him, or does that ring a bell?
Charlie Kirk. Is that that individual? He was like a social media sort of
piece of shit.
Was he,
Yes.
Is he a Republican? That man who was promoting? Yeah. Has he been assassinated, Douglas? I don't even know.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Tell him, Brendan. Tell him what happened.
That's not bad news.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. No.
I know exactly. No, I'm aware of who he is. Douglas.
Yeah. You must have slept through it because it was big news a couple hours ago. Yeah. And the first person I heard it from was Doug. Doug and I were talking.
I'm not going to lose sleep over the loss of him. I'll put it that way.
Of course not.
He used to go to university campuses, didn't he? And
Yes.
like, he used to just
that's where they got
these...
him. That's where they got him.
Yeah.
Yes, I would assume so. Yeah, these college students or these university students, they're completely uproar, especially like, because he used to go, the lefties. He used to like just start. He was a bit like what's his name? Who's Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. He took Shapiro's model and he made a media company out of it, and that's how he
was
became
just more
famous.
flamboyant. Yeah, he was just more. I would say just far more offensive. What's the word? He was
aggressive.
Derogative. He was very derogative.
He's offensive, insulting.
And he would put women down.
Yeah.
He would put women down. It was all that. Yes, I know exactly. Yeah. So wow. So was it an incel that killed him, or was it somebody?
We don't know.
It wouldn't be an incel.
No, they won't. Initially they like tackled this old guy that kind of looked like Peter Moon.
Yeah.
Like an old bald white guy. And then they said, "Oh, it wasn't him." They just said, "Oh, this wasn't him." And then it basically created enough of a distraction for the first few hours that now there's no information about who did it or anything. But Kash Patel keeps saying, "We have the shooter. We have the actual shooter," but no evidence has been shown.
No, of course.
So it's obviously basically what had happened is the first thing I looked up before we even knew he was dead, and I sent it to Doug, was what he was doing with, did he piss off Trump? Because Trump was the first person to report anything about it. He was like, even the news companies were quoting. We're quoting Truth Social. They said Trump, according to Trump, like he was the fucking source of the fountainhead of everything.
Of all knowledge.
Of all knowledge. And then he was also the first person to say that he died. So it was just like, so he's like the cutting edge of news now, which I guess is fair, since he's creating all of it. And basically, but what had happened is a month ago, that dude, Charlie, whatever his name is, he kept saying stuff about the Epstein files, and he wouldn't shut up about it. So according to this nude article I sent Doug,
there you go.
He said that he got a call directly from the White House to stop talking about Epstein, and then the next day he wrote on his social media, "I'm no longer talking about Epstein," And then according to Troy, who was just on with us, he said he immediately started talking the next day about on a podcast because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. So that's why I think it was obviously that's what happened. And then it serves them in the long run.
Yes, it was either going to be a Democratic student, which we blamed on the Democratic Party, like Trump has just done yesterday with
But they're still
on the
saying
tube.
that these.
The
scam.
They're
just
be
online
Democrat.
saying it's a war. They've declared war.
Exactly. Yes.
But there's no evidence of who it even was. It's nebulous.
No. And it could be just because they wanted to shut him up, so they're just taking him out.
Yeah. What definitely happened, George, was that Trump directly, through probably a third party, but if it's directly from the White House, it's directly from Trump ultimately, told him shut the fuck up about Epstein. In Americans they have an acronym for it. It's STU. What is it? STFU. Shut the fuck up.
That's it. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So first he said he would, and then what happened was, as Troy said, just last night or the night before, just a few nights ago, he goes on some talk show and starts mouthing off about Epstein again, and Trump no doubt immediately said, take that motherfucker out. And so they took him out, and they can't find, that's why they couldn't find who killed him. It's like a military sniper, no doubt. Now, when it comes to Irina Zarutska, so here's what I've done is you've got these two sets of photographs here. For the general public, probably the best one is the bottom set of photographs, her next to the man who killed her, simply because she looks less objectified and less sexualized. But the top photo, she looks very sexualized, which is the kind of exploitation that they do to take advantage of the emotional charge of that. And all of the photos you see of the man who killed her is how many times he's been arrested for violent assault, which is just outrageous that this man has been arrested. How many times is that with each arrest, each mugshot? That's I'm sorry, what was that?
Exactly, Douglas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
4,
Yeah.
5,
I was aware of that. Yeah. Thank
9,
you.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, 16 times.
Multiple accounts.
Yes.
Yeah, multiple accounts. Yes.
Yeah.
And he was released. Yes.
Each and every time. But obviously he was hired or programmed to kill this woman on camera.
Yes.
And that was so
because
go on. Yes.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, because the one thing that they stated about this individual, he kept proclaiming like some form of like paranoia, like he had microchips in his brain. Well, that wasn't a projection of what he was being paranoid about. I think that's he was basically relaying the programming he underwent.
Yes.
And so that's what he was, because they said, suffer from paranoid delusion. There's, this guy's insane and he's going to declare himself when he, face prosecution, he's going to declare himself mentally insane to try and cover his case, of course. But what he was relaying was he was saying that they have bugged his brain with a microchip. They have inserted a microchip into his brain. And what he was relaying was what the programming he underwent through. And so, yes, that's what happened. It was, he admitted to his sister that she was a target, that he stalked her onto that tube. He wasn't commuting anywhere. He was following this individual.
Yes.
She sat down first, I believe, and I think he sat down afterwards. No, he was already sat down. That was it. He was basically... that was it. I'm trying to remember the actual footage in chronological order. He was sat down and she sat down.
It's hard to tell. Yes. It's hard to tell based on the footage. But we can only, all I can say is that if I remember correctly, maybe Brendan can help us out here, but Brendan feels that the footage has actually been altered.
It has. No, they admitted that as well, Douglas. They said, we can't show it because it's too distressing. But no, you can't, because someone pointed out that you can't see any blood until afterwards. You can't see the insertion of the blade into her neck because he stabbed her 3 times and he admitted he hurt his hand whilst doing so. But it was a attack from behind, unprovoked, and they pause it there and all they show you is a horrified face looking at the killer in his eyes. And I don't know the bloke's name. I do apologise, but I know a lot about him.
I'd have to look it up. And so we can look that up now, but it almost doesn't matter.
Yes. Alex Jones, I know because it was Alex Jones's video because somebody else shared Alex Jones's video from X, the whole video. So I saw the whole thing. I think it was Victoria Hobbs, I believe, that shared that. So I got it from her timeline. She shared that on her Facebook timeline. And so then later on I managed to find footage of afterwards when he was having these sort of conversations, like the man at the end of it saying, you're bleeding out, and he goes, it's not my blood, it's that white girl's blood. I did her good. So I saw the what happened.
De Carlos Brown.
Yeah,
he's the guy's name.
He certainly, that was.
Are you sure that's his name? It was something strangely African, I thought.
He only changed it to an African name, or I think it's.
He changed it.
Maybe, but they're calling him Carlos Brown Jr. But then they couldn't spell Irina's name because they're so ignorant of. Here, I'll show you. So let me give you a screen share. So if I go back on the call.
Maybe the post I saw, the person was so illiterate they thought her name was an African name or something.
So this is how they're spelling her name. Look at this shit. This is how they're calling her Arena, like arena for the gladiators, arena, as opposed to Irina.
Which, see, that's what I'm saying.
Zarutka. Stupid. God knows they may be misspelling his name too. But it's Carlos Brown Jr. It's from what I can find, De Carlos.
I see. Okay, no, that makes sense.
And but here's how her name really is spelled, Irina.
That's what I saw, and people thought they were looking. The person posting it thought he was trying to look up the perp's name or something.
Okay.
So it was like, there's so much ignorance going.
Yes, it's just so much ignorance. But you know, here we are with ooh, we don't want that sound to come on. So sound came on there. It wasn't supposed to do that. I don't know how to mute this, so we'll just leave it. We're not going to watch that because it's just probably too upsetting anyway. It is beyond distressing. It's simply but
well, the reason why I was telling you, Doug, and what do you think about this, George? Every time I saw a cut of the video, it was like sometimes the background people were missing. Like you could see the bus seats, but there was no one in them. And then on some of the photo, well, not just cropped, it was the people directly behind them were edited out. Like
they were blurred out. I noticed that and then, in footage they were blurred out.
Well, it seemed like they were alone. It would seem like there was no one in the bus or whatever it was.
In other words,
and then some of them, it was full. Yeah. And then in the final photo, it was a bunch of people.
Yeah.
It looked congested. It was very busy.
Thank you.
It has been altered many times.
Yeah.
It's been edited. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say, though, that it's not AI. I would say it's not AI. This obviously really happened. But I would dare say it was similar to the situation that George brought up in England, where the white soldier was killed by the black man beheading him. And everybody just stands there. But that was so bizarre, that whole setting, because while the police were not letting anybody through, you know, they were just kind of standing there and all the people were just staring. That black girl,
police were standing there.
But the black girl is allowed through to cradle him while he dies. Do you remember that? That was the absolute, to hold his hand while he dies. The black girl is sent in to hold his hand while he dies. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, thank you.
That was like, it was definitely orchestrated, but not in this. It's
in that sense. Thank you, Douglas. Because this is what people are uproared about. They're uproared because in their impressions of what happened, this man attacked this girl completely unprovoked, and it was basically it was unplanned. It was just, oh, you know what? I just feel like doing this. I just feel like taking her life right in front of me. You know, I saw something on her phone which triggered me, and I just went straight for her.
Well,
and that's what people think.
I would presume, of course, if I were the average person. Obviously, that'll be his defense. His defense will be that. But to the average person, they'll just assume he did her in because she's white. But just so people understand, the when it comes to the situation, I easily believe that it was full of black people. The bus was full of black people who were far more concerned about him than they were about her. And even supportive of him and what he did, in this general sense of rebellion against whiteness.
Absolutely, Douglas.
I
know that. I was thinking that too. I was thinking that exactly too. After we had discussed that going back several weeks ago. Absolutely, Douglas. But please continue. Sorry to
and I don't want to go into this right now because George doesn't have too much time with us. But I will go into it that it's important to, like, Brendan was skeptical of it because Brendan thought it might be AI. Brendan's a lot younger, and of course he's dealt with this technology, and he realizes AI is now impacting us in all kinds of ways. But I take it as true on the face of it, what happened, what went down, and I take it as true, the worst possible scenario, that she was on a commuter vehicle full of black people who passively supported this murder, and that this murder was, of course, as George and I have brought up, this was planned, conspired, that he was stalking her and had planned to murder her all along, and hopefully that comes out when he faces a jury of his peers, and hopefully they put him away. And as Trump says, and I stand shoulder to shoulder with Trump on this needs the death sentence. He needs to go on death row.
Absolutely.
But such being said, he almost certainly was programmed to do it. Just because he was programmed to do this does not alleviate him of responsibility. Hopefully someday the people who programmed him will be brought into accountability. But for right now, all we can do is make certain that he does not endanger more people, because obviously with 16 prior arrests, this person is no one to be released onto the streets again, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
never.
All that being said, however, I do want people to know I am biased in this. Like I was pointing out to Brendan, he grew up surrounded by white trash, but I, on the other hand, grew up surrounded by just an industrial scale assembly line of we would call it black biological refuse disposal. Just violent blacks. I grew up surrounded by
in that tenderloin.
The tenderloin.
Yeah, in that tenderloin, I knew. Yeah, I knew what you were living through for that tenderloin. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Sorry.
So I mean, yes, I was attacked by blacks from the moment, just every moment of the day, including at night while you're trying to sleep. Just blacks literally breaking through the window, literally breaking through the walls. It did happen. So all I can say, and it was like nonstop. And it was so in these black communities there is a insane violence and an insane need to commit violence against anyone who's not black. So it's and so she was just too white, and just one has to. You really have to wonder how she was even. Was she so naive that she thought she could travel on public transportation? That's the horrible thing. I'm not blaming the victim. I'm just wondering. She should have been seeking other alternatives. But go on. Yeah.
Yes, because that's why I don't travel alone. For reasons just as that. Yeah. And that's why I never ventured to Poland when I was invited to a wedding.
Thank you.
For that very reason, because of Max Spears. So yeah, I'm fully aware of that. So no, I have to protect myself.
Yes.
And and not only just because of who I am, but of course, it just shows you, nobody is really safe out there. Yes, for reasons you've just articulated, Douglas, and it's even more so because of who I am and who I'm affiliated with.
Yes, so, thank you. Even more so because of that, and believe me, again, just to show people that we won't go into it right now in any detail, but I do want people to know again that I've been an advocate because of what I had been through. I was definitely an advocate for victims. And as a victim advocate myself, I once worked with a rape victim who came here to the United States illegally, believing America would give her a better life. And instead, she was brutalized by a pair of gang members, both minors at the time. And so believe me, blacks start attacking whites when they're children in these neighborhoods, in these communities. And they nearly killed her. And afterward, one of them sought out her 3-year-old daughter in a stalking campaign. She only survived by the grace of God, and her attackers received nothing. Nothing. Not even a slap on the wrist. She was told that, no, they're black, they've suffered so much. Justice failed her so completely that she returned to her home country because it was safer there in a war zone. I mean, think about that. A woman who came to America for protection fled back home to a war zone to escape our so-called justice system.
Exactly. Yes, to escape the justice. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened to that's what happened to the lady yesterday in the tube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And she's not alone. 23-year-old Irina Zalrutska should still be alive. Laken Riley should still be alive. Rachel Lauren should still be alive. Jocelyn Nungere should still be alive. The list grows every fucking day. I mean, these young women, they're not statistics. They're daughters, friends, loved ones who were stolen because lawmakers value equity for criminals over the lives of innocent victims. And I've seen this cycle play out more times than I can count.
Yes, equity over criminals and the safety of innocents. Yes.
But then again, we're confronted with the asinine behavior of Charlie Kirk, who literally said, he was quoted as saying, "Oh, it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment." In other words, he said, oh, gun deaths, unfortunately, are worth it to keep the Second Amendment. And so, of course, he gets shot with a firearm. Talk about karma, poetic justice. Because where are all these good men with the guns when this shit goes down?
Yeah.
They're never anywhere. They're nowhere to be found. These women are dying, getting kidnapped. The last young lady that I mentioned on that list of victims, Jocelyn Nungere, kidnapped and sexually raped to death at the age of 12. That's like, where are all these men with guns? They're nowhere. If anything, you know what? They're the men committing most of these crimes. So there's your second amendment. I'm sorry, I just had to get that out there because
I appreciate it.
People wonder why I drink and drug to the point where I forget what year it was. This is why.
Right.
Yeah, and nobody can blame you.
And initially, initially I actually, thought about having sympathy for the dude, whatever, that idiot that got killed earlier. Yeah. But it's like he was quoting Ayn Rand saying empathy. He's saying empathy is dangerous.
Right.
That's literally out of Ayn Rand's book.
Right.
It's dangerous to have empathy. And then so I'm not going to have empathy for someone that just because he got killed.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not that I'm doing eye for an eye. It's a waste of energy.
Yeah. Yes.
He didn't care. If I died in front of him, he would say empathy is a problem.
That's right. If any one of us were to die in front of that son of a bitch, he would say empathy's a problem, and by God, don't take my guns away from me. Yeah, while saying don't take my guns away from me when it's obvious he's psychotic, sociopathic, and is the last person on earth who should be allowed possession of a firearm. That's the insanity of America.
But that's and at the same time, George, while this was happening, a Colorado high school got shot up.
Oh God!
And 2 kids died. So I don't think Doug even. We kind of glanced over it. That's how much shit's been going on.
Yeah. Oh my God! I didn't even know, or I missed it, or it just kind of flew by me. You're right, but oh my God! We'll have to look more into that. But George, okay. So all that being said, George, obviously as a father, it's like I'm sure you're very security conscious, and
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's my main priority. Yeah.
And I mean, you're this could have been your daughter, what she could grow up to look like. Yeah, and I mean,
absolutely, it's alarming for anyone, any father with girls, with children, or even adults. Adults as well, commuting alone. Yeah, it's alarming for anyone that has children, Douglas. Yeah, and so especially females. They're more easier of a target.
Mm-hmm. So what's this, Brendan? It's not linking. Brendan gave us a link that doesn't link. It's about what is this, Brendan? It's
Excuse me, I was having a bite to eat, Douglas.
Oh, no worries. It's breakfast time. Jesus Christ, you just woke up. You got to give yourself that. Yeah, Jesus. Don't even worry about it. Don't even trip. So he's entering it now. Okay, so at least 3 students hospitalized after the Colorado school shooting, and here we are. I mean, that's all we need to know for now. I mean, this is horrific. Oh, look at this bullshit. Vigils held across the U.S. in honor of Charlie Kirk. You know what happened when he got shot? Everybody in front of him cheered. Everybody in front of him started celebrating his death as soon as the fucker got shot. It's true. I'm not making that up. That's what happened. Eyewitnesses reported it. It's rightly so. It's of course the right wingers are going to make this a cause to war, but okay, here's what needs to be recognized. Here's how
he was there to roast all of them.
Yes,
that's why they were all there, all the kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he was there to tell them all they're a bunch of trans fags and and shit. Yeah. So, okay. So let's get this straight. We've got Russia's shot across the bow that they basically just attacked NATO, and they're doing this because everyone's too chicken shit to do anything, and because of this, they're expanding the war, and we've got this. I'll admit.
Hopefully, Helsing is operational soon, so we get to see at least that.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
That's.
And yes.
Yeah. Go on. Any other thoughts on that?
And Douglas, yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry, just to bring something else into the picture. As you mentioned earlier, you have this congressional hearing or another UFO hearing, which they're now officially calling WAP.
Yes.
Your unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah.
As the official term for UFOs. They're showing you a Hellfire missile being launched, deployed against the Reich's craft.
Yes.
And the Reich's craft deflecting it.
Yeah. Just like swatting away a fly.
It was literally just swat. And even with that inertia, it's the energy field surrounding the craft.
Yes.
You could see it spinning, rotating, so you know it was a Reich's craft. I could see just from the inertia that was emitting for it, because it bends light around it. And you could see that it deployed three of these, what you would call, with the AC-130, the so-called Angel of Death that the United States has. They deploy flares. This is the equivalent of what the Reich's craft have. They have these deterrents that deploy to deter or to deflect any form of projectile being launched at it. And so, you can see, because people go, oh my God, is this debris? Oh my God, that's not how debris would, that's not how debris we would think conventionally would be scattered off a craft. So they're saying, oh my God, this is totally unnatural. This is totally supernatural. And they were trying to say, oh, these you can see these three objects being deployed from the main craft itself, and then it maneuvers in the same way the main craft does. And they think, oh, is this debris that it got hit? It's like, no, you idiot, the projectile carried on in its trajectory. And this was a deterrent, and it just literally deflected it. It just spun around, and literally that projectile went straight through it. I know how they operate. Yes. And so, but all these people in this congressional hearing, they're saying to these, the people that, swear an oath, and they put their hand on the Bible to like you would in court, and say they give you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. These individuals, they're all military men. They're all from military background. You had George Knapp, that individual who interviewed Bob Lazar, and you've got that other, who's that other, I
forget. Yes, we've bleached quite a bit.
John Lear.
John Lear, that son of a bitch. Yes.
That idiot, yes. Who were promoting the extraterrestrial trope, who was saying that, we're being visited by multiple species, Yes. Oh my God.
Well, thank God everybody recognized him as batshit crazy. Thank God.
Charlatan and a shill. And then you had Stephen Greer at that hearing, and you have Honey. You have the Mexican individual and the other investigative journalist who was
God. I think I've met that piece of shit. That's and he's just
reminds me of Henry Kissinger.
God. Yeah, what's his name again? What's his name again?
Hànyǔ, I believe it's pronounced Hànyǔ.
Okay, I don't believe that's the guy I met. He's not the guy I met, but he's
a Mexican.
Yeah, okay, but the guy I met was Mexican and used to be involved with. He produced a documentary called Roswell Rods. So he went totally batshit. He was like, but this guy sounds like somebody different. But he sounds like all these people there are obviously, some of them are just professional shills. I mean, Greer, really, Greer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what was it? The other month he goes, oh, within 72 hours they're going to disclose the information about extraterrestrials. He's been saying that for years. He's been saying that for decades now. And nothing has been presented. Absolutely nothing. And like this hearing, again, like everything else, they're just trying to tell you it's extraterrestrial. It's something of unknown origin. And they're showing you footage captured by military personnel, and it's showing you their capabilities. And this was all simultaneous to everything that's going on. And apparently it was to reinforce the public what was it? What they called it? They said it was
public faith in the government. Yeah.
Their faith in the government, or their their loyalty. No, their what was the term they used? Sorry, it was their trust. I believe it was their trust. Something like
reinstate their trust or faith in the government and
government.
Yeah, by giving them ancient aliens history bullshit. It was like, honestly, I really wasn't too inspired tonight when I was talking to Troy Bellamy earlier, and I really just wasn't in the mood to go all in, because he said, well, what's your stance on this, Douglas? And I'm like thinking, Jesus Christ, what do you, it takes a book. It takes a book to cover this shit when I'm talking to him about
several semesters.
But basically, how does one help us try and articulate this to our listeners? So the government, as I was telling Troy, has obviously got what might seem to be a contradictory itinerary, in the sense that they program everyone to hate Nazis from birth, to shoot at them on sight through video games. And you know, to the point where if any of them succeed and become fighter pilots, they automatically shoot on sight as soon as they see the Nazis, just like they do in video games. And as I pointed out to Troy, this is obviously proof that the government does not believe these to be an advanced alien race, because they would have to be totally fucking insane to fire blindly at an advanced alien race.
Exactly, Douglas. That was what somebody else said yesterday when they're showing this footage. They go, oh my God, that is so alarming. They shot a missile at it. And I was just thinking, they've been shooting missiles at these for decades.
Because they're in a declared state of war. Because
there's war.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're just going to shoot a missile at this advanced civilization that's the capability of traveling interstellar from one star system to another.
Yes.
Just like that, with complete impunity, without any regard to their own safety. And they can travel this far with that capability, and we're just gonna shoot a missile at it, knowing that it can full well just shoot back to where it came from.
I mean, it's laughable.
You really think they're that insane?
Yes. It's as crazy as they are. They aren't that crazy. They, or rather, another way to express it is, they are insane, but they're not crazy. Let's put it that way. There's a difference. They're utterly mad, but they're not stark raving.
They know what they're shooting.
Yes.
Yeah, they know what they're shooting at. Yes. They know exactly what they're shooting at. This is foster. This is This is prostitute. This is Sorry, carry on.
Oh no, it's definitely. But I'm trying to look this up. The alien invasion movie Run, which is really funny because it's like a Black Entertainment Network movie about alien invasions. I'm just going to share the screen with you for a second to show you how people think, or rather how they don't think. But honestly, what makes it so fucking funny is that if you see the film Run, is a science fiction horror movie released in a limited theaters on August 29th, 2025. But it's basically an all black cast. And they show what's supposed to be an alien invasion, but these aliens travel from like light years away on starships. And look at this shit. And then when they invade, they just run around punching people with their bare hands.
It's so comical. I've seen those clips, Douglas. Yes, I've seen this.
It's so fucking funny. I mean, it's you want to watch it just because it's such a laugh. But it's so
for morbid.
Because when they show them running loose around in cities, they're just running around punching people, and it's like, oh my God, this. And of course they're all naked. They've never developed clothing. This is what people
Michael
think
Aquino's big.
Yes.
Yeah, that was Michael Aquino's biggest trip, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they've made he's made people the universal caricature, that grey alien, which is obviously we know as is the obviously the representation of the Chol.
Yes.
But the Dab Sog.
Yes.
But that was Michael Aquino's biggest trip. What he used to get off on was the fact that people go, they believe in extraterrestrials without any genitalia.
With no genitals, with no genitalia ability to reproduce. How do they reproduce?
It's like, and that's why in that the Scary Movie 3, I think it was, that franchise, they started peeing out of their fingertips.
Yes.
They started peeing out the thing because they don't have any genitalia.
You're right. Yes.
Yes.
It's so fucking funny.
Yes,
No, it's true.
that is, yes. And all these cargo cultists.
Yes.
Oh my God! And Douglas, I didn't bring it up on the last show. I did, because as I took your advice, do not waste any energy online with any of these individuals because, and I took in what you said as before. There's no point trying to discuss who won the Second World War with anybody. It's once civilization collapses, and it is then rebuilt from the ground upwards. Then we'll have that. And so, that's inevitable. That's going to happen. So, but I did. And it wasn't me flexing what I know because knowledge is power. It wasn't me flexing. It was me just stretching my legs about signals.
Yes.
Because, again, there was these people that saying about, you got to be so naive to even make that remark that there is no other life out there in the cosmos, in the universe out there. You've got to be so naive. And that's, they've been saying that over it. It's been regurgitated again and again. People who have a faith in fantasy always regurgitate their acceptance of no evidence, without any evidence. They accept the fact that there's got to be life out there. And I pointed out, signals which travel at the speed of light, and they're far brighter than stars, we don't detect anything out there. Now, we're able to see stars forming, supernovas creating and forming long before the existence of Earth.
Yes.
How and why? Through signals, which emit radio waves. They anything along a frequency wave that that transmits through the electromagnetic spectrum. We're able to detect signals. Even with our own voices talking, it's emitting a signal. And I said, the whole universe is dormant. We don't hear anything. The only signals we receive are from stars being born. We don't see anything that was along the lines of any civilization that was forming, any technological stage. It doesn't matter if they're advanced or pre-advanced or pre-industrialized. It doesn't matter what stage they're at. We would have heard them by now. It would have been emitted and detected, and we don't hear anything. And that's because everything is in the past. So trying to relay this to people, and I'm putting this out there, that's not my stance, that's your government's.
Yes.
They're the ones who has invested all these millions and millions of dollars into their research, investigative due diligence, to investigate whether or not there are life out there, because it's a national security issue. Because if it was a national security issue with the concept of life out there, it would be an interplanetary issue as well. It will be compromising national security on the planetary level, meaning all governments on Earth have the obligation to work out or to decipher whether or not there is life out there. So every government on Earth all follow the same final conclusion and understanding that no, there is no life out there. And it's just trying to present it. I didn't say it along those terms, but it was just to point out that if there was life out there, it will be evident with the signals. Yeah. We don't hear anything. And I said, we'll be investing all this technology to try to deflect it, to deter these signals, because it will interfere with our very own technology.
That's right.
We wouldn't be able to make a mobile call or what you call a cell phone. You won't be able to make any of these sort of transmissions because we'll be bombarded constantly by signals from out there reaching us. Yes. Just like how light travels to here, signals travel to here.
Yes.
It's just so,
How do they respond? How do they handle that?
Oh, no, I didn't get a response after.
Of course not.
They're like, when did we first transmit in signals? I mentioned it was 1901 with the Marconi letter S. When that was transmitted, it was the very first successful transatlantic transmission.
Yes.
And that now encompasses over 90,000 stars.
Yeah.
And it's even beyond that now.
Yeah.
And so, I pointed that out. So I knew what I was talking about. It just made it evident that I knew what I was speaking of. And so, that's the stance of the governments. That's not our stance. So everything me and Douglas say to you, that's not our stances. That's not our theory. That has nothing to do with that. This is your government's conclusion based on evidence and their own investigative due diligence. This is fact. Yes. And so, yeah, that's important to relate to people, Douglas. But yeah, carry on, please.
No,
Please,
it's beautiful, and it's certainly we can't say it enough. And I
Yes.
recently provided you a link to an article where they were talking about, as I've always said, our solar system is terminally unique. Every other solar system we're
Exactly.
seeing, the planets,
Exactly.
then they don't have habitable zones that are stable. They may at times be in a habitable zone around their star, but they're not in a stable orbit, and the other planets are not in a
Exactly.
stable orbit. Yeah.
Yes. People always talk about the Goldilocks zone, but there's actually, you've got to have, I believe there is like, that's just one account, but there's something on the range of like, maybe even more than 15 different, you need the right conditions for life to even form. And it's like, we pointed out many times, Douglas,
Yeah.
fire does not exist anywhere else apart from Earth.
That's right.
It's only conclusive to Earth.
Yeah.
Fire does not exist anywhere else. And
That's
just
right.
like fire doesn't exist anywhere else, neither can you have any form of what you would call a higher level of evolution or higher intelligent life form.
That's right.
Without
Well,
fire.
there's not even, basically not even any life forms. There could be, of course, organic molecules,
yes.
organic molecules,
Yes.
but that's
Yes.
very different.
That's different.
Yes.
Yes.
And,
They're not even sentient. They're
Yes.
not even on the level of a sentient. We're on the level of sapient.
yes.
We are all knowing. That's the Latin word for the wise.
Oh, at least
And so-
self-aware. We may not be all knowing, but we're self-aware.
Yeah.
Actually, most of us aren't even self-aware, but still, that's yeah. I mean,
Thank you, I
we
appreciate
could,
that,
yeah,
Douglas.
we could make the
Yes.
argument that there's very little intelligent life on Earth, but yes, that's in my darker moments. I
God.
I would
Yes.
say that.
Yes.
was- yes.
What's the term? I made a what was it? A slip. I made a rookie error slip about that, saying all knowing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us are,
Yes.
but not everyone.
There we are. Thank you. I mean, we
Yes.
certainly, but in terms of the important things that you've emphasized there, yes, that
Yes.
and what really puzzles me is when you were talking about the internet super highway parallel,
Yes, information highway system.
and when
Yes,
you're
thank you.
explaining that to this person that you should have a license to drive on the information highway just as a responsible adult, just as you would driving a vehicle, and because the dangers posed by the information highway are far more dangerous
than a car.
They impact your mind and the minds of others, and it spreads like a virus. A car
Yeah, it's
accident can
contagious.
only kill
Yeah.
so many people in a pileup, but when it comes to these information dangers, they take out ultimately millions of people in a population. They endanger the
Yes.
lives of ultimately millions, quite literally. I mean, like, they can be lethal. Misbeliefs about health,
Exactly, Douglas.
politics, but
Exactly. That's why we had.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Because that is why in Britain during COVID alone, that's why we lost, what was it, something like hundreds of thousands of people.
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands died because of that reason, because they weren't taking the vaccine, because they weren't isolating. So that's the reason why so many people died, is because of the information they were reading.
Misinformation. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
very important point. And it was much of it simply directly pure enemy propaganda, literally in wartime.
Exactly. And people blame the government for that, but the government was telling people to stay at home.
Yeah.
And I know they did have, obviously with their incompetence, because they are incompetent, where if I was speaking to Boris Johnson, I would tell him, you effed up massively and you are a clown because you didn't shut your borders soon enough.
Yes. Yes.
You should have shut them earlier, like Japan and Taiwan did, but you
Yes.
didn't do that.
Yes. That's right.
And so that's where he failed and effed up, because he allowed it to enter this. We're an island.
Yeah.
We're
Yes.
not a continent. We could have had 0 deaths.
Yeah. Or close to it. Goddamn close to it. You could have had that,
like
but
Japan and Taiwan had virtually none.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right. Of course, Boris took it
Yeah.
further and had to go to parties and shit
Taiwan
to
and
make
Japan
it
are
even.
islands.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's right.
But no, to have that large number, that staggering number,
Oh,
that
it was awful.
He should have shut the borders, but because it basically spread after he shut the borders, of course, he's effed up his loudest.
It was too
late. People were still meeting and effing each other, and and so it was spreading like anything, and it was always the elderly that were more vulnerable, and so that was why we had so many deaths, and that's because of misinformation.
It's amazing anyone survived. I'm actually impressed your mother survived. That's incredible.
Oh, thankfully, no, she's more pragmatic. She understood. They were like taking precautions, and like with myself, I was sanitizing absolutely everything, Douglas. I did not go out without a mask on, the surgical mask. Even out in public, I was still doing that because it was airborne, because the thing was airborne. And so so that's the difference, because and it had like a what was it? It was an incubation period of like, I forget how many hours.
Weeks,
several days.
Several days. Sometimes in some cases a few weeks, but
from person to person.
But even though you were being responsible, it simply was impossible not to get it because your wife was a nurse. And that's
ultimately exactly 2 years after the initial announcement. So this was in 22, because it was 2020. We always call it COVID-19 because the year 2019 was the year is accepted.
Yes.
So it was called coronavirus SARS-2. So it was COVID-2, a new variant. So that's so you'll call it neo coronavirus, severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, syndrome number 2, variant number 2. It was a mutation of the original in 2002 and 2003. And so that was so it was 2 years after the initial inception of COVID. Then we contracted it, and it was just when they said, all right, now you can go back to work even with it. And so it was, I believe it was April of 22. That's when they said, oh, now it was the 1st of April, I believe. So that's when I contracted it. So I was forced afterwards to go to work, and I was violent. It knocked you for 6. You just didn't want to get out of bed. It was the most horrible thing. It was worse than what people call the man flu. The man flu, people stay in bed all day long. Jesus. This, like, literally, you can't do nothing because you can't breathe. It's a respiratory thing. It's a respiratory disease. So you literally have no energy.
I'm impressed that Everly survived.
Yes, we all did, thankfully. But and so obviously, I think her health has gotten better, because initially she was like, I think she was probably it was an effect of long COVID, like I mentioned before. But thankfully her health has gone. She's doing really well.
Thank God.
Yes, which is great. Yes, but COVID was such a precarious time, but people are soon to forget about it. They're soon to forget about it. Nobody remembers it because people were told, and the term I was looking for the other month, Douglas, was liberty.
Okay.
It was their it's people's liberty, their freedoms, quote unquote, which what people believe they have a freedom in this country. And obviously, we point out you're not free at all. There is no such thing as freedom.
That's right.
You're not free to say what you want. You're not free to go where you want. You can't do as you please. There is no such thing as freedom. It doesn't exist.
Thank you.
And so people thought their liberties were taken away because of their government. They thought the government was doing it all for conspiring to just control the population.
And the irony is that the people telling them this were autocratic dictatorships that were telling them this. That's the irony, and these idiots believe
these dictatorship countries, who control their population.
Who control their population mercilessly, are telling you, they're taking your freedoms away, and these idiots just, they literally eat that shit up. It's a disgrace I know, and we call this sapient. Yes, I know it's a misnomer, but
thank you.
But such having been said, by the way, I did tell Aristides that you were looking for that timeline that was produced by the Mormons, the timeline that has that kind of circular. So do contact him about that. Maybe the two of you can figure out something. He did point out that I found it because I was looking so hard, and I told him to get it, and he was able to get it for me. But that was like, it's just this one Mormon guy happened to have a copy, but it is very rare. So, but he,
Yes.
yeah, I was very fortunate to get my copy, but yeah, do talk to him about
the
it.
non-bleached. Yes, the non-censored and bleached version, because after that, everything that was produced after that was
very
all bleached
censored.
and it was censored. Yes,
That's right.
They basically obfuscated a lot of information. It was secluded, a lot of it, after that, so that it was washed down. It was washed down.
Yeah,
so,
literally whitewashed,
Literally.
because you could see that in the posters are left. They took out so much information. They had this whitish color. Oh, here we are. Repost. Charlie Kirk and and these kids were all happy owning the libs. So, Brendan, can you come on? Tell us what is this? What's this young lady saying? Because I can't turn the sound on.
Oh, it's just she worked at the university or something, but she was smiling and put the
Yeah.
This is presumably before she knew he was dead. She was smiling and making a joke. Oh, I'm glad he got shot or something.
Good for her.
Of course these guys are saying, look, and it's like they would do worse.
Yeah,
they
would
have
do
done worse. I've seen them do worse, where they say good. I hope that they deserved it. Shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, they're the worst.
So it's like
they advocate genocide. They advocate
Yeah.
genocide.
Yeah, constantly.
Yes.
Constantly. And like if you're any kind of weird, and then they dislike you, or they were like putting
Whenever they
babies in
consider
cages,
deviant.
right?
Yes, that's right. They were putting
it's like,
babies
but
in
that's
cages.
cool.
That's true. That's true.
And sending that poor bastard, remember that, even like who knows what his past was, but just what they did to him was awful.
Yeah.
Where they they send him to El Salvador, then they pulled him out,
Then
and
Uganda.
then they let him out for like 30 seconds. I mean, talk about evil and just sadistic. But that was cool. That's cool.
To them, yes. To them, that's.
But when someone does it back to them, then it's like, oh look, they, they're so mean.
Oh yeah, they can dish it out, but they can't take it. That's
so.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just be like a rule of conduct. It's just like, look, if you're, and we're honest about how much we hate people, and it's like I wouldn't blame them if they said the same about us, but we're not out there saying, look,
Thank you.
You get what I'm saying? It's like,
look,
if you could dish it, you have to be able to just.
Well, first off, the insanity is that this individual was provoking what happened to him. He was, and the insanity is that he's like George Knight was just expressing. We don't really have freedoms. They say you have freedom of speech. Well, you don't. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't say stick 'em up. That really is truly illegal to say that. You can't say stick 'em up. You will be breaking the law. And you can't just go around insulting people all day, every day, and expect nothing.
Making a career out of it.
Yes, thank you. Making a career out of it. And not expect to just be able to do this with total impunity. But obviously he had gotten to that point. And this is like privilege, like we said earlier, to the point where he just thought, oh, I can even take on the president. I'll go back to talking about Epstein. And, whoa, then they took him out.
Learned.
He learned.
Next life.
Yeah.
Try again next time.
Yes. Oh, and oh my God. And you know what is so absolutely bizarre? His whole stance on the Second Amendment was based on we need as many people as possible with guns to overthrow a tyrannical government. That was his stance.
They all say that.
Yeah.
But then they're like standing by letting the tyrannical government just chill.
Yes, yet they're the greatest supporters of a tyrannical government. The sheer madness.
Irony.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, yes. Oh, again, we could make the argument there's no sapience here. Or certainly not in that segment of our society.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like those memes that you see. You got like two grey aliens talking and go, oh, we've visited Earth, but there's no sign of intelligence anywhere.
Yes.
Literally that.
No.
Literally that. But less. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny as hell. But so if we were to take a lesson from the pattern over the past few days, basically we've got the situation where, aside from Russia essentially attacking NATO,
Yes.
Then we've got this whole war going on back home, and you have to remember, Russia is obviously at war, and I want to make certain everybody understands Europe's in a delusion, if not about the war. They're in a delusion about how to handle it. Probably the best parallel I can think of would be December of 1941, when Japanese bombers and amphibious assault ships converged on Singapore. The British Prime Minister, Churchill, he still clung to the belief that it remained impregnable. And he was out there when it surrendered. He said, oh, the defeat. Well, his physician later recorded, he said, the defeat has left a scar on my mind. I mean, first off, he's living in this dream world where the Navy, just by sending more ships, would deter the Japanese. He was so out of touch with modern warfare. He took no account of air power. He took no account of the Japanese ability to get through the jungle. This is what Europe is in today when confronting Russia. It's just like everyone knew the Japanese were going to attack. It's just nobody thought they could win. In Britain, certainly Churchill didn't. In Europe, everybody knows the Russians are going to attack. But they're all in this Singapore trap. They're crafting a training mission. Go on. Yes. They think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know exactly where you're leading it to, Douglas. Thank you. No, please continue, and I'll
Yeah, they're basically crafting this training mission designed to signal resolve rather than achieve any actual military objective. Yeah. So
why won't they just go full frontal and just
take Russia out?
Reinforce the border.
Yeah, well, fuck reinforcing the border. How about go for fucking Moscow and take Putin out? The man's he's waging war.
Douglas,
this is what you need to tell people. Remind them that you've got this situation where Europeans have been dying based on Russian attacks. For how many years now?
Yeah, Douglas.
About 10 years.
10,
go. Yes.
For the last 2 to 3 years, Douglas, I've had this. Yeah, like I said earlier, if I could speak to Boris Johnson back then, I'll tell him what a clown he was regarding COVID. Yeah. And it's just like this: whoever's in charge, whoever's the Prime Minister of Britain, I will tell them right now: go into Moscow and you take out Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
And you take out also, it's not an objective, it's not a high priority, but take out Dugin as well.
Yes.
But Vladimir Putin is the main target. Yeah. You could just send in the SAS. Yes. It's not hard.
Thank you. Yes.
I will go in myself.
Yeah.
And people think I'm insane by saying that. It's the first time I've ever publicly said it, but I will go in myself.
Thank you.
To take Putin out.
Yes.
He'll ring those alarm bells, and that signal yesterday, they gave that, that warning signal yesterday in Russia, signifying that it was war.
Yeah.
That's what will be, as soon as we go in and take him out, he'll be cowering like he did when that Berlin Wall fell.
Yes.
The day it fell, he cowered underneath that table.
That's right. It's quite true. It's quite true. It's.
Why would I'm scared of a man that cowers underneath a table?
Thank you. It's so important to remember that. There's no way we can overemphasize this. When we think of everything that's been done to this point, and I appreciate your saying that with the with the courage to say what you have. I mean. Now, again, to reemphasize this, it's been for years now that Europe has already been confronting a series of so-called unexplained and purportedly unattributed attacks, but we all know their source. Bombs on rail lines or in packages inside planes. Arson attacks at warehouses filled with military equipment for Ukraine. Potentially catastrophic jamming of GPS signals. And these, by the way, are only the physical manifestations of so-called gray zone warfare, the actions that harass an enemy without crossing the line into open combat. And in addition to these and other acts of subversion, Moscow has also kept up an unceasing torrent of disinformation.
Cutting undersea cables.
Thank you. Yeah, disinformation.
The list goes on.
Propaganda. Attempts to suborn European politicians. On September 7th, it should be noted, Russia launched its biggest air attack of the war on Ukrainian civilian targets, killing at least 4 people. And this is Europe. They're attacking Europe. You've got to understand that. This is not some other continent. Russia is the other continent. They're Eurasia, but they're attacking Europe. And so when they've done all this, they've been hard at war. And then you take a look at the man slicing the Ukrainian woman's throat here in America. That's a continuity of their conflict.
Exactly.
This is continuity of their conflict across the Atlantic, killing Ukrainians here.
Ukrainians, yes. Exactly, Douglas.
This man
That's
was
how I looked at it.
programmed.
As soon as I knew she was as soon as
Yes, go
I
on.
realised Ukraine by nationality, she fled here she fled here from a war zone and arrived in the United States to seek self-determination.
How come no one's asking the question, why did she have to run from her country?
Yes, yeah. And no one's
she's getting killed here. She would have been far safer probably in Ukraine than she would.
Yes, yes, that's
that's the irony. Yeah, like we emphasised with the industrial accidents happening in World War II, it was far safer to be a serviceman overseas than it was to work in those in the factories.
To be a woman working the factories at home. That's right.
Exactly.
And so just as Singapore's destruction emerged from Great Britain's grand strategic delusion in the Far East, the fantasy that naval supremacy could substitute for territorial defense, rooted in this imperial strategy of the 1920s that treated Singapore's naval base as the cornerstone of Far Eastern defense, the British planners, they envisioned a war with Japan unfolding in 3 neat phases. That Singapore's garrison would hold the supposed fortress while the British main fleet sailed from Europe to defeat the Japanese in a decisive naval battle and subsequently blockade Japan's home islands. Well, by 1937, the naval historian Stephen Roskill wrote, the concept of the main fleet to Singapore had perhaps through constant repetition assumed the inviolability of Holy Writ. And this so-called strategic framework completely disregarded the changing character of naval warfare, the impossibility of defending a land-based fortress through sea-based operations, especially in the age of air power. By the way, Brendan says, before the Qatar attack, the Red Sea internet cable was cut. There we are. That's Israel right. And the Russians are cooperating with the communist Chinese in cutting cables to Taiwan, to Qatar, to Europe and England. They're cutting cables everywhere, which is where the majority of our data is transferred. It's through the fucking cables.
Exactly.
Not through GPS. This is like... no. So this is war. They are at war, but they're at war here on your home front. To them, they're killing Ukrainians all over the world. It doesn't matter where the Ukrainians are. They've carried the fight here. So
exactly, Douglas.
Yes, there is no safe place. You're on the battlefront. You are on the front lines, people. Understand that.
And then you got people denying it because they don't see any tanks out patrolling their streets.
This is what puzzles. And then when you tell them, about the need for internet safety and the need to have people licensed to use the internet, then they don't understand what you're saying. How is it that common sense no longer processes in the minds of the people that you're talking to if they can't comprehend what you're saying with that parallel? How are they going to win this war? To the Russians, the front line of the war is the internet.
They've used that for years.
Yes.
For literally years. It's mind war. Psy War. It's
Yes.
all of that Aquino taught him. And that's where Vladimir Putin obviously got that.
And Dugin comes
yes.
in. And this is where, oh, by the way,
Yes.
so tell our mutual fangirl that I'm adding a whole bunch of other stuff to the essay, so be patient.
Oh, thank you.
This
Yes.
I'm adding a bunch of other stuff that I've taken out of my notes that I've never talked about before. So
yes, I think I did Douglas without asking your consent. She did ask me, "Oh, do you got Douglas's email?" Because she's been asking me for ages, and I don't think I've ever shared your email. But I did give it to her because I think she wants to reach out.
Sure,
so I
fine.
did give it to her last night. So I did because she asked me because she has. Yeah, she has obviously a few questions, but obviously she has her own impressions. But also, I think the reason why she wanted to reach out to you is because she knows these individuals that, she's basically wants to ask it whether you participate in their shows. And obviously, I didn't respond to that mess to what she was asking, but I kind of like knew better. And I knew, well, if Douglas is going to do something like that, there has to be, some form of guarantee that it's not going to be a sabotage. So because it's happened again and again and again. But I don't know who she was referring to. But it was just basically to advertise your platform, advertise yourself, to get your message out there further. So it was all for all good intentions.
Oh, I mean, of course, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but yes,
Exactly.
I'm certainly, yeah. I think she's emailed me before, but
maybe she lost it.
But you're welcome to give it to her again. Yes, by all means. And tell her that, look, she can get on Skype, and if she can get on Microsoft, the Microsoft Teams. Tell her that what we can do is hold a private conversation with her to find out more, because text is just horrible. When you're trying to talk about these things by text.
I don't respond to text. I do apologize to her because I said it just consumes so much time. So it's easier just to speak. Absolutely.
So let her know that she's welcome to email me. But it's just ideally she would just get on the Microsoft Teams, and then we could, all three of us, talk at least for a short period. And
that'd be good.
And that would help with a lot of communications. I mean, she of course was the one who had the young relation who had actually worked as an intern for a period of time with that idiot Vale, the Japanese guy whose last name I've bleached. And was asking me about, hey, getting back in contact with him. And when I did, oh my God, what a disappointment that was. You remember some of the details of that, right?
You have informed me, Douglas. Yes, absolutely. Because she referred to him as V, but of course it wasn't to disambiguate between your V and the same person. Right. Because at first I was like, V? I was like, you're on about you.
That's funny.
Cosmetologist?
Right.
No, I don't.
Who Brendan actually met. So did Aaron Tice. Yes, so it's funny that a lot of Team Dietrich has actually met her at this point, which is pretty funny.
Yes, Douglas, yes.
But such being said, by the way, for that time chart, do you know the name of it so you know what to look for, or do I need to send that to you?
I think I've got a screenshot of it somewhere, because I've taken screenshots when you shared it with me. So I've taken, what you showed me with screenshots, including the Cardinal Secretaries when he went to Rochester, New York. In that conference, and when he declared, I believe it was on September 13th, or December 13th. It was either September or December 13th.
I'd have to look at it, but it sounds like you've got it right. You're pretty good at this stuff.
1936, and he declared
called for a crusade
time
against communism.
Yes, now it's time to take up.
Yeah, and my legal father was there. My legal father was there.
And Adolf Hitler followed up with his advice. And he was the Cardinal Secretary to the Pope Pius XII himself.
Yes.
And so, this was he was
speaking for the Pope. He was speaking for the Pope.
He was relaying,
In other words, the Pope was calling for an anti-communist crusade, which Hitler followed up on as a baptized Catholic. Which, by the way, reminds me, the important point to make about Barbarossa, which a lot of people can't understand exactly what happened with his death. It's very important to remember that Frederick Barbarossa the Great, it wasn't like he just dropped the spear of destiny that had pierced the side of Christ. They were crossing a river And river crossings are the most difficult. It's one of the most difficult military operations in the world. And of course, the lower the technology scale, the more difficult it is. Napoleon invading Russia lost literally half his army to the first river that he crossed. That's
exactly.
that's how bad river crossing is.
Yes.
And in the case of what happened with Barbarossa, the river started rising. There was a currents and eddies, and when the spear was ripped out of his hand by the violent currents and eddies of the river, in full armor, he dove in to recover it and drowned.
Yes.
That's what happened. So it wasn't just like, oh, he was clumsy and he dropped the spear and then fell into the river and drowned. No, this was horrible.
No.
Yeah, and but like with the British having the legend of King Arthur, that someday he would return, the Germans do have that legend about Frederick Barbarossa. So a lot of people don't know that, and so there is a legend that Barbarossa will return when his people are most in need. The fact that Britain and Germany have both been through so much and neither Arthur or Frederick Barbarossa has returned as of yet just shows you how bad things may yet get. So
yes.
That's but yeah, so that having been ascertained, how much time do we have left with you, George?
Literally only about a couple more minutes now, Douglas, and then I do have to depart for my for my day. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and privilege coming on, Douglas, speaking with you this evening. And so I believe probably Sunday, if I come on, it'll be a miracle. And that's how how optimistic I am that I'll be able to come on this Sunday. But probably Thursday, probably for a short while. But maybe the following week I'll be able to stay on for a lot longer than I did tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, so fingers crossed, Douglas, for everything. Right. But yeah, we could go over that with Frederick Barbarossa and King Philip of France and King Richard and that enormous army that Frederick amassed. And they certainly would have, if they got to the Holy Land, they would have won in a victory.
Absolutely.
They certainly, absolutely. And that's recognised historically. I believe historians now have come to that. Yeah, that consensus.
They're catching up with me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's why.
So
and why Hitler called that
Operation Barbarossa.
Yes.
And so do understand that whenever for all of our listeners here, when we explain the situation as we have, you've got Israel and Russia coordinating to expand the battlefront. That America is that battlefront, as is England. They're bringing the war home to you, and they've brought it home to you for years. This murder of this poor Ukrainian young lady is part of they're bringing that war home to you, and they're not going to stop until they achieve of their objectives, which are genocidal in the case of the Ukrainians and the Gazans, the Palestinians, the Russo Zionist Synaxis is truly pulling out all the plugs. They have no sense of borders or boundaries. They're taking the war everywhere to sovereign nations that were trying to help with negotiations. Qatar was helping with negotiations, and they attacked it. This is at a point that just always remember, as the son of Adolf Hitler, I'm the only person in the world who has the historical context in which to perceive this. I predicted all of this years ago, and now we're confronted where I'm your only solution in any viable sense to how to contend with this. And we're going to have to deal with the war at home on both fronts in Britain and America, the Civil War at home combined with a global war abroad. And we have to settle on a victory that will give Britain an empire its own sense of justice and social harmony, which can only be through, well, we'll do that by settling with the Republicans here on this side of the Atlantic. Because look at what happened. They killed one of their own just to make him a martyr. Well, of course, Trump wanted to shut him up from talking about Epstein, but they automatically exploited him as a martyr. I mean, this is the level of their cynicism. And so we dearly love you, George. And
thank you, Douglas, for having me on.
Yeah,
much appreciated. And look after yourself and take care, Brendan and Aristides and Heather Holman, if you're listening. And please support Douglas. And I'll be joining you very shortly, Douglas. I'll stay in touch. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you. Stay safe and be
and
well.
all the best. Yeah, all my love on to you, Douglas. Thank
Share
you.
our love with your family. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye for now. Bye.
Okay, there's George Knight, and all right. Well, I'll probably wind down the live stream, or I can go on with. What we'll do is it'll be Sunday before you know it, and we can go back to talking about these. Heather Holman says, "Thank you, George. Love you." That's beautiful, dear Heather. I'll heart it, and I'll relay that to him in case he missed it. Of course, feel free to speak, Heather, if you wish. And what we'll do is, as I said, Sunday will be here before you know it. Granted, there's probably a whole hell of a lot more shit that'll go down before Sunday, the way things have been going. But if not, I'll certainly go back to what I was talking about tonight. Russia, Israel's attack on Qatar, Trump trying to change the name to the Department of War, again, what's really going down with the assassination of this poor Ukrainian refugee is symbolic of the genocide of her people by the Russians, and the Russo-American programming of this black man to stalk her and kill her. Then the assassination of Charlie Kirk, here we are. Heather Holman says, "Thank you too, Douglas. I can't talk." Okay, well, we love you dearly, honey, and wish you nothing but the best in terms of your quest to find some sense of peace with the traumas that have afflicted you, and of course those you love. All right. If anyone wants to come on to say good morning to everyone before I end live stream tonight, please do so, and we'll take it from there. And if not, that's fine too. So, okay, everybody, same time.
I mean, I'm still here. I'm still here, but I'm not gonna stay on forever. Yeah.
Of course not. No. You want to say good morning to everyone? Thank you. Just say good morning.
Yes. Good morning, and empty your coffers into Doug's account, all of it.
Thank you.
The gold.
Yes.
The jewels.
Yes. Yes.
We're gonna need it coming up here pretty soon.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Saturn hasn't even gotten into Aries yet. That's a whole nother couple years away.
Oh my God! And then what happens then? Jesus, that sounds bad.
Total war. Yeah.
There you go. All right. I mean, God, I shouldn't say that because I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah, at the same time, it's almost
right. None of us should be. None of us should be.
Oh God, but it's like
they're setting it up for it, anyways.
Yes, that's
nothing we can do about that.
So is that going to be 2027?
I'll give you the dates eventually.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That. Good man.
At least 2 years. Yeah. 26, 27.
God damn. That's scary.
So congrats. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we should all be scared of that. And at the same time, it's like, then again, so Heather says 2027, and but thank you.
How did she find that out so quickly? Wow.
Heather is a prodigy. It's like I said, she wrote the guy's name down, and the title of the book he wrote, I felt almost like while I was vocalizing it. It was like she's pretty fast. It's the chip.
Oh yeah, she got the good one.
And so, okay. Well, love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Love you too, Heather. Mwah. Love you too, Aristides. Okay, all you wonderful people. And certainly you, Holly, as well. Kisses off to you. And to Draga. I'm sorry? Did you say something? Or was that
I didn't
just
say
the
anything.
echo? Oh, okay. It's just the echo. It's you know why? Because they're winding down the recording system for the night. The people.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah, the people who ride on our call. Yes, that's right. It's like they're so primitive in what they use. It's pretty fucking funny that they're like stuck in the 70s or something, or at least it feels that way. It's not that bad.
Yeah, like the tape reel ran out of tape or something.
Yeah, it has that kind of sound effect to it. And I remember Aquino told me that they would often use the old technology on targeted individuals so that the targeted individuals would know that they're being surveilled. And that's just part of the psychological assault. So this
because if you tell someone that nowadays, or even in the 2000s, I heard someone start a tape deck, a reel-to-reel recording, and they'd be like, "You're insane." No one uses that.
That's right. That's the first thing, and that's the whole point of why they do what they do. It's highly cynical, strategized, and it's perverse. It's
if anyone's out there that's using that stuff from the government, like, do you guys have any tube amps? Looking for like tube equipment.
Cool. Yeah. At least make some use.
If you're gonna surveil us, you might as well give me something good.
Yeah, that's right.
An old stereo or something.
Thanks. No shit. Yes, and again, we can go off on the fact that vacuum tube technology has never been fully developed.
No.
Yeah.
So they deliberately phased it out of service because it had potential to literally contact etheric forces beyond the veil.
Yes, and again, we also want to, of course, shout out to Sheila Gavin, to the lovely Dragana Dragozic, and love you both, ladies. Mwah, mwah. And
are you gonna light a candle for any of these people? Maybe Ukrainian chick.
Yes, for her. Yes, for her. Thank you. Good point. And it's just the other Charlie Kirk.
Are you gonna go to the vigil for him, for Charlie? No, maybe I shouldn't make fun of people.
I will. Oh, I will. Jesus Christ.
Well, like he said, if he's saying empathy is not a sin, but empathy is a weakness and all that shit. Then we could drop dead in front of him if he was still alive, and he would just say, you're too weak. My mistress Ayn Rand said you weren't fit to live.
Oh, dude.
So people think we're just being cynical, but literally, if you read Ayn Rand, she says that if someone drops dead, no altruism. Leave them. And shit. Like I'm pretty sure it's in one of those books.
Oh, definitely. No.
There's a scene in is it Fountainhead where the guy watches the person.
I think all of her books have a scene like that in one way or another.
Yeah, and he just like leaves them.
Yeah.
Or Atlas, maybe it's Atlas Shrugged, but either way.
Dude, I mean, beyond that, of course, there's scenes of rape where it's perfectly acceptable. Where the architect, which I believe was the Atlas Fountainhead. Architect was Fountainhead. Yeah. He rapes a woman in his office, and that's supposed to be a good thing. That's presented as a good thing. This is like how sick and twisted this woman was.
Well, she says, selfishness is a virtue. Selfishness is a virtue. They want you to think it's a evil, but it's a virtue because self-preservation above all. Shit.
What a load of shit. She's just human garbage. And
because like helping other people is like collectivism.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, which is like I
don't get it. I personally don't get it.
Yeah.
We gotta call Michael Tessari on to explain it.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Oh man, it's like I've got choice words for that fucker. What a cheap. I mean, what a he's such a garbage eating, garbage spewing, and everybody just.
It's just bizarre how they're always all these people. They're against the Illuminati. They're against like the Masons. They're against all this, organized evil.
It's all a facade.
And then they come out and say, they push the Ayn Rand or they push the uber individualism, which I'm not against, like being individual and self-individualization, but they take it to this like Randian. What's the other guy?
I forget.
That do what thou wilt. That
guy. That Crowley.
The guy that Peter Moon loved.
Yeah, Crowley. Yes.
Yeah, do what thou wilt, and then even if it's like just vile and disgusting, it's valid because you willed it. Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyways.
Yeah, no, there you go. I mean, one thing that I'll do, because they put a paywall on it, But of course, you know me, I break through the fucking paywall. So this was the link to the article I sent you, but I don't know if you were able to access it. But yeah, the one thing we can also celebrate, you know, amidst all the bad news of school shootings and shit, is the fact that this guy who was running this porn site, here we are, Michael James Pratt. Yeah, 3 first names. And it's like, look at him. This is Michael, this is James, and this is Pratt. Like, they're 3 different fucking people. Believe that shit? Yeah.
And they have 3 photos.
Yeah, they have 3
3
photos.
mugshots.
One for each name. One for each name. This is why these pedos do that. Yeah, so he's been sentenced to, 27 years in prison. He should get a lot more, but anyhow, yeah, he had hundreds of women he tricked into filming girls do porn. You know, his cottage industry going on.
So
there.
he pulled the Tate.
Yeah, yes. That's right. He's from New Zealand, of course, just like Stephen Outram. Yeah, from
no
New
surprise
Zealand.
there.
Yeah.
We know the quality of characters that come out of that country.
Yeah, no shit.
Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, Australia and New Zealand, man. They're what do you call it? Biological dump sites. Right, toxic waste dumps. Biological toxic waste dumps.
There's something special about those people.
Yeah, they sure is. It's like Florida. It's something in the fucking water. They said there's 505 women, half a thousand women had shot girls do porn videos for this guy.
Holy shit, I hope they got paid. Fuck.
It says most of them didn't even know their videos would go on the internet. And so...
Damn, what's his secret? Was he using hypnotism? Because he's ugly.
Yeah,
Like
he's
an
ugly
idiot.
as fuck. Yeah, it's like, look at this one. Here we are.
And like a big wang only gets you so far.
Yeah,
So,
no shit. No shit. I mean, let's take a look. So some of these women, of course, one of them was so traumatized and damaged she became a dyke. Poor dear. It looks kind of like Amy.
Holy shit.
Kind of. If Amy shaved the sides of her head.
This was one of her consultation programs.
Yeah. That's it. She dressed up for one of her consultation programs. Yes. So a mother of one of Pratt's victims told the judge she hadn't understood why her daughter suddenly changed and became addicted to drugs several years ago, leading to her overdose death in 2023. It wasn't until earlier this year the mother found out about her daughter's video and realized its release directly coincided with the start of her addiction. Oh my God. I have no words.
Tragic.
Yes, that's beyond, it's no words. And get a load of this one. Obviously, he was generous when he wanted to be. One victim told the judge that Pratt provided her with a cake on the day she shot her video because it was her 18th birthday.
Disgusting.
Oh,
Disgusting. Piece of shit.
Another woman identified in the plea agreement.
That was generous?
Yeah, I'm
Jesus
being
Christ. That's
facetious.
implying you didn't pay any of these bitches.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Or poor people, these poor people.
Another woman identified in the plea agreement as victim 1 was also 18 years old when Pratt rushed her through a contract and did not provide her with a copy.
My God.
Oh, fuck, it sounds like Peter Moon. Anyhow, according to his plea agreement, he paid her $2,000, then he ignored her pleas to take the video down when it was posted online 9 months later.
Forget about a contract. Peter just married you without any kind of intervention
Thank
from a
you.
priest or anything.
That's right. That's
you
right.
know, me and you, Doug, we're sort of married.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
married,
that's right.
man.
Scientology style. Scientology style. Yeah,
Just I willed it into being.
that's right.
Now I own your whole life story. Yeah, anyways.
That's right. I own the Vox Arca. Yeah.
Right,
that's-
forget about a contract. Yeah. At least he gave her a contract. Sure.
Yeah, that's yeah. He's better than P. Yeah, and he didn't give him the bullshit about our red lines threading together. You know, our red heart lines are threading
disgusting,
together. Yes, that was so
Yeah,
sick.
I can't believe he got off on that.
Yes, he's so.
My first thought when you were saying that shit, I was like, I swear to God, if my shit's purple, I'm coming back and killing you. Like if I go to Japan and they're like, you know, I find some lady, you know, some fucking
Who can read
some
it?
soothsayer
see
in the
it, yeah.
corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, why is it purple? And I'll just immediately fly back and kill you.
Yeah.
Like, what
I
did
don't
you
blame
do?
you. I don't
What
blame
did you
you.
But no, Pete wanted it. He was like,
Yeah. Yes.
we were attached at birth.
Yes.
Or something. He was saying some weird shit.
Yes. Yeah. It was awful. It was just.
Like it was soothing him. It was like putting him into.
Nauseating. Yeah. Yes. Oh, so here we are. Heather just sent a new link. The Supreme Court Justice let ICE detain Americans based on race. So they're saying now that, yeah, great. Now we can have race-based detention. Delightful. 2 hours ago, Heather said.
What was the point of the last, like, how long? Like 60 years of civil rights, like, fucking legislation?
I don't think Troy understands the gravity of the situation, to tell you the truth. I
don't think anyone does.
Thank you. Yeah, touche.
Like, how are people not in the streets revolted? It's just walking around. Oh, yeah, that's cool, man.
You know what? They're in a daze.
I didn't like those colors anyway. It's like so bizarre.
Yeah, they're punch drunk. They've been slapped so many times. They're slap happy. That's what my dad called it. Slap happy. Yeah. And
it's the only thing that makes sense, because it's like just doesn't add up, and no one's providing solutions. It's just like, that's it. That's just how it is now.
Yeah, that's right.
We all hate each other, and now it's legal.
Yeah, and now it's legal, which somehow
like
makes
as
it
if
better.
that's gonna fix something.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's like legalizing cancer. It doesn't solve the problem.
Right. Like, oh, great! Now you can quadruple the issue and actually start a race war. Yeah.
Yes.
Someone needs to Ouija board. What's his name? Back? Is he still alive?
Which one? Who?
Helter Skelter guy.
Oh, Manson. Yeah, no, he's
Manson,
dead.
Yeah, someone needs to Ouija board him back and be like, dude, like, we're so sorry, you were right.
Yeah.
You know, these people went rogue.
That's right. Remember how Peter Moon used to defend Charles Manson and said it was all the cop that was at fault? And don't forget, after Charles Manson died was when Peter sent the Manson girls after you, because they were all without a cult leader. So, like, all these used up telephone psychics, they hooked up with Peter. And and
there was some connection because he was in L.A.
That's right.
When he was serving.
Yeah.
What's this dude on the boat?
Death Row. Yeah.
No,
when he was. Oh, you're talking about Peter with Doofus with L. Ron Hubbard.
No, when he was where he died was right outside of where we're at over here in Vallejo. He was in.
There we are.
Like the old fogies, like security prison.
There we
over
are.
Here.
Jesus, poor son of a bitch. Yeah. It's like.
Well, I mean, he was obviously sick.
Yeah, of course.
Something was wrong with him, but.
Yeah.
But he was right on one thing, that they were trying to start a race war and fuck us all over.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
Hit each other. That part was right.
Well, in all fairness,
against each other.
In all fairness, he wasn't predicting that. He thought he was going to be the catalyst thereof.
That's true.
Yeah, so
so we can't give him any credit.
Yeah, you can't give him any credit.
It was more like a joke, obviously.
Yeah, understood.
He's
understood.
a total loony.
Yeah. No, I get it. You're not supporting.
His music was shit.
That's right. I get it. You're not supporting him, but Peter did. Which again is part of the illness, because Peter thinks he's black. Because Peter thinks he's black. So there you go. It all comes back to the. But then again, I remember that private detective that I used to work for, Gino Tonelli Neely, who was half black, half Sicilian. He was sympathetic with Charles Manson. He was like,
why?
I have no idea.
That's like taking OJ's side. It's like, why even waste your breath? Just let them be crazy.
Yeah, it's so, I don't get it. It's like, dude, it's like, come on now. It's like, it's not like Charles Manson has any charisma. Yet these weird people find sympathy with him, the weirdest people in the world. But with Charles Manson, what was it, or Gino Neely, he was saying, they stole his music. And I was like thinking, who the fuck would steal that shit? I would hear his music because I knew this one guy, Frank Conway, who worked at the Presidio Library and was drunk all the time. I mean, like, came to work so sloshed, he had to spend his 8 hours at work sleeping it off on the couch. But Frank Conway would play Manson's music all the time. So I heard Manson's music.
That's so detestable.
Yeah, I would hear Manson's music while visiting him at his home because, he was loose with the drinks and always had plenty of booze. But when it came to Charles Manson's music, it's not like I haven't heard it. And I can tell you, I didn't find anything in it that even had a pattern. It was just like noise. No. Yeah, it was
it's terrible.
Just really primal. It wasn't even primal in the sense of like if you ever hear African Congo drums and shit, they got rhythm, right? There was no rhythm.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
It's just.
No, he was just a loony.
Yeah.
He was a loony.
Yeah. But people will say that who defend they stole his music. You know, it's like, what was there to steal?
That's delusional. I mean, yeah, there's nothing to steal.
Thank you. Okay. Oh God. Now here we are. Heather Holman had to write it. Read what she wrote. Read what she wrote.
Oh, I can't see it, you know.
Oh, in the text box she wrote, I also am a fan of Charles Manson music.
What?
Yeah, there you go.
Heather, what the heck? Why?
And then she's given us a YouTube video of his music where he's like White Rasta. That's the problem with Charles Manson. He thought he was White Rasta. He said, like,
God, so there's more to the Peter Moon connection than we thought.
There is.
Yes.
That's
why he liked him.
Yes, that's it. That's what it comes down to. Another wigger. Another wigger. A wannabe white nigger. Yes. Oh, you can't see what she wrote, so I have to read it out loud. She wrote, I'm crazy, Brendan. That's why.
Well, honesty's the best policy.
Yes, you know? yes. But at least, Heather, you're honest about it, and we still love you. You're so charming.
Yeah, stick to the Bajan.
Yeah. Yes.
Or like a kirtan. Stick to a kirtan. That's more uplifting anyways. It's not like his music's uplifting. You know
Thank you.
Yeah.
That... Okay, well, Brendan, love you dearly. Be blessed, and stay rested, and get yourself some rest. You've earned it. Heather's typing something. We'll have to read that before I check out. Let me read that, see what she answers. Something to give us all nightmares. She's not going to let us rest in peace. She says, thumbs up. She says, XXXO, thumbs up. Thank you, honey. We love you dearly.
Okay. Yes.
And say hello to Vin for us, darling. Share our love with him. And he's very supportive of you, and God knows that's hard to find. If I ever get a handler, I want him to be like Vin. Not look like Vin, but... but yeah, that's it. At any rate, okay. So, shutting down the stream, and but everybody stay safe and be well. Who supports me, that is, financially or morally, and certainly Brendan doesn't do either. But we love him anyway. Yet the enemy thinks,
I get out of it?
Yet the enemy thinks you do. The enemy thinks you do. That's what. Yeah, they keep attacking you as if you were like floating my rent or something.
Fuck no. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. There you go. They're all fucked up. Okay, so let's.
It's crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to live stream here. I got to go to where I can press the right buttons, and then I'm gonna have to shut the computer down to refresh it just so it works again, because it's a jalopy. It's like okay. So Heather wrote some more stuff in the chat. Some links.
Are we off air? Thank God.
No, not yet.
Oh shit. Well, either way, I'm gonna go. I gotta go.
Yeah, understood. Well, I'm ending stream, so give it just a second here. Press the button, but it's taking forever. Press it again. See if it fucking works. And but if you gotta go, you go ahead. And here we are. Now it's ending. All right, so there we are. That's 2 steps towards ending. Now I have to do the 3rd step. There we are.
Every time